On the first day of rebirth in Douluo continent, obtaining the Golden Dragon Bloodline and the divine artifact Golden Dragon Spear should have been a cause for celebration. However, when that so-called theoretically invincible Yu Xiaojiang came knocking, everything took a sour turn. This master who couldn't even break through level 30 had the audacity to declare he wanted to take on a disciple. Faced with such shameless demands, the youth simply raised his middle finger, spat out the harsh words, "I'd rather apprentice to a dog than to you," and turned to leave. Yu Xiaojiang glared at you furiously. He hadn't expected you to be so stubborn, preferring to forego attending a Spirit Master Academy rather than become his disciple. You better think carefully. If I spread the word, not just Nuoding Academy, but every academy in the Heavendo Empire will refuse to admit you, Yu Xiaojiang threatened coldly, determined to make this brat bow his head today. You watched the flustered Yu Xiaojiang with icy indifference, utterly unfazed by his threats. Go ahead and try. I'd love to see how you plan to blacklist me. With those theories you plagiarized from the Spirit Hall? Or perhaps relying on your spirit power that hasn't even reached level 30? The moment plagiarized theories was mentioned, Yu Xiaojiang instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A flicker of panic crossed his face as he screeched in self-defense, "Your theories are the plagiarized ones. Mine were developed through my own painstaking practice. The Spirit Hall can vouch for that. A guy who hasn't even reached level 30 claims his theories came from practice? That nonsense might fool that idiot over there, but me? Save your breath." Your eyes flashed with mockery as you directly called out Tang San. Tang San, who had been watching the drama unfold, frowned slightly as you dragged him into the conflict, his gaze shifting suddenly. "Dare to call me an idiot? You've chosen the path to your death." Seeing your complete refusal to yield, Yu Xiaojiang's face darkened with malice. "Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for what comes next. Fine, if you won't become my disciple, then there's no need for you to attend Nuoding Academy either. Come back when you've changed your mind." With that, Yu Xiaojiang turned away, still convinced you were merely being stubborn. In his view, a working-class student from a small village, even with innate full spirit power and a golden dragon spirit, would eventually fade into obscurity without attending a Spirit Master Academy. He was waiting for you to come begging. You spat disdainfully. "A mere beginner soul Master Academy, beginner Spirit Master Academy? The Heavendo Empire had plenty. Even without attending one, with your talents, you'd be highly sought after by major factions across the continent. If this place didn't want you, there were countless others that would." Without a moment's hesitation, you decisively turned and walked out of Nuoding Academy. Seeing you truly leave, Yu Xiaojiang snorted coldly. He wanted to see how long this kid could hold out. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Tang San. Although he had lost a Golden Dragon Spirit Master with innate full spirit power, there was still this child suspected of having twin martial souls. This child he couldn't let him slip away. He had to make sure the boy became his disciple. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang walked toward Tang San. After leaving Nuoding Academy, you noticed the village's donkey cart had already departed. After some thought, you found a map shop and spent 1 silver spirit coin to purchase a detailed map of Spirit Beast gathering grounds. Truth be told, you weren't poor. In this life, your father had also been a Spirit Master. Unfortunately, over a year ago, he perished together with a Spirit Beast while defending the village from its rampage. Despite your rough hem clothing, your pockets held over 100 gold spirit coins. Inside a small inn, you studied the map, pondering where to hunt for your spirit ring. As someone with innate full spirit power, if you didn't obtain your first spirit ring soon, you'd remain stuck at level 10 with no progress. The continent had many spirit beast gathering grounds, not just the Star-Do Great Forest and Sunset Forest. Your gaze lingered on the Star-Do Great Forest before you shook your head. Though rich in spirit beast resources, it was fraught with danger. Even the outskirts could harbor thousand-year spirit beasts, and there was even the risk of encountering a Titan giant ape. This was no place for a child who had just awakened their martial soul. Moreover, the Star-Do Great Forest was at least several hundred kilometers from Nuoding City. Even if you hired a carriage, it would take considerable time to reach. As for the hunting spirit forest, it required an order from the Spirit Hall. Besides needing sufficient spirit power, you also needed guarantees from 3 nobles. But where would you find nobles? Thus, the hunting spirit forest was also out of the question. After reviewing all the spirit beast gathering grounds on the map, you finally fixed your eyes on a mountain range, the Dragon Burial Mountain Range. The map's description of it was sparse, merely stating that it housed a vast number of dragon-blooded spirit beasts and was no less dangerous than the Star-Do Great Forest, cautioning spirit masters without dragon-type martial souls against entering. Dragon Burial Mountain Range, you murmured the name, your mind already made up. Though the map warned of its extreme danger, to you, it was a rare treasure trove for hunting spirit rings. With the Golden Dragon Bloodline, you exerted innate suppression over all spirit beasts and martial souls, especially dragon-type martial souls and dragon-blooded spirit beasts, making the suppression even more pronounced. If the dragon-blooded spirit beasts in the Dragon Burial Mountain Range sensed your bloodline aura, they would likely keep their distance as long as you didn't provoke them. Moreover, with the golden dragon spear in hand, you refused to believe you couldn't key hunt down a 100-year dragon beast. At the same time, in the faculty dormitory of Notting Academy, Yu Xiaojiang stood with his back to Tang San, deliberately appearing profound as he indoctrinated him with his so-called useless soul master theory. Xiao San, there are no useless martial souls in this world, only useless soul masters. Even if one possesses the most powerful martial soul, without a solid theoretical foundation, they cannot become a true powerhouse. You must remember this principle. Tang San nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with Yu Xiaojiang's philosophy. Just like in his previous life, no matter how talented or well-trained the inner disciples of the Tang sect were, they were still a bunch of incompetents who couldn't even craft a Buddhist theory peony. Noticing Tang San's approval from the corner of his eye, Yu Xiaojiang felt quite satisfied. Although he had missed out on a golden dragon soul master with innate full soul power, a child with twin martial souls, one of which was the clear sky hammer, the #1 tool soul in the world, would still prove the validity of his theories. Without my theoretical guidance, let's see how far that brat can go. He probably can't even hunt a soul beast. Yu Xiaojiang sneered inwardly before saying to Tang San, Xiao San, go buy some radishes later. Tomorrow, your teacher will take you to hunt a soul beast and help you obtain your first soul ring. Yes, teacher, Tang San replied, overjoyed at the prospect of acquiring his soul ring and quickly nodding in agreement. Seeing Tang San so obedient, Yu Xiaojiang's lips curled into an irrepressible smile. Good, very good. It seems I've chosen the right person. Just wait, I'll use Tang San to prove to everyone that my theories are flawless and invincible. I'll humiliate all those who look down on my ideas. Tang San, you must not disappoint me, Yu Xiaojiang roared inwardly. He intended to repay all the humiliation he had suffered over the years through Tang San, making the entire continent understand that his theories were not just empty words but absolute truth. Stepping out of the hotel, Meng Yanli casually found a noodle stall and devoured 3 large bowls of vegetarian noodles in one go, leaving the owner speechless. Is that even an appropriate portion for a child? 1 bowl of vegetarian noodles is enough to fill an adult, and this kid ate 3 bowls. Did she come back from the dead? Slap. Meng Yanli set down the bowl, which was larger than his face, and looked at the remaining soup residue in the bowl. He licked his lips with relish. No wonder he can eat more than an adult. The golden dragon bloodline doesn't just grant him a martial soul, it brings about a fundamental transformation of his very essence. Don't let his childlike appearance fool you. In the eyes of soul beasts, he is a golden dragon in human form. His appetite was at least 3 or 4 times that of an adult. After tossing 9 copper soul coins onto the table, Meng Yanli left the noodle stall and headed toward the only carriage house in Notting City. The Dragon Burial Mountains were 200 or 300 kilometers away from Notting City, a difficult and arduous journey on foot. Relying solely on a child's strength, even if he walked 10 kilometers a day, it would take at least a month. Why suffer the hardship of walking when there are gold soul coins available? Why not take a carriage? The female manager of the carriage house noticed Meng Yanli, a child dressed in coarse hemp clothing, but with rare golden hair and eyes, and was immediately drawn to him. She approached him and asked in a gentle voice, "Little one, what brings you here?" "Sister, I'd like to hire someone to take me to Shanglong City. Is that possible?" Meng Yanli was very sweet talking, addressing her as sister right away, which made the carriage house manager smile broadly. The manager smiled and said, "Sure, but are you going to Shanglong City alone, or with your family?" "I'm going alone. My family is all in Shanglong City." Meng Yanli told a small lie, feeling a bit worried inside that the manager might refuse to hire him a carriage. Upon hearing this, the manager didn't refuse him just because he was alone. Instead, she started to promote her services. "If you're alone, I recommend hiring our driver, Mr. Wu. He's also a soul master, so he'll protect you, and you'll definitely arrive safely in Shanglong City. However, the hiring fee is a bit expensive." Meng Yanli feigned hesitation, as if deep in thought. Sister, how much does this Mr. Wu cost?" The carriage company manager said, "Shanglong City is over 200 kilometers from Notting City. Since you're so polite, I'll give you a small discount. How about 9 silver soul coins?" 9 silver soul coins. "Alright, thank you for your kindness." Meng Yanli pretended to show a hint of excitement, muttering to herself about finally being able to reunite with her parents. Then, he took out the small cloth bag hidden under his clothes and poured out the copper soul coins and silver soul coins he had prepared in advance. He counted the coins carefully. The car dealership manager, seeing how serious Meng Yanli was, couldn't help but ask, "Little one, if your parents are in Shanglong City, why are you in Notting City?" "My parents went to Shanglong City to work. They only come back to the village once a year. Grandpa passed away recently, and he told me to go find my parents. I saved up for a long time and finally had enough money. I can go find my parents now." Meng Yanli continued counting the soul coins while explaining why he was going to Shanglong City. By the end of his story, he looked up at the car dealership manager with a hopeful smile and presented her with the 9 silver soul coins he had counted, holding them out with both hands. The car dealership manager's soft heart was instantly melted by Meng Yanli's smile. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Meng Yanli with eyes full of pity. What a pitiful child. Don't worry, I'll make sure someone takes you safely to Shanglong City. Yes, thank you, sister. After receiving the 9 silver coins, the carriage manager immediately arranged for a coachman and a carriage. Wu Shifu, seeing that the person to be sent was just a child, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his weathered face. The carriage house manager quietly explained to Wu Shifu the reason why Meng Yanli was heading to Shanglong City. Wu Shifu's eyes also filled with a touch of pity as he looked at Meng Yanli. He patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely ensure the child's safe arrival. Little one, this is Mr. Wu. He will take you to Shanglong City shortly." The car rental manager pointed at Wu Shifu and said to Meng Yanli. Meng Yanli nodded obediently. "Alright, thank you, Uncle Wu." Master Wu smiled and nodded. He extended his calloused hands and gently ruffled Meng Yanli's hair, praising him. "What a well-mannered child. Wait here for a moment, Uncle will go make some preparations." Moments later, Mr. Wu's carriage appeared at the door. The car rental manager helped Meng Yanli get in and slipped a slightly warm paper package into his hands, telling him to eat it on the way. "Thank you, sister." The warmth of a stranger touched Meng Yanli's heart, and he waved goodbye to the carriage manager. The carriage slowly began to move, leaving nodding carriage house behind. Leaning against the carriage window, the street scenes flashed by quickly in Meng Yanli's eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a figure near a radish stall in the distance. It was Tang San. Tang San's figure was left behind by the carriage, and Meng Yanli fell into deep thought. He's buying radishes. It seems he's still following the original story and has become a disciple of that guy, by Yu Xiao Gang. Meng Yanli didn't want to interact with Tang San too soon. After all, his hammer-wielding father could always follow behind him, secretly protecting him. If he were to severely injure or even disable Tang San, there was no doubt that Tang Hao would carry Zhang Xiaohan and deliver a devastating blow with his great Sumuro hammer. At least, without a bodyguard who could match Tang Hao, or if Tang Hao wasn't around, he couldn't act rashly against Tang San. Wait, there is another way. Use Yin to control Tang Hao. Meng Yanli's mind was filled with a novel idea that excited him greatly. If he remembered correctly, the seed of the Blue Silver Emperor after its rebirth was being nurtured by Tang Hao behind the waterfall on the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village, and the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone was also there. After pondering for a moment, Meng Yanli clenched his teeth. Damn it, the timid starve to death, the bold eat their fill, let's do it. Meng Yanli said, "Uncle Wu, could you take me back to the Holy Soul Village first? I need to go home and fetch something." Wu the driver nodded and headed straight for the Holy Soul Village after leaving the city. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Holy Soul Village. Meng Yanli asked Wu Shifu to wait for him while he fetched the items and would return shortly. Upon entering Shanghan Village, Meng Yanli found a farmer's house, paid 2 copper soul coins for an earthen flower pot, and then headed toward the back of Shanghan Mountain. Behind the village, the blue-silver grass grew densely, exuding vibrant vitality. At the end of the path, a waterfall plunged down, crashing into a clear pool below, spraying large droplets of water that moistened the air. Placing the flower pot by the clear pool, Meng Yanli looked at the slightly tilted, steep waterfall cliff and, without hesitation, began climbing along the cliff toward the cave behind the waterfall. The waterfall flows ceaselessly, carrying a strong pulling force. As Meng Yanli approaches, it seems as though it wants to pull him off the cliff. Relying on the enhanced strength of his golden dragon bloodline, Meng Yanli grits his teeth and perseveres, refusing to be affected by the waterfall. No obstacle could stop him. No matter what, Meng Yanli must obtain the Blue Silver Emperor and the Soul Bone. Chapter 4, Obtaining the Blue Silver Emperor, the rejected Blue Silver Emperor's Soul Bone. Climbing up the steep cliff face, Meng Yanli slowly made his way upward, inch by inch, drawing closer to the waterfall. Several times, his feet slipped on the damp surface, nearly causing him to fall, but he reacted swiftly and stabilized his body. Given his physical condition, falling to his death was unlikely, but severe injuries were still a possibility. Phew! Gripping the protruding rocks on the cliff face, Meng Yanli's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, or perhaps droplets from the waterfall. He continued climbing cautiously. As he drew closer to the waterfall, the deafening roar grew louder, and Meng Yanli could feel the pulling force growing stronger, as if it were trying to pull him into the waterfall. Meng Yanli could only press himself tightly against the mountain wall, his body trembling slightly as he gripped the rocks. Glancing sideways at the waterfall, he faintly saw the cave where the Blue Silver Emperor was hiding. This made him smile with joy. Perfect! Following the direction of the cave, Meng Yanli gradually approached the waterfall, and the pulling force grew stronger. If he relaxed even slightly, he would be violently pulled down and plunge into the clear pool below. The roaring sound echoed in his ears, and his heart pounded with tension. Large droplets of water splashed onto his body with great force, feeling like stones, causing him intense pain. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward, enduring the spray of water as he approached the cave beneath the waterfall. Fortunately, the gap between the waterfall and the cave was wide enough for a small child to squeeze through. Fortune smiled upon Meng Yanli, allowing him to pass through the waterfall unscathed. He then felt his way along the steep cliff face into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with moss covering the walls, and not a single ray of sunlight penetrated the darkness. Meng Yanli looked at the harsh environment of the cave and felt deep sorrow for Lan Yinhuang. He had sacrificed himself to Tang Hao to help him break through the title of Douluo, yet now he was forced to live imprisoned in this desolate place, deprived of even a single ray of sunlight. How tragic! After sympathizing with Blue Silver Emperor, Meng Yanli had no time to rest. He rushed deep into the cave and was immediately drawn to a small mound of earth. A withered Blue Silver Emperor plant was planted on the mound, its life force faint, as if it might wither away at any moment. Unlike ordinary blue silver grass, its veins were a pale golden color, and its roots and stems had faint golden patterns, exuding a completely different air of nobility and elegance, like a fallen queen imprisoned in a dark, sunless cave. Meng Yanli did not immediately dig up the Blue Silver Emperor. Instead, he looked at the stone wall beside him, felt around with his hands, furrowed his brows, and muttered, "No traps? It seems I'll have to use brute force." In the original text, Tang Hao simply tapped the wall with his hand, and the lead box containing the soul bone fell out. This shows that there was no mechanism, the lead box was simply hidden above and shaken loose with brute force. Golden Dragon Possession. Meng Yanli roared, and the Golden Dragon soul instantly possessed him. Golden dragon scales appeared on his cheeks, his eyes turned into dragon pupils, and dragon might spread out, rampant and unrestrained. At the same time, a domineering golden chi surged out of his body, as intense as the sun, instantly vaporizing the damp air within the cave. Meng Yanli clenched his fists, and his arms were covered in dragon scales that shimmered with a brilliant light, brighter than gold. Though they appeared thin, they exuded an unimaginable sharpness. All his strength converged in his right arm, and with a mighty punch, he struck the wall with tremendous force. A loud crash echoed, and a bowl-sized indentation appeared on the wall, testament to the immense power he had unleashed. Thud! A black object fell to the ground, landing not far from Meng Yanli. Meng Yanli approached the black lead box, opening a small crack. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Even Meng Yanli felt his body grow heavy, making it difficult for him to move. But how could a dragon be restricted by such a thing? Roar! The golden dragon soul roared within Meng Yanli, his blood surging like molten iron, boiling uncontrollably within his body. The golden chi and blood grew even more vigorous, growing increasingly ferocious. Meng Yanli shook his body and immediately broke free, completely opening the lead box. The blue-silver imperial soul bone appeared before him. The soul bone was the right leg bone, translucent and golden blue in color, with tiny sparks of starlight flickering within, emanating an extremely dense life energy. Meng Yanli stared at the soul bone, falling into deep hesitation. Carrying such a large lead box out of the waterfall was simply impossible. However, fusing this blue-silver imperial soul bone would at least require a significant amount of time. The main issue was that the carriage was still waiting at the entrance of the Holy Soul Village, and Meng Yanli feared that returning too late might cause problems. After much deliberation, Meng Yanli picked up the blue-silver imperial soul bone, which felt lighter than he had imagined. If something goes wrong, so be it. Fusing the soul bone is the priority. As described in the original text, Meng Yanli pressed the soul bone against his right leg. But as the soul bone was about to fuse with his right leg, a sudden, intense sense of rejection erupted. Under Meng Yanli's stunned gaze, his right leg erupted with an extremely domineering golden light, forcefully repelling the blue-silver imperial soul bone. It was the golden dragon bloodline within him resisting and rejecting it. It scorned the soul bone of a mere blade of grass. Only the soul bone of a true dragon was worthy of being fused with it. How domineering! Meng Yanli never expected the golden dragon bloodline to be so picky, even rejecting the soul bone of a 10,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Then why could Tang Wulin fuse with the soul bone of the demon tiger whale? Doesn't he also possess the bloodline of the golden dragon king Golden Dragon? Could it be because his bloodline is impure? After all, Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline has always been suppressed, and he also has a mix of other bloodlines like the Sea God, Azura God, and Blue Silver Emperor within him. Since he couldn't fuse with the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone, Meng Yanli didn't force the issue. Immediately after, Meng Yanli turned his gaze to the weakened Blue Silver Emperor. He used the soul bone as a shovel, dug the Blue Silver Emperor out of the mound of earth, and then stuffed both the Blue Silver Emperor and the soul bone into his embrace. The Blue Silver Emperor had survived this long in a place with no sunlight at all. Being separated from the soil for a short time and subjected to some pressure should not be a major issue, right? Meng Yanli thought to himself as he began to return the way he came. With the experience from the journey there, the return was faster. Following the rock wall away from the waterfall, when he was still 5 or 6 meters above the ground, Meng Yanli turned and jumped down, landing on the soft grass. After steadying himself, he first took out the Blue Silver Emperor and transplanted it into a flower pot he had prepared in advance. After feeling the sunlight for the first time in years, the Blue Silver Emperor seemed to come back to life. It spread its leaves, exposing its entire body to the sunlight, basking in its warmth. As for the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone, Meng Yanli was torn. This thing was like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, yet too valuable to discard. He couldn't fuse it into himself, and he couldn't conceal its aura either. Throwing it away was a pity, but keeping it, what if Tang Hao followed its scent and found him? That would be dangerous. As for why he didn't use a lead box, that box weighed 200 or 300 pounds. Even with his body strengthened by the Golden Dragon's bloodline, he couldn't carry something that heavy out of there. The pulling force from the waterfall is so strong that even a single mistake wouldn't just result in severe injuries, it would be a matter of life and death. What a hassle. Meng Yanli couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Never mind, losing a 10,000-year-old soul bone is a pity, but we'll just have to bring it along. Sigh, if only we had a storage soul-guided device. Chapter 5, The Dragon Burial Mountains, the Golden Earth Dragon. Holding the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone in his arms and cradling the Blue Silver Emperor's flower pot in his hands, Meng Yanli hurriedly left the back mountain. At the entrance of the Holy Soul Village, Master Wu saw Meng Yanli returning with a flower pot and did not ask any questions. After Meng Yanli got into the carriage, he drove it toward Shanglong City. Inside the carriage, Meng Yanli placed the Blue Silver Emperor flower pot aside and took out the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone from his embrace. On the surface of the soul bone was a layer of extremely thin golden vital energy. To conceal the soul bone's aura, Meng Yanli used his own chi and blood to wrap it, though it couldn't completely hide it. At least, it wouldn't be detectable by soul masters with keen senses. Throughout the journey, Meng Yanli remained highly vigilant, fearing that Tang Hao might catch up or that other soul masters might ambush them. Over 200 kilometers, traveling by horse-drawn carriage, they arrived at the outskirts of Shanglong City in just one night. Master Wu stopped the carriage by the side of the official road. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter the city, it was because Meng Yanli had instructed him to stop outside the city. Thank you, Uncle Wu. You've been a great help. Meng Yanli jumped down from the carriage, bowed to thank Wu Shifu, who smiled and nodded, gently admonishing. Little Meng, hurry inside. Your parents must be waiting anxiously. Meng Yanli replied, Yes, Uncle Wu, take your time. After watching the carriage depart, Meng Yanli did not head toward Shanglong City. Earlier, he had planned to restock in Shanglong City, but now that he possessed the soul bone, he decided to head straight to the Zhanglong Mountains to avoid being detected by soul masters. The Dragon Burial Mountains were only about 40 miles from Shanglong City. After buying some dried provisions from a street vendor outside the city, Meng Yanli set off on foot toward the Dragon Burial Mountains. By midday, Meng Yanli arrived at the outskirts of the Zhanglong Mountains. Due to the unique nature of the Zhanglong Mountains, which were inhabited solely by dragon beasts and were extremely aggressive, there were no soul hunting towns even in the surrounding areas. Looking up, the outline of the Zhanglong Mountains came into view. The mountain range's grandeur was truly awe-inspiring. Even the portion Meng Yanli could see was enough to make him feel an overwhelming sense of heightened power, as if a giant dragon were soaring through the skies, ready to shake the heavens. He tightened the bundle on his back, which contained the blue-silver imperial soul bone. A golden glow flickered in Meng Yanli's hand, revealing the golden dragon spear. Neither gold, iron, nor copper, it resembled wood, emanating an intense life force. The spear's body twisted in a spiral pattern, engraved with dragon-shaped patterns, with sharp points at both ends, resembling dragon teeth ready to tear through anything. Golden light swirled around it, its sharpness evident. Even a single glance caused ordinary people to feel a stinging pain in their bodies. The golden dragon spear was forged from the 49th rib of the first golden dragon, the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon bloodline of Meng Yanli is the purest and most primordial of all Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, since Meng Yanli has not yet been crowned king, his bloodline can only be referred to as Golden Dragon and cannot be called Golden Dragon King. Holding the Golden Dragon Spear, Meng Yanli officially entered the Dragon Burial Mountains, a realm teeming with dragon beasts. At the same time, deep within the Dragon Burial Mountains, a colossal entity as vast as a mountain seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes, revealing a hint of shock and uncontrollable joy. Half an hour later, in a stone forest, Meng Yanli leaned against a massive rock, munching on a flatbread, his eyes darting around in confusion. What's going on? Not a single soul beast in sight? He had walked at least 7 or 8 miles without stopping, yet he hadn't encountered a single soul beast. This was truly odd. Where had all the soul beasts gone? Could they all have been scared away by his bloodline aura? After finishing the pancake, Meng Yanli brushed the dust off his buttocks, gazed into the depths of the mountains, and continued on without pausing. As he ventured further in, some soul beasts came into view, all of them dragon beasts. Iron-armored dragon lizards, blue dragon eagles, dragon-horned rhinoceroses, golden earth dragons. Although their age met Meng Yanli's requirements, their quality was too poor. Most of them only possessed dragon-like features, with extremely rare dragon bloodlines. The only one that met Meng Yanli's expectations was a golden earth dragon, possessing a thin yet pure bloodline of the light dragon clan. Unfortunately, it's over 1,000 years old. Hiding behind a massive boulder, Meng Yanli watched the golden earth dragon in the distance, sighing inwardly. In truth, 1,000 years was not entirely unacceptable to him. The body strengthened by Golden Dragon bloodline was far more powerful than that of an average adult, and a 1,000-year-old soul beast did not possess the soul-shaking power of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. If he forced the absorption, it might not necessarily fail. Meng Yanli thought to himself as he began to follow the 1,000-year-old Golden Earth Dragon. Following it, he might encounter a 100-year-old Golden Earth Dragon. If he couldn't find one, he'd risk everything. Following the 1,000-year-old Golden Earth Dragon, a breathtaking mountain landscape soon came into view, leaving Meng Yanli speechless. Dozens of peaks towering over 1,000 meters high stood on the ground, each with unique shapes, some bald, some pointed, others curved and split, resembling snake tongues. The mountain bodies had sparse vegetation, forming a ring-like enclosure that created a peculiar valley. Under the intense sunlight, they shimmered brilliantly, and the roars of the dragon beasts could be heard. Meng Yanli cautiously entered the valley, hiding himself in the shadows. Within the valley lies a natural lake, shimmering with golden light under the sun, resembling a golden gem embedded in the ground. The lake is surrounded by lush, thriving blue-silver grass, swaying gently in the breeze that blows through the valley. Several golden earth dragons were drinking water by the lake, numbering no fewer than 100. Compared to Meng Yanli's golden dragon soul, they lacked wings and had fewer spikes. Their scales were thick and hard, golden in color, with a pair of golden horns curving backward like those of a ram. Their claws were sharp and aggressive, with threads of golden flame swirling around them. All the golden earth dragons in the valley emitted a powerful aura, all being at least 1,000 years old, some even 10,000 years old, with hardly any visible golden earth dragons under 100 years old. So many golden earth dragons! Meng Yanli looked astonished he had accidentally stumbled into the habitat of golden earth dragons. However, faced with such a large number of golden earth dragons, Meng Yanli felt an urge to retreat. After all, if they discovered him, he didn't know if he could withstand their attack. Before the golden earth dragons noticed him, Meng Yanli turned and tried to leave. But before he had gone far, the Dragon Valley suddenly shook violently, the earth trembled, and boulders rolled down, as if some colossal creature was awakening. The next moment, a heavy, rhythmic rumbling echoed from the depths of the valley, reverberating through the canyon. Such a tremendous commotion caused Meng Yanli's body to freeze. His eyes narrowed as he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that defied description. The sudden turn of events caused the air to freeze, and Meng Yanli felt as though he had been trapped in a swamp, unable to move forward. In the valley, the golden earth dragons that had been drinking water and strolling about all lowered their heads, their pale yellow eyes revealing a human-like expression of reverence. From the depths of the valley, a golden earth dragon of immense size, resembling a small mountain, emerged. Chapter 6: The Golden Earth Dragon King, Guardian of the Dragon Tomb. Unlike other golden earth dragons, its scales were also golden in color, but they were darker and less dazzling, giving off an imposing, mountain-like heaviness. Its body is enormous, stretching over 30 to 40 zhang in length and towering tens of zhang in height. Its limbs are as thick as mountain pillars, and its coiled dragon horns curve like spirals, wrapped in golden flames. Its tail swings like a massive pendulum, causing the earth to tremble with each swing. Its pair of pale yellow dragon eyes exude both majesty and the weight of centuries. Roar! In the Golden Dragon Valley, the Golden Earth Dragon King raised its head to the sky and let out a deep, thunderous roar. The majesty of the Earth Dragon King was unleashed without restraint, sweeping across the heavens and earth, causing mountains to tremble and the earth to quake. Upon hearing the roar of their tribal king, the golden earth dragons followed suit, raising their heads and roaring in unison, their cries echoing through the skies for hundreds of miles. The Earth Dragon King's earth-shaking roar caused Meng Yanli's expression to change slightly. He clearly felt the golden dragon blood in his veins boiling violently like boiling water, as if provoked, a surge of anger rising in his heart. The authority of a true dragon of the dragon clan must not be challenged. The arrogance stemming from his golden dragon bloodline gradually overwhelmed Meng Yanli's mind and reason. How dare a mere Earth Dragon King dare to challenge a true dragon of the Dragon Clan? His twin golden eyes transformed into vertical pupils, a crimson hue emerging, filled with brutality, madness, and the ultimate arrogance rooted deep within his bloodline. At the same time, his body began to undergo a slight dragon transformation. Roar! Meng Yanli roared to the heavens. Though his roar was not loud, it carried the majesty of a true dragon of the Dragon Clan, the highest and most exalted, leaving no room for any lower-ranked dragons to dare to challenge or provoke him. In the valley, all the golden earth dragons, including the golden earth dragon king, heard the true dragon's roar and bowed their heads, prostrating themselves on the ground. The innate suppression stemming from their bloodline caused them to tremble in fear, unable to lift their heads, their dragon eyes filled with terror and dread. Even the golden earth dragon king, whose cultivation had reached 10,000 years, was no exception. When it struggled to lift its head and saw the tiny figure of Meng Yanli at the exit of the valley, the golden earth dragon king froze for a moment, revealing a human-like expression of surprise, followed by a look of joy. As the earth dragons in the valley bowed their heads, the crimson hue in Meng Yanli's eyes slowly faded, returning to their clear, normal color. He looked at the earth dragons who had submitted to the true dragon's authority of his dragon clan, astonished. Was his golden dragon bloodline really that powerful? With a roar, they all knelt down. Before the Earth Dragons could react, Meng Yanli prepared to flee again. But just then, a hoarse, yet joyful voice echoed in his ears. "Your Royal Highness." "HM? Who is it?" The words "Your Royal Highness" startled Meng Yanli, who looked around frantically, trying to locate the source of the voice. "Your Highness, please look back." The hoarse, elderly voice sounded again, causing Meng Yanli to turn around. Look back? This made Meng Yanli even more confused. Behind him, there were only a group of Golden Earth Dragons. What else could there be? Wait a moment. Could it be the Golden Earth Dragon King? After hesitating for a moment, Meng Yanli slowly turned around. There stood the Golden Earth Dragon, as massive as a mountain, nodding at him. Its pale yellow dragon eyes gleamed with a human-like expression of joy, and its features bore the marks of a long and arduous life. The Golden Earth Dragon King slowly opened its mouth and spoke in human language, its voice identical to the deep, weathered sound that had echoed in Meng Yanli's ears. "Your Royal Highness." All the Golden Earth Dragons raised their heads in unison, growling toward Meng Yanli. Though not human voices, Meng Yanli could still hear the respect they held for him in their growls. The Golden Earth Dragon King addressed his kin, "All of you, step back." The Golden Earth Dragons obeyed their clan leader's command and stepped back, making way for the clan leader and Prince Meng. The Golden Earth Dragon King then fixed his gaze on Meng Yanli. His weathered dragon eyes softened with kindness, yet his gaze was filled with shock. The Earth Dragon King spoke again, his voice filled with respect. "Old Dragon Earthplate, I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Prince. I never imagined that at the end of my days, I would have the honor of seeing you again. It is the greatest honor for an old dragon like me." This respectful greeting startled Meng Yanli. Could it be that his Golden Dragon bloodline had caused the Golden Earth Dragon King to mistake him for a dragon prince? Indeed, that was the case. The moment Meng Yanli entered the Dragon Burial Mountains, the sleeping Golden Earth Dragon King had sensed it. Possessing the pure and luminous bloodline of the Dragon Clan, it sensed the bloodline aura emanating from Meng Yanli with the greatest intensity. Such a pure and perfect bloodline aura was something the Golden Earth Dragon King had never felt even on the body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Only that one, and only that one, possessed the same flawless, impurity-free bloodline aura as Meng Yanli. And the one in the Golden Earth Dragon King's heart was not the Silver Dragon King, but the Golden Dragon King who had once fought against the gods and slaughtered countless divine beings. In its youth, the Golden Earth Dragon King had the honor of witnessing the Golden Dragon King's supreme form, and that domineering bloodline aura was deeply etched into its heart, never to be forgotten. After tens of thousands of years, it had the fortune to sense the bloodline of the true Dragon King once more. The Golden Earth Dragon King was overjoyed. That previous roar was merely a test. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Yanli faced the Golden Earth Dragon King and questioned it directly, his voice youthful yet tinged with authority. "Earth Dragon King, why did you summon me here? How did you come to know my true identity?" Since this Golden Earth Dragon King believed himself to be a prince of the Dragon Clan, Meng Yanli decided to play along. The Golden Earth Dragon King's massive dragon eyes fixed on Meng Yanli, then bowed his head in submission. "Your Royal Highness, the bloodline aura you emit is identical to that of the Golden Dragon King. Therefore, this old dragon dares to speculate that you are the prince of our Dragon Clan. May I ask what brings your Royal Highness to the Dragon Burial Mountains? Is it for the Dragon Tomb?" "Dragon Tomb?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yanli's golden eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, the only place that could be called the Dragon Tomb was the Dragon Valley microcosm that appeared during the Battle of the Three Dragons. According to the original text, the Dragon Valley was a small world created by the dragon god's divine soul when he fell, serving as the burial ground for the majority of the Dragon Clan's remains from the Dragon God War. Even several Dragon Kings were buried there. Moreover, within the Dragon Tomb lies a precious treasure left behind by the Dragon God. The Dragon God's heart. The Dragon Burial Mountains, the Dragon Burial Mountains. It was originally believed that this mountain range was named after the fall of a true dragon. Now it seems highly likely that it was named for its connection to the Dragon Valley mini-world. But how did this Golden Earth Dragon King know the location of the Dragon Tomb? Meng Yanli pondered as he confronted the Golden Earth Dragon King. "Earth Dragon King, as far as I know, the Dragon God created the Dragon Tomb after its demise. How did you come to know its location?" "Prince, the old dragon is the guardian of the Dragon Tomb and has been protecting it for tens of thousands of years." Chapter 7, Entering the Dragon Tomb, a completely different world from 2,000 years ago. This Golden Earth Dragon King, whose cultivation was beyond measure, was actually the guardian of the Dragon Tomb. Meng Yanli forced down the wild joy and shock surging within him. "Earthplate, you claim to be the guardian of the Dragon Tomb. But as far as I know, the Dragon Tomb was only created after the Dragon Goddess' demise, a small world long severed from the outside world and unknown to outsiders. How did you come to know its location?" These words were his test of Deepan. The Golden Earth Dragon King bowed his head respectfully once more, showing his utmost reverence for the prince. "Your Highness, my ancestors were once part of the great Dragon God's army, fighting alongside him across the realms. After the Dragon God War, my ancestors survived by sheer luck, but they were left with irreparable injuries and could no longer enter the Dragon Tomb to rest in peace. Earthplate sighed and continued. Before the Dragon God's demise, a thread of divine consciousness crossed the void and issued an edict, commanding our Golden Earth Dragon Clan to guard this place for generations, awaiting the true heir of the Dragon Clan to awaken the dormant Dragon Tomb and restore our clan's former glory. Pan's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and sorrow. Tens of thousands of years have passed. The old dragon waited from youth until the end of his lifespan, believing he would never see this day. Thankfully, Prince, you have finally arrived. After hearing this explanation, the last remnant of doubt in Meng Yanli's heart vanished completely. It was the Bloodline's generations-old mission that made sense. Meng Yanli straightened his small frame and spoke slowly. You have done well, Pan. The loyalty of your clan, I, in the name of the Dragon Prince, shall remember. He paused briefly before changing the subject. I have come here today to open the Dragon Tomb. Lead the way. It is time for our ancestors' resting place to see the light of day once more. Yes, Your Highness. Defiant, he suppressed his excitement and let out a low roar that echoed through the valley. Pan gently lowered his head toward Meng Yanli, his golden dragon scales glistening in the sunlight, signaling him to step forward. Meng Yanli hesitated not a moment, gripping his golden dragon spear, and leaped into the air, landing steadily on the broad head of the earthen tablet. Roar! The earthplate roared once more, its massive limbs pounding the ground as it charged toward the deepest recesses of the Dragon Burial Mountains. In an instant, the mountains trembled, and all beasts bowed in submission. Countless powerful dragon-blooded beasts coiled within the mountain range, whether they were 1,000-year-old ironclad dragon lizards or 10,000-year-old thunder-scaled dragons, felt the Earth Dragon King's unmatched might and all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Meng Yanli stood atop the Earth Dragon King's head, holding a golden dragon spear, looking down at the submissive beasts below. His heart swelled with pride. This was the true grandeur a dragon should possess. How laughable that Yu Xiaojiang was still gloating over having recruited Tang San, a man with a dual soul, thinking it would prove his ridiculous theory. After an unknown amount of time, after crossing countless majestic mountains and peaks, the Earthplate's footsteps finally came to a slow halt. Before Meng Yanli stood a true wasteland. Before him stood a massive ring-shaped stone wall, towering 10,000 feet high, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, completely blocking the path ahead. The stone wall was a uniform grayish-white color, covered with weathered marks from the passage of time. Vaguely visible were some massive dragon-shaped carvings, but they were all shattered and broken, exuding an air of eternal sorrow. Here, there was no sign of life. Your Royal Highness, the entrance to the Dragon Tomb lies beyond this Dragon's Fall wall. Pan's voice echoed. It has been sealed by the Dragon God with his supreme divine power. Only the purest bloodline of a true dragon can resonate with it and awaken it from its slumber. Meng Yanli nodded and leaped down from the top of Pan's head, standing before the stone wall. He took a deep breath and released all the power within his body. Golden Dragon, possess me! A low shout erupted, and dazzling golden light burst forth from his body with overwhelming brilliance. In an instant, his golden pupils transformed into vertical pupils of authority and dominance. Golden dragon scales, intricate and magnificent, emerged on his cheeks, neck, and arms. The golden dragon spear in his hands sensed his master's will, emitting a loud, intense hum. The ancient dragon-shaped patterns engraved on the spear's body seemed to come to life in that moment, swirling around the spear with blinding speed, releasing an endless sharpness that seemed to tear the sky apart. Roar! A roar that did not originate from his throat but from the depths of his soul, an ancient dragon's cry echoing through his bloodline, erupted from Meng Yanli's body. Immediately afterward, a massive golden dragon's illusory form slowly materialized behind him. Its eyes, which looked down upon the world with contempt and regarded all things as mere straw dogs, radiated supreme authority as they furiously charged toward the Dragon's Fall wall ahead. Hum! 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 The Dragon Fall wall, silent for tens of thousands of years, finally reacted. The long-since shattered dragon-shaped carvings on the stone wall suddenly burst into dazzling light. Complex and mysterious golden patterns spread wildly across the stone walls, intertwining as if to depict an ancient array diagram. The entire ring-shaped mountain range trembled violently, causing the earth to shake and the heavens to tremble. At the very center of the 1,000-foot-tall stone wall, space began to warp and fold in a manner defying the laws of nature. Eventually, a gentle golden vortex, slowly rotating, materialized out of thin air. A unique energy, cold and ancient, mingled with the remnants of countless fallen dragons, erupted violently from the vortex. Upon witnessing this scene, the Earthplate's massive dragon eyes shed two streams of turbid tears. It's done. It's truly done. The Dragon Tomb has finally been reopened. Meng Yanli slowly withdrew his energy, and the golden dragon's illusory form behind him dissipated. He gazed at the spatial passageway, then turned to Pan and said, "Continue to guard this place. Do not allow anything to approach here. As you command, Prince. Old Dragon Earthplate swears to guard this place with my life." Pan bowed his head deeply. Meng Yanli nodded and stepped into the spatial vortex.
After a brief dizzying sensation and intense spatial tugging, Meng Yanli's vision suddenly cleared. When he finally made out the scene before him, even his composed demeanor couldn't hide his shock. Here, it was an endless gray world. The sky was gray and murky, and the ground was covered with bones of all shapes and sizes, all of them dragon bones. Some skeletons stretched for thousands of meters, lying across the land. Even though they were nothing but skeletons, they still emitted a terrifying aura of power. Countless dragon bones piled up together, forming a true, boundless wasteland of death. A dense, overwhelming sorrow shrouded the entire world. Meng Yanli was speechless. This was nothing like the Dragon Valley described in the legends of the Dragon King. How could this be a dragon's tomb the moment we entered? But Meng Yanli quickly dismissed the thought. This was the dragon's tomb from 2,000 years ago. Perhaps significant changes had occurred over the centuries, transforming it into the Dragon Valley. After all, the Dragon Valley mini-world 2,000 years later had already been conquered by the star-scattered empire, so changes were to be expected. Chapter 8, Dragon Cloud Body Tempering, the Summoning from the Depths of the Dragon Tomb. In this desolate world, a peculiar energy drifted through the air. It was a faint, otherworldly energy visible to the naked eye, flowing slowly between the dragon bones. Those are dragon clouds? No, why aren't they floating like described in the Dragon King legends? Meng Yanli stared at the dragon soul energy flowing over the dragon bones, utterly astonished. These dragon clouds were the purest, most primordial dragon-attributed energy formed by the essence, life force, and even the indestructible remnants of the souls of countless fallen dragons. For any dragon or soul master with dragon-attributed martial souls, this place was an unparalleled treasure trove. For Meng Yanli, who possessed the purest golden dragon bloodline, these dragon clouds were like a banquet tailored specifically for him. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to devour. Meng Yanli quickly found an open area with relatively sparse dragon bones, carefully placed the basin of Blue Silver Emperor and the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor beside him, then sat cross-legged. As soon as he closed his eyes, even before he began to actively circulate his soul energy, the swirling dragon clouds around him surged toward him, rushing through every pore of his body, vying to enter his body. Ugh! Meng Yanli let out a painful groan, his face contorting as veins bulged on his forehead. This energy was far too vast and chaotic. It contained not only the purest dragon-attributed energy but also the overwhelming anger, resentment, and hatred of countless dragons in their final moments of death. It was far from the clean and pure energy described in the legends of the Dragon King. The chaotic energy surged through his meridians, as if intent on tearing his body to shreds. Dragon soul energy surged through his meridians, as if intent on tearing him apart. Countless negative emotions assaulted his spiritual sea, seeking to devour his rationality. You mere remnants of a soul dare to act so boldly before me. Meng Yanli's mind suddenly snapped into focus: devour it. The domineering nature of the golden dragon bloodline was fully manifested at that moment. It forcibly suppressed the chaotic wills that dared to cause trouble. Crack! 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 Meng Yanli's bones shattered inch by inch, only to be instantly under the purer energy. The bones became even more resilient, with a faint golden glow emanating from their surfaces. His internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were undergoing a terrifying transformation, as if being reborn, under the relentless cleansing of this colossal energy. This was an incredibly painful yet incredibly pleasurable process. Meng Yanli clenched his teeth, letting sweat soak through his clothes, yet he was utterly consumed by the exhilarating sensation of rapidly growing stronger. He could clearly feel his body growing stronger at an unimaginable speed. His soul power remained at the 10th level, restricted by his soul rings, preventing him from breaking through the bottleneck. However, the strength of his physical body had likely already far surpassed that of a Grand Soul Master, and perhaps even a Soul Sovereign. As Meng Yanli absorbed the dragon clouds and tempered his body, the Blue Silver Emperor beside him underwent a stunning transformation. Threads of pure life energy, as if drawn by some force, were torn from the chaotic dragon cloud, transforming into green sparks that slowly merged into the branches and leaves of the Blue Silver Emperor. Its once withered leaves were now visibly swelling and turning a vibrant emerald green. The unique golden patterns on the leaves grew increasingly clear and bright, radiating a vibrant energy. Even the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone hummed with a buzzing sound, greedily absorbing the vast life energy. The blue-gold light on its surface swirled endlessly, growing deeper and more intense. After an unknown amount of time, when Meng Yanli felt that his body could absorb no more, lest he risk exploding from the pressure, he reluctantly ceased the absorption. He slowly opened his eyes, and 2-inch-long golden beams flashed from his pupils, slicing the air in front of him with a hissing sound. He slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Boom! A dull explosion echoed from the center of his palm. Just the outer layer of the dragon clouds in this dragon's tomb has increased my physical strength by several fold. Meng Yanli stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and smiled contentedly. His gaze fixed intently on the deeper recesses of the dragon's tomb. There were simply too many dragon bones here, and they were all genuine dragon bones sure to contain soul bones. If Meng Yanli wanted to, he could easily gather enough soul bones here to complete a set of Dragon Clan soul bones. But he had a better option. The trunk soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King. Only the soul bones of a Dragon King were worthy of becoming his own. And only the Dragon King's soul rings are worth absorbing. Just as Meng Yanli was about to set off to explore deeper into the depths, an unexpected change occurred. The golden dragon spear in his hand suddenly began to tremble violently without any warning. The force of the tremor was so great that he nearly lost his grip. Humming sounds filled the air. The tip of the golden dragon spear pointed directly toward a certain direction deep within the dragon's tomb. Meng Yanli raised an eyebrow. Did you feel something too? The golden dragon spear was forged from the 49th rib of the first golden dragon, the golden dragon king. Its intense reaction within the dragon's tomb could only mean one thing: it sensed the presence of its own origin, or even that of its original master. Interesting. Meng Yanli's lips curved into a faint smile. If his guess was correct, it was highly likely that the dragon god's dragon soul was summoning him. The dragon tomb is not only home to the mountain dragon king, the dragon god's dragon soul and the dragon god's core are also within this dragon tomb. He followed the guidance of the golden dragon spear, heading deeper into the dragon tomb. The further he went, the thicker the dragon clouds in the air became, almost turning into liquid. The dragon bones surrounding him grew larger and larger, and the residual pressure they emitted grew increasingly terrifying. Just as he rounded a dragon skeleton as large as a hill, several gray shadows silently emerged from the shadows of the dragon bones. These shadows had no fixed form, only pairs of blood-red eyes filled with hatred and madness. They were the spirits of dragon resentment. They were monsters formed from the relentless hatred of dragons who had died with unbearable resentment, fused with the deathly energy of this place. They were drawn to the vibrant life force emanating from Meng Yanli, like starving beasts that had gone without food for thousands of years, intent on tearing him apart and devouring him. Seeking death. A cold gleam flashed in Meng Yanli's eyes. These formless, ethereal spirits are immune to ordinary physical attacks. Break! He channeled the golden dragon chi blood within him, refined and purified by the dragon cloud, into the golden dragon spear with all his might. A loud roar echoed through the air. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed from the gun's body, and the golden dragon spear erupted with a 100-foot-long golden glow. Wherever the golden light touched, the dragon-bound spirits that had charged forward let out piercing screams and were instantly purified, leaving not a single trace behind. This was the absolute suppression of Bloodline. Before the supreme might of the Golden Dragon King, all the resentment of the Dragon Clan is as worthless as a chicken or a dog. Chapter 9, The Bones of the Mountain Dragon King, the remaining soul of the Dragon God. The golden dragon spear's tip trembled violently, as if urging him on. Meng Yanli followed the golden dragon spear's guidance, venturing deeper into the dragon's tomb. The deeper he went, the more viscous the dragon cloud energy in the air became. What began as a thin mist gradually transformed into tangible energy droplets, swirling around him. The dragon bones around him grew increasingly massive. The lingering aura of power grew increasingly terrifying. Each skeleton had once belonged to a dragon that had ruled the skies for at least 10,000 years. Some dragon bones stretched hundreds of meters long, lying quietly across this desolate land. As he passed by a dragon skeleton whose entire body was a deep jade green, Meng Yanli's footsteps hesitated slightly. The space around this dragon skeleton had become extremely unstable due to the residual power, with gusts of wind suddenly swirling out of nowhere and wind blades silently slicing through the air. Is this a wind dragon? A look of gravity flashed across Meng Yanli's eyes. The wind dragon skeleton was also shattered, with half its body reduced to fragments. The further he advanced, the greater the shock he felt. These legendary true dragons, said to wield the power of the elements, lay here as cold, lifeless remains. This gave him a more vivid understanding of the sheer brutality of the divine war that had taken place years ago. The divine realm. One day, I will go there myself to see it with my own eyes. He clenched the golden dragon spear in his hand. Finally, he stepped around a dragon skull as large as a hill. The scene before him suddenly opened up. It was a relatively open plain of bones. At the very center of the plain lay a dragon skeleton so enormous it defied description, lying there in silence. This dragon skeleton was simply too massive. It was larger than all the dragon skeletons Meng Yanli had ever seen combined. Even more majestic. Even more awe-inspiring. Its entire body was a deep, rich brown color. It seemed to have completely merged with the earth of the dragon's tomb. Even as a mere skeleton, it still emanates an overwhelming aura that seems to suppress the heavens and earth, bearing the weight of all creation. This is the Mountain Dragon King. Meng Yanli's heart jolted violently. He instantly recognized the identity of the skeleton. Among the 9 dragon kings of the Dragon Clan, the Mountain Dragon King, who wields the power of mountains and the earth. The ultimate embodiment of strength and defense. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Such a powerful Mountain Dragon King had actually been severed in two. The massive spinal fracture was smooth as a mirror. There was not a single crack or fracture. It seemed as though it had been severed by some divine weapon of unparalleled sharpness. With a single strike, It was completely severed into two pieces. SSS. Meng Yanli couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Who could it be? Who could have so cleanly and decisively slain a dragon king of such overwhelming power here? How terrifying must that power be? Meng Yanli flashed back to some settings from the original story. The dragon clan wasn't completely annihilated by the gods of the divine realm, but rather slaughtered by a mad dragon god. And this mountain dragon king was likely killed by the mad dragon god's claws, as the mountain dragon king had the strongest defense among the 9 dragon kings. The only things capable of breaking through its defenses were likely the dragon god's claws and the demon god's demonic sword. The golden dragon spear in his hand. The guidance did not stop there. The tip of the spear continued to hum. Straight ahead, pointing toward the rear of the mountain dragon king's bones. It was not the mountain dragon king who summoned him. There was an even deeper existence. Meng Yanli forced down the shock in his heart. He took a deep breath. Even the bones of the mountain dragon king were merely scenery by the roadside. What could possibly be so magnificent as to attract the golden dragon spear? He did not linger, leaping forward, his toes lightly touching the massive broken spine of the mountain dragon king, soaring over it, and continuing toward the core of the dragon's tomb. As he passed through the basin where the mountain dragon king's bones lay, the scene before him underwent another earth-shattering transformation. The gray sky and earth vanished, replaced by a bizarre space shrouded in multicolored auroras. The dragon clouds here were no longer chaotic energy but had transformed into the purest 7-colored light points filled with a sacred aura. Put! Meng Yanli nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees on the spot. His golden dragon bloodline erupted violently at that moment. The golden dragon scales on his body erupted uncontrollably, appearing in an instant. Golden chi and blood energy surged out of his body. He struggled with all his might to resist this overwhelming pressure emanating from the very core of his soul. He struggled to lift his head. The deepest core of the dragon tomb. It was a vast, boundless dark void. There were no dragon bones, no dragon clouds. Only pure, profound darkness. And at the very center of that endless dark void, a massive dragon soul floated in the air. It was too massive. So vast that it nearly filled Meng Yanli's entire field of vision. Its entire body shimmered with a dreamlike rainbow of colors, and every scale on its body was completely different. Some resembled burning flames. Some resembled frozen ice crystals. Some resembled winding vines. Some resembled spreading wings. Yet, when combined, they form a harmonious and perfect whole. Its dragon eyes are majestic and indifferent, as if containing the supreme laws of the universe's creation and destruction. Just a single glance from those eyes was enough to freeze Meng Yanli's soul. A sense of absolute suppression, originating from the deepest recesses of his bloodline and the very core of his soul, bore down upon Meng Yanli. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Meng Yanli's golden dragon bloodline, which could make 10,000 dragons submit, felt trembling for the first time. It was not fear, but an instinctive reverence of the inferior toward the superior, of descendants toward their ancestors. This. Meng Yanli's mind trembled violently, and a name, beyond his control, burst forth from his mind. Dragon God. That's right. Only the Dragon God, the first ruler of the entire Douluo continent in ancient times, who ushered in the era of soul beasts and was the sole ancestor of the Dragon clan, possessed this 7-colored divine might. Here, a fragment of the Dragon God's soul was actually slumbering. Just as Meng Yanli's mind faltered, the massive 7-colored dragon soul seemed to sense the arrival of its bloodkin. Those dragon eyes, closed for billions of years, slowly opened a crack. Boom! A beam of 7-colored divine light burst forth from the crack, instantly locking onto Meng Yanli. In an instant, an overwhelming divine consciousness surged directly into his spiritual sea. Meng Yanli's vision began to shift. He seemed to see his humble past life, struggling to survive in the bustling streets of a modern city. He saw his own powerlessness and weakness in the face of the strong. He saw countless temptations and crossroads, luring him to abandon his dignity and beg for mercy on his knees. This was the trial of the Dragon God's remnant soul. It was observing whether this descendant of the Golden Dragon King, who had inherited its bloodline, possessed a true heart of a ruler worthy of such power. A mere illusion dares to shake my resolve? The pride of the Golden Dragon and Meng Yanli's unwavering resolve from 2 lifetimes merged perfectly. I, Meng Yanli, was born to master my own destiny. Even the gods cannot stand in my way. He let out a roar from the depths of his soul, causing a tidal wave to surge through the sea of his mind, instantly shattering all illusions into oblivion. Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Dragon God Soul Ring, the soul-devouring evil dragon's ambush. In the eyes of the multicolored dragon soul, a fleeting glimpse of compassion and satisfaction seemed to flicker. The trial was past. The next moment, an irresistible pulling force finally descended, dragging him completely into the very source of the dragon's soul. Ah! Meng Yanli let out an agonizing scream. His body and soul felt as though they had been thrown into a furnace, undergoing a forced fusion with the remnants of the dragon god's soul. 2 utterly opposing yet fundamentally identical supreme forces clashed and merged violently within his body. His bones shattered inch by inch, only to be instantly under the nourishment of the seven-colored divine light. On the bones, faint threads of mystical golden divine patterns began to emerge. His meridians were expanded several times over, becoming incredibly resilient, capable of accommodating soul energy far surpassing his previous limits. His internal organs were as though forged anew by the hand of a god, brimming with vibrant life force. His consciousness fluctuated in endless agony, but the golden dragon spear in his hand suddenly emitted an unprecedented brilliant glow. It was as though an instant had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. When Meng Yanli regained consciousness, he found himself suspended in mid-air, sitting cross-legged. The vast, multicolored dragon soul had vanished, replaced by a single soul ring floating calmly before him, emitting a gentle, multicolored glow. Yes, a soul ring. The colors of the soul ring were constantly shifting: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The seven colors cycled endlessly, as if containing all the laws and mysteries of the universe. This was a unique, one-of-a-kind seven-colored soul ring that had never appeared in the history of the Douluo continent. The remnant soul of the dragon god has become my first soul ring? Meng Yanli felt the unprecedented surging power within his body and the additional soul technique information in his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. His soul power, in the process of fusion, had already broken through the level 10 bottleneck and stabilized at level 20. This was an unparalleled opportunity. His first soul ring was actually the remnant soul of the dragon god. Just as Meng Yanli was immersed in this immense joy, a sudden change occurred. SSSS. A sharp, piercing scream, as if tearing through the soul, erupted suddenly from behind him. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black shadow darted out of the void at an unimaginable speed, its razor-sharp claws aiming straight for his back. The claws were wrapped in a thick, indelible aura of death and resentment, 100 times more powerful than the dragon's vengeful spirit he had encountered before. Damn it! What the hell is that? This sudden ambush sent a chill down Meng Yanli's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. At the critical moment of soul ring fusion, his vigilance had dropped to its lowest point, and the opponent had clearly been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. This was a terrifying hunter born from endless death, having spent its entire life in the dragon's tomb, feeding on dragon souls and dragon resentment. Meng Yanli had no time to think. His eyes widened in fury, and a primal battle cry erupted from his mouth. First soul technique, Dragon God Possession. Hum. The multicolored soul ring that had just formed behind him suddenly burst into brilliant divine light. Roar! A dragon's roar so powerful it could make all creation bow in submission echoed throughout the dragon tomb. Behind Meng Yanli, a shimmering, seven-colored illusory dragon appeared with a thunderous roar. The light was filled with an overwhelming aura of authority, and in the instant it appeared, the soul-devouring demon dragon that had been charging toward him suddenly halted, its eyes filled with fear. In the next instant, the massive seven-colored dragon godlike form suddenly contracted inward, transforming into a layer of dazzling, colorful dragon scales that instantly covered Meng Yanli's entire body. His aura surged upward, and his golden eyes completely transformed into seven-colored vertical pupils that gazed down upon all beings. Meng Yanli suddenly turned around and unleashed a fierce punch toward the terrified soul-devouring demon dragon. No matter what you are, since you dare to target me, then die. The punch erupted, causing the space to tremble. The multicolored divine light collided with the soul-devouring demon dragon's pitch-black claws with a thunderous crash. The soul-devouring demon dragon's claws began to melt away the moment they touched the divine light. Squeak! The soul-devouring demon dragon let out a piercing scream. Its body, composed of pure hatred and death energy, began to crumble inch by inch under the purifying power of the dragon god. Just as it was about to be obliterated, a strange light flashed in Meng Yanli's multicolored dragon eyes. A thought that should never have appeared at this moment flashed through his mind. To let you die like this would be a waste. Meng Yanli moved his mind, and the dragon god's power on his fist instantly shifted from purification to suppression. Countless divine chains of multicolored light pierced through the soul-devouring evil dragon's body, binding its primordial soul essence tightly in place. That soul essence was the very core of the soul-devouring demon dragon. Roar! The bound soul essence let out a furious roar, violently colliding with the divine chains, but to no avail. Meng Yanli watched the soul essence under his control, a smile spreading across his face. On the Douluo continent, soul masters who hunt soul beasts can only obtain soul rings and soul bones. The souls of soul beasts are completely annihilated. He thought of the soul spirit concept pioneered by Huayuao. Through a contract, the soul of a soul beast could be transformed into a special life form that could grow and fight alongside a soul master. If he could purify and tame the soul bodies he obtained. Ha ha! Meng Yanli licked his lips. He looked at the soul entity bound by divine chains in his hands, as if gazing at a masterpiece yet to be carved into its final form. He crossed his legs and sat down, placing the soul entity between his palms. Taking a deep breath, he began his attempt. I shall use you as the furnace, my golden dragon bloodline as the fire, to reshape your soul body and recreate your true spirit. He channeled the dragon goddess power within his body, and multicolored light slowly flowed into the pitch-black soul. Red light began to burn away the overwhelming hatred and resentment within the soul. This was an incredibly taxing process, far more perilous than when he had previously fused the remnants of the dragon god's soul. The slightest misstep would cause the soul to explode completely, or even backfire and consume him. But Meng Yanli found joy in it. Just one more step, and the contract will be sealed. A flash of determination gleamed in Meng Yanli's eyes as he forced out a drop of his own heart's blood. The drop of blood shone with a brilliant crimson gold hue, as if countless tiny dragon shadows were swimming within it, emanating an unparalleled aura of majesty and vitality. He intended to use the purest essence of his bloodline to forge a dragon clan blood pact with the soul entity about to be born. He dripped the blood onto the soul essence, which had already been purified by more than half. Just as it was about to touch the soul essence, boom, boom, boom. The entire dragon tomb microcosm shuddered violently without warning. Chapter 11, Companion Dragon Soul Yu Huang, the core of the dragon god. Beneath the earth, countless dragon bones emitted mournful cries, and an ancient, furious will surged toward this core region. What's happening? Meng Yanli's heart trembled violently. He could sense that this was not an attack from the outside. This was clearly the very essence of this small world itself, rejecting and raging. SSSHH. The bound soul-devouring demon dragon spirit body emitted a piercing screech under the overwhelming pressure. Its core suddenly developed numerous cracks. This is bad. Meng Yanli immediately understood. The soul-devouring evil dragon was a filthy entity formed by the fusion of and death energy, yet he had attempted to absorb it using the purest golden dragon bloodline. For a dragon soul, this was an outright desecration. Soul spirit? No, he didn't possess Ilex's necromantic magic to create a new life form out of thin air. A legend about the dragon god suddenly flashed through his mind. Legend has it that at the dawn of the dragon god's creation, a destructive dragon named Purple Flame Heaven-Shattering Dragon was born alongside him. It was neither a soul ring nor a soul bone, but a companion dragon soul born from the same source as the dragon god, tasked with carrying out its duty of destruction. This was the highest form of contract among the dragon clan. Using the blood of a king to reshape its soul, and bestowing its true spirit in the name of a king. I inherit the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, possess the dragon god's soul ring. My will is the will of the dragon clan. A flash of madness crossed Meng Yanli's eyes. Roar! He let out a mighty roar to the heavens. Today, I will use my blood to wash away its impurities, grant it new life, and make it the sharpest spear in my hands. The seven-colored soul ring behind him erupted with brilliant divine light, releasing the dragon god's aura without restraint, instantly suppressing the chaos of the entire dragon tomb world. The mournful cries of countless dragon bones ceased abruptly. They could question a descendant, but they dared not question the dragon god. Meng Yanli struck while the iron was hot. I, as the true king of the dragon clan, swear this blood soul contract with you. You are not a soul ring or soul bone, but my companion dragon soul. From this day forward, I grant you new life. You shall serve me as your master. I bestow upon you glory. You shall fight for me. Using my golden dragon blood as a catalyst, I will reshape your true spirit. Condense. That golden drop of heart blood finally fell onto the soul essence. Sizzle. The blood instantly transformed into an ancient golden net of dragon patterns, completely enveloping the pitch-black soul essence. The domineering life force within the golden dragon blood began to the original essence of the soul-devouring evil dragon. Ah! Meng Yanli's soul endured the same ordeal as the soul essence, undergoing 1,000 hammers and 100 refines. This was a forced connection and transformation at the soul level, a process of unimaginable agony. He clearly felt the endless hatred, madness, and bloodthirsty negativity of the soul-devouring evil dragon, as if it were trying to pull him into the abyss. Hold! Meng Yanli clung desperately to his mind. After an unknown amount of time, as the howling gradually subsided, the pitch-black soul form had undergone a tremendous transformation. All the filth and resentment had been burned away by the golden dragon's blood, replaced by a pure, eerie darkness. Its form had also changed. It bore a striking resemblance to the golden dragon's illusory form behind Meng Yanli, with a body shrouded in darkness and scales flickering with threads of dark golden flames, a miniature dragon soul. From now on, you shall be called Yu Huang. Meng Yanli named it. Roar! Yu Huang let out a roar, then like a streak of light, it actively merged into Meng Yanli's brow, coiling itself within his spiritual sea. He had created his own unique, one-of-a-kind companion dragon soul. From now on, he could summon Yu Huang's power at will. It was like a living martial soul. Creating Yu Huang had nearly drained Meng Yanli's spiritual energy. He quickly crossed his legs and sat in meditation, taking a long time to suppress the weakness emanating from his soul. When Meng Yanli stood up again, he noticed that the entire dragon tomb world had changed. The thick sorrow and stillness in the air had dissipated significantly. Humming. At that moment, the golden spear in his hand began to tremble violently once more. This time, the vibration was far more intense than any previous one, with the tip of the spear pointing directly toward the deepest part of the dragon tomb. Meanwhile, a series of urgent thoughts echoed in his mind. They were from Yu Huang. Is there something else? Meng Yanli's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he followed the guidance, walking toward the darkness. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the pressure in the space became. It was an aura capable of shattering everything. Had it not been for the Dragon God Soul Ring he bore and the Golden Dragon bloodline protecting his body, he would not even have had the qualifications to step foot in this area. When he reached the final layer of the spatial barrier, the sight before him left him speechless. Two diamond-shaped crystals appeared at the former core of the Dragon God's soul. They floated in mid-air, one golden in color and the other silver. Surrounding them were ripples of multicolored light rings. Through the inner walls of the crystals, two distinct primordial energy orbs could be clearly seen. One was golden, the other silver-white, representing destruction and creation respectively. Dragon God Core. Meng Yanli instantly recognized the origin of this object. This was the supreme crystallization of the Dragon God's divine soul and divine power after its fall, the Dragon God Core. The golden crystal core symbolizes ultimate power and the force of destruction. The silver-white crystal core, on the other hand, symbolized the creation of elements and life. This was the ultimate treasure surpassing all divine artifacts. An unprecedented desire surged wildly from the depths of Meng Yanli's heart. His golden dragon bloodline roared enraged, longing for the golden core of the same origin to return to its most complete form. With the golden dragon bloodline, absorbing this thing should be no problem, right? Meng Yanli knew how perilous this decision was. The power of the Dragon God's golden core was brutal. The slightest misstep could cause his physical body to explode, or even have his mind stolen, turning him into a mindless killing machine. But fortune favors the bold. Screw it, let's just do it first. Come on. Let me see just how powerful the strength of the first-generation golden dragon truly is. He extended his hand and pressed it firmly onto the golden dragon god core. He focused all his willpower onto the Dragon God's golden core. The moment his will and bloodline power made contact, boom! A surge of golden energy, violent to the extreme, surged along his arm and poured into his body. A piercingly agonizing scream erupted from Meng Yanli's mouth. His body began to collapse from the inside the moment it came into contact with this force. Skin, muscles, blood vessels, every inch of his body exploded. It wasn't just the impact of the energy, the remnants of the Dragon God's essence, along with its unwillingness and desire to destroy everything, also triggered the Golden Dragon Soul. In Meng Yanli's spiritual sea, the Golden Dragon's illusory form roared. However, the physical collapse could not be stopped. Just as he felt his end was near, the Golden Dragon spear in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light. Chapter 12, Dragon Transformation. Dragon God Core Fusion, Destruction Power. The Golden Dragon Spear was forged from the 49th rib of the Golden Dragon King, and the Dragon God's golden core contained a thread of the Dragon God's power and the essence of destruction. The two energies intertwined and shone brightly. Meng Yanli's collapsing body suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. Golden dragon scales erupted from his flesh, covering his entire skin. Bones shattered and becoming thicker and stronger. A pair of jagged dragon horns pierced through the top of his head, a tail covered in bone spines extended from the end of his spine, and a pair of massive dragon wings suddenly unfolded from his back. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yanli transformed from human form into a golden dragon over 10 meters long. Its entire body shone with a dazzling golden hue, as if carved from solid gold. With its wings folded, the golden dragon's head featured sharp spikes protruding from the top and jaw, with the spikes on the top extending along the spine all the way to the tail. His eyes, the color of rubies, gleamed with savage and ferocious light. The dragon's tail was extremely long, with the tip suddenly thickening into a massive, spiked club, resembling an oversized supersized wolf's tooth hammer, embodying the very essence of violence and beauty. The scales on its body shimmer with a brilliant glow. Each scale is diamond-shaped, with two intersecting lines forming a raised center point, creating four sharp ridges thick, sturdy, and brimming with a razor-sharp aura. A dense golden light swirls around the golden dragon, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Even beneath it, a massive seven-colored soul ring shone brightly. With the aid of the golden dragon spear, all the golden energy slowly converged, eventually coalescing into a diamond-shaped golden crystal imprint on his sternum. After completing this, Meng Yanli transformed back into his dragon human form, plummeting from mid-air and crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater before losing consciousness. After he lost consciousness, the Dragon God's silver core also fell beside Meng Yanli. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Yanli slowly regained consciousness. He shook his head and immediately checked his physical condition. He could clearly feel the diamond-shaped golden crystal imprint on his chest, formed from the primordial energy of the Golden Dragon King, releasing a pure life force that was repairing his dragon body. The dragon scales that had been cracked moments ago were now perfectly intact. Immediately afterward, he focused his mind, and a thread of golden soul energy seeped from the tips of his claws. This soul energy, compared to before, carried an indescribable, destructive essence. It seemed as though it had been born to destroy, and any substance in its presence would become incredibly fragile. The power of destruction. Meng Yanli gripped the dragon claw tightly, and the space beneath his claws emitted an agonizing groan as if unable to bear the weight. Though he couldn't fully merge with the dragon god's core yet, even this tiny bit of power was enough to make his combat strength skyrocket. Suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Meng Yanli looked at the dragon god's silver core and carefully stored it away. To become a dragon god, the golden and silver cores were indispensable, and additionally, the silver dragon's bloodline was required. He then looked at the scattered dragon bones scattered across the ground. These dragon bones were once the glory of the dragon clan. After dying in battle, they couldn't even find rest, trapped in this lifeless world, enduring endless loneliness and sorrow. A sense of mission unlike any he had ever felt before surged from the depths of Meng Yanli's heart. I have inherited the will of the dragon god. I must take on the responsibility of the dragon clan. Rest in peace. I, Meng Yanli, swear here that I will restore the former glory of the dragon clan. His oath echoed throughout the entire Dragon Tomb world. But a vow alone was far from enough. Meng Yanli approached the remains of a dragon skeleton, over 300 or 400 meters long, belonging to an earth dragon. He did not use any soul power nor the overwhelming power of his bloodline. With his hands, which had transformed into dragon form yet still retained the shape of 5 fingers, he began to dig with his bare hands. The earth of the dragon tomb, having been saturated with the essence of countless dragon souls, had hardened like iron. Meng Yanli's hands soon became covered in blood, with golden dragon blood seeping into the soil. But he seemed to feel no pain, silently scooping out the soil one handful at a time. The bones of the mountain dragon king were too massive. He needed to dig a gigantic pit. 1 day, 2 days. Meng Yanli lost track of time. His hands had been torn and rebuilt countless times. Supported by the terrifying life force of the dragon god's golden core, his palms grew increasingly resilient. When he finally buried the earth dragon's bones, he could clearly feel that the sorrowful aura emanating from it had faded significantly. Immediately afterward, a ball of earth-yellow light emerged from the dragon's bones, condensing into a dragon soul the size of only 1/10 of the dragon's skeleton. To Meng Yanli's astonished gaze, it flew into his body. Boom! Meng Yanli felt his body suddenly grow heavy. He could clearly sense that all the physical energy he had expended had been restored, and the dragon clan's aura on his body grew even more intense. Even his mental strength had seen a significant boost. Thank you for your gift. Meng Yanli bowed respectfully toward the tomb, then without pausing, he walked toward the next set of bones. However, as he gazed at the endless plain of bones before him, he fell into deep thought. Digging like this is too slow. Even with the life force of the dragon god's golden core and the replenishment of the dragon soul, by the time I bury all the dragon bones, it will likely take decades. His gaze fell upon the golden dragon spear he had been carrying on his back. The power of destruction. What if I channel this force precisely into the earth? A bold idea formed in his mind. He gripped the golden dragon spear tightly and channeled the newly awakened destruction soul power within him into the spear with all his might. The tip of the spear blazed with golden light, emitting an aura that made one's heart race. Shatter the earth! Meng Yanli roared, gripping the spear with both hands and thrusting it violently into the ground. Boom! A deep, thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Centered on the tip of the spear, a destructive force surged downward and outward, reducing the ground within 100 meters to dust and forming a massive crater. Success! Meng Yanli's eyes lit up. This was thousands of times more efficient than digging with his claws. Having resolved the efficiency issue, another more pressing problem now loomed before him. It seems I'll be staying here for quite some time. Meng Yanli suddenly realized that without food, he might starve to death here. But, after being here for so long, why doesn't he feel hungry at all? He looked inward at his own body and suddenly realized. The dragon god's golden core imprint on his chest was not only repairing his body but also constantly nourishing him with its vast life energy. Additionally, the dragon soul's power was replenishing him, making food unnecessary. As he buried more and more dragon bones, the and death energy shrouding this world grew increasingly thin. In its place, a pure dragoness aura and life energy began to permeate the air. He discovered he could absorb this energy into his body to replenish his reserves. So that's how it is. Meng Yanli now had no concerns. From then on, an extraordinary sight appeared in the Dragon Tomb world. A golden figure, wielding an even more dazzling golden spear, painted the earth day after day. Chapter 13, The 1000-Day Dragon Burial, the Mountain Dragon King's Gift. In the Dragon Tomb world, time itself did not exist. Meng Yanli had completely forgotten about time. His world revolved around 3 things: wielding his spear, burying bones, and conversing with the dragon souls. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the Dragon Tomb. A figure struck the ground with his spear, the golden spear tip containing a trace of the pure destruction essence, piercing the earth with precision. A massive crater formed around the spear tip, spanning dozens of meters. Over the past 5 years, Meng Yanli had mastered the power of destruction to perfection. He walked over to the remains of a 100-meter-long true dragon skeleton. He carefully placed each of the massive dragon bones into the crater. Once Meng Yanli had finished burying the bones, a dragon soul emerged from the bones and surged into his body. The physical strength he had expended was instantly restored, and the Yu Huang in his spiritual sea emitted a satisfied growl. Rest in peace. Meng Yanli bowed lightly toward the grave containing the dragon bones, then turned and walked toward the next skeleton. Over the past 5 years, Meng Yanli had buried dragon bones day after day. His soul power had made no progress due to the lack of a second soul ring, remaining stagnant at level 20. The only consolation was that his physical body, forged by the dragon god's golden core and the souls of countless dragons, had long surpassed the strength of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. And the entire dragon tomb had undergone tremendous changes under his efforts. The sorrowful and desolate aura that once shrouded the heavens and earth gradually dissipated after the dragon bones were buried. On the ground, strange plants began to sprout from the burial sites of the bones. These plants absorbed the dragon energy, their leaves glowing with light, bringing a touch of vitality to this gray world. After Meng Yanli finished burying another true dragon skeleton, his gaze turned to the camera focused on the bone-strewn plain. There, a colossal skeleton, over a kilometer in length, lay quietly on the ground. The bones of the mountain dragon king were uniformly brownish-red, distinctly different from other dragon bones. Its unparalleled heaviness caused the ground within thousands of meters around it to have significantly greater gravity than other areas. It lacked wing bones, and its body was extremely robust, especially its limbs, which were as thick as pillars supporting the heavens. The mountain dragon king. Even after so much time had passed, when he once again faced the skeleton, he could still feel that terrifying aura. Only one left, and it's a heavyweight. Meng Yanli took a deep breath, and the golden dragon blood in his body surged forth. His soul power was pushed to its absolute limit. This time, he gave it his all, channeling the golden destructive energy into the golden dragon spear, which emitted a high-pitched dragon's roar. Boom! A massive crater, 40 to 50 meters wide, appeared before Meng Yanli. However, the mountain dragon king's skeletal remains were far too massive for such a small crater to satisfy it. Meng Yanli continued to swing the golden dragon spear, striking the ground with force. 2 days later, a deep crater over a kilometer wide appeared beside the mountain dragon king's bones. Meng Yanli wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though his eyes were weary, his gaze remained as resolute as ever. 5 years had passed, nearly 2,000 days, and his will had been forged into an unbreakable resolve. Burying the dragon was not merely a task, it was a pilgrimage. Each bone of the mountain dragon king was incredibly heavy, inscribed with the laws of the earth. Meng Yanli's eyes narrowed, and his body erupted with dazzling golden light, transforming into a golden dragonling. Relying on the power of the young dragon, he managed to dismantle the bones and transport them to the massive pit. This process took a full 7 days and 7 nights. Goodness gracious, it's almost done. I'm exhausted. After placing the last bone, even with his current immense physical strength, Meng Yanli couldn't help but take a deep breath. Big guy, once I've buried you, it's time for me to leave. Meng Yanli swung his dragon claws while muttering to himself, flinging the surrounding soil into the pit to cover the body of the mountain dragon king. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A massive earthen yellow dragon soul slowly rose from the filled-in pit. It was more solid than any dragon soul Meng Yanli had ever seen, its towering form exuding a sense of weight and power. Unlike other dragon souls that simply transformed into light and appeared, the mountain dragon king clumsily crawled out of the massive pit and approached Meng Yanli. Why does this mountain dragon king feel a bit cute? Meng Yanli couldn't help but whistle in admiration. The mountain dragon king crawled down and performed a clumsy bow of gratitude. Meng Yanli paused for a moment before accepting it with composure. Enough. I've received your gratitude. Go rest in peace. He waved his hand, but before he could finish speaking, the mountain dragon king lifted its head and gave him a deep, lingering glance. Then, its massive body suddenly exploded, splitting into 2 distinct beams of light. One was a thick, earth-like brown-red halo, more majestic than mountains, carrying an overwhelming power that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth, rushing toward Meng Yanli. Soul Ring. Meng Yanli's eyes lit up as he allowed the light to envelop him. Crack. It felt as though some shackles within him had been shattered in an instant. His soul power surged wildly within him. Level 21, Level 22, Level 23, Level 30. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yanli's soul power had broken through to Level 30. Meng Yanli clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented power surging through his body, and couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar to the heavens. Another beam of light transformed into a transparent skeleton, entirely made of bone. This skeleton was peculiar, with countless cross-sections. Even with just a hint of light, it shone brilliantly. And it was the most precious of the 6 soul bones, the trunk bone. Whoosh! The soul bone didn't give Meng Yanli any time to react, transforming into a streak of light and directly merging into his chest. Ugh! Meng Yanli let out a muffled sound, his body sank, and he collapsed onto the ground in a cross-legged position. An indescribable sense of heaviness spread throughout his body, and he felt as though he was connected to the dragon's tomb earth. He seemed to hear the submissive dragon cries of countless dragons echoing around him. Meng Yanli closed his eyes and spread his consciousness outward. Thank you for your recognition. Everything I have done here is not only a promise but also my duty. Your loneliness has come to an end. The glory of the Dragon Clan will be rebuilt by me. Rest in peace. I will ensure that the might of the Dragon Clan resounds once more across the Douluo continent and throughout the universe. His will, through the connection with the earth, was transmitted to the souls of the dragons buried there. The entire Dragon Tomb world suddenly trembled. Streams of light mist rose slowly from beneath each tomb. Red, orange, yellow, green. Lights of various colors gathered above Meng Yanli's head, forming a dazzling rainbow-colored cloud. It seemed as though countless dragon shadows were singing within the light cloud. They were no longer sad, only filled with the joy of liberation. Suddenly, the light condensed into 7 droplet-shaped multicolored crystals, transforming into a bracelet that adorned Meng Yanli's wrist. Chapter 14, The Dragon God's Tears, finally leaving the Dragon Tomb. A sacred aura flowed through the bracelet, entering his body and surging toward the Dragon God's golden core imprint on his chest. The once fierce, destructive energy was calmed by this force, growing gentle. Thank you. Meng Yanli gently stroked the multicolored bracelet, whispering his gratitude to the countless dragon souls. Rising slowly from the ground, Meng Yanli felt his spine and ribs covered by an invisible crystalline armor. His golden dragon spear symbolized destruction, while the trunk bones of the mountain dragon king symbolized protection. Offense and defense united, he would have no weaknesses from now on. Meng Yanli looked toward the entrance of the dragon's tomb, a flash of light gleaming in his golden eyes. Enough. It's time to say goodbye. He bowed deeply to the land before him. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will come to visit you again. With that, Meng Yanli turned and strode toward the spatial vortex from which he had come, leaping into it with a single bound. Zhanglong Mountains, Douluo Valley. For 5 years, the Golden Earth Dragon King had remained steadfastly by the dragon's falling wall. Its weathered dragon eyes stared at the calm stone wall day after day. Although the Golden Earth Dragon King trusted Meng Yanli and believed she would not face danger in the Dragon Tomb, 5 years of no word had left even him feeling a hint of worry. Just then, the space ahead suddenly began to warp. A golden spatial vortex appeared once more on the stone wall. Your Royal Highness. The Golden Earth Dragon King's body trembled violently as he let out a low growl filled with excitement. A tall, handsome figure with golden hair slowly emerged from the vortex. It was none other than Meng Yanli. Compared to 5 years ago, he had grown significantly taller, and the traces of youth on his face had faded considerably. The Golden Earth Dragon King was about to bow to Meng Yanli, but suddenly froze in place. Its dragon eyes betrayed sheer astonishment. In its perception, the prince before it had undergone a profound transformation in his aura. 5 years ago, his aura had emanated from the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, exuding unparalleled majesty, like a drawn sword, sharp and unyielding. But now, that aura was the deep, imperial presence of a ruler. The Golden Earth Dragon King even sensed the aura of the Mountain Dragon King. That was the second highest existence in the Dragon Clan, the supreme ruler of the earth and mountains. Earth Pillar, I'm back. Meng Yanli looked at the stunned old dragon and spoke with a smile. Had this old dragon been startled by the Dragon Clan's aura emanating from his own body? Old Dragon Deepon, we humbly welcome the prince back. The Golden Earth Dragon King snapped out of his trance, his massive head crashing heavily onto the ground, emitting a dull thud. Meng Yanli walked up to the Golden Earth Dragon King, raised his hand to touch its dark golden horns, and told it everything that had happened to him in the Dragon Tomb. In the Dragon's Tomb lie the remains of 13,600 of our Dragon Clan's ancestors. They perished in the War of the Divine Realm and were denied even the peace of rest, doomed to endure endless suffering and sorrow. It took me a long time to bury them all and give them proper rest. Moreover, the Mountain Dragon King transformed into my second soul ring and granted me the soul bones of his torso. Meng Yanli shared his experiences over the past 5 years in the Dragon Tomb, leaving the Golden Earth Dragon King speechless. 1,000-day dragon burial. And he had buried so many true dragon bones. How much effort and time must that have taken? The Golden Earth Dragon King's massive dragon body trembled uncontrollably. It raised its head, looked at Meng Yanli, and tears streamed down its cheeks. Decades of guardianship and waiting. What kind of ruler had it finally waited for? The prince did not merely seek the treasures within the dragon's tomb but, as a true ruler, took upon himself the responsibilities of a king. The Golden Earth Dragon King could no longer contain his emotions and let out a mighty roar to the heavens. Your Royal Highness is righteous. This old dragon vows to be your shield before your seat and your sword before your front. I will climb mountains of knives and dive into seas of fire without hesitation. The Golden Earth Dragon King, filled with excitement, swore allegiance to Meng Yanli. Rise. Meng Yanli said, your loyalty has been noted. Now, I need a follower who can stay by my side and handle matters for me. He looked at the Golden Earth Dragon King seriously and asked, are you willing? The Golden Earth Dragon King was taken aback for a moment, then burst into joy. Your Highness. This old dragon is willing. But Suddenly remembering something, the Golden Earth Dragon King paused, but this old dragon's body is far too massive. Traveling in the human world would be rather inconvenient. Meng Yanli smiled, it's no problem. He continued, a soul beast can transform into a human after 10,000 years. Your cultivation has already reached 60,000 years. It was merely because you had lingering attachments before and were unwilling. Now that the dragon tomb is secure, what else do you have to worry about? The Golden Earth Dragon King nodded upon hearing this. Once a soul beast reaches 200,000 years, it no longer needs to undergo the transformation tribulation to freely change between human and beast forms. The higher its cultivation, the more perfect its human form becomes. It had always maintained its beast form solely for the convenience of guarding the dragon tomb. Now that Meng Yanli wanted it to accompany him to the human world, transforming into human form would be more convenient. Golden Earth Dragon King, the old dragon understands. Please protect me, Your Highness. All right. Meng Yanli nodded, crossed his legs, and sat down. Golden chi and blood energy surged out of his body, forming a protective barrier to guard the Golden Earth Dragon King. The Golden Earth Dragon King took a deep breath, and a golden yellow light surged skyward from his massive body. Its terrifying cultivation reached its peak, unleashing its full power without reservation. 63,000 years. Even compared to the 99th tier peerless martial artist among human soul masters, it was no weaker. Meng Yanli couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the sight. No wonder it's the guardian of the dragon tomb, its cultivation is truly formidable. Amidst the blinding light, the Golden Earth Dragon King's body began to shrink and reshape at a visible speed, a process filled with agony. However, the Golden Earth Dragon King gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a single cry of pain. It took an entire day and night before the blinding light finally began to fade. When the light finally dissipated, Meng Yanli saw a middle-aged man dressed in earth-yellow dragon scale armor, with a sturdy and towering build, standing over 2 meters tall. This was a human whom Pan had once encountered. Soul beasts transform into human form based on the appearance of humans they have seen before. Golden Earth Dragon King Pan, paying respects to His Royal Highness the Prince. Pan, now in human form, approached Meng Yanli, knelt on one knee, and spoke with reverence. Rise. From this day forward, you shall follow me. When I attain the title of Dragon God, I shall help you become a true light holy dragon. Meng Yanli nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Pan responded respectfully. In the time that followed, Meng Yanli did not hurry to leave. The journey to the dragon tomb had indeed granted him an immense opportunity. However, his foundations had also become mixed and unstable. He needed time to fully absorb the power he had gained and transform it into his true foundation. The Earth Dragon Valley became his training ground. Under the guidance of Pan, Meng Yanli spent day after day refining his soul power and physical body. Chapter 15. Finally leaving the dragon's grave, aiming for sunset. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the seasons have changed, spring has given way to autumn, and another year has passed. Deep within the dragon's grave mountains, dragon roars shook the heavens, echoing through the 9 heavens. A dazzling golden spear light suddenly appeared, rushing out like a sudden storm, resembling a Milky Way waterfall rushing down, exploding in brilliant colors, piercing through the clouds. In the Dragon's Valley, 2 figures emanating powerful dragon might collide intermittently, none other than Meng Yanli and Pan. Compared to a year ago, Meng Yanli was even more muscular. He was bare-chested, with golden hair flowing in the wind. His body was sculpted like marble, covered in golden red patterns formed by the power of destruction, both magnificent and domineering. 2 peculiar soul rings hovered around him. The 7-colored soul ring formed from the remnants of the dragon god's soul shimmered with brilliant light, exuding a sacred and noble aura. The soul ring of the mountain dragon king was brownish red, engraved with the supreme dragon patterns of the dragon clan's true king, emanating an aura as heavy as mountains and as vast as the earth. Meng Yanli stood like a war god, wielding his golden dragon spear, its blade gleaming endlessly, weaving a divine net that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the earth plate. The earth plate struck out like a dragon, shaking the heavens and the earth, shattering countless spear blades. Every clash between them sent ripples of energy rippling through the air, causing the mountain walls to tremble and rocks to roll down. Rocks flew everywhere, the mountains shook, and the earth trembled, causing many dragon beasts to scatter in panic and flee for their lives. The fierce battle raged on for a long time, from noon until dusk, when the sun finally set in the west. It ended with Meng Yanli exhausting all his strength. In the valley's lake, the exhausted Meng Yanli submerged his entire body in the icy water, soothing his weary limbs. Your Royal Highness, your gunmanship is becoming increasingly skillful. Pan, who was also soaking nearby, praised Meng Yanli's gunmanship, his dark yellow eyes filled with satisfaction. Meng Yanli heard this and gladly accepted Pan's praise. In the dragon's tomb, aside from burying dragons, the only way he passed the time was by practicing his gun skills, day after day, year after year. He had practiced gunmanship alone in the dragon tomb for 5 years and had trained with Pan for another year. While his gunmanship wasn't yet at the level of divine mastery, it was certainly refined and polished. Enjoying the coolness of the lake water, Mang Yanli turned his head to look at Deepan and asked, "Deepan, I plan to leave the Dragon Burial Mountains tomorrow. Will you come with me?" Though he had already taken Deepan as his follower, whether to leave or not still depended on Deepan's wishes. "Your Royal Highness, Deepan is your most loyal follower. Your will is my command. Not only would I follow you out of the Dragon's Grave Mountains, but even if you asked me to challenge the Divine Realm, I would do so without hesitation." Deepan once again expressed his intentions to Mang Yanli. Having guarded the Dragon Tomb for tens of thousands of years, he had finally waited for the hope of the Dragon Clan. How could he possibly let Mang Yanli leave alone? If something were to happen to His Royal Highness, he might not even have the chance to regret it. Seeing Deepan's unwavering resolve, Mang Yanli said no more. "Then I entrust my safety to you, Deepan. I will die for the prince." The next morning, Mang Yanli carried the blue-silver emperor flower pot, accompanied by Deepan, and set off toward the sunset forest, heading for the ice and fire two-eyed spring. Deepan had intended to transform back into his original form so that his prince could ride him, but Mang Yanli refused. Along the way, master and servant walked and stopped, admiring the scenery. When they grew tired, they rested in a nearby grove. The sky gradually grew dark. Under the starless night sky, darkness enveloped the silent wilderness, so pitch black that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, desolate and gloomy. A campfire rose, igniting the trees, crackling and popping. The warm light dispelled the night's chill and illuminated the darkness. Mang Yanli enjoyed the warmth of the campfire, its light reflecting off his handsome face. Though he had not practiced cultivation for 6 years, his spiritual energy had already accumulated to an extraordinary level. Although his soul power was still only at level 30, once he obtained the third soul ring, he would break through directly. According to Mang Yanli's estimation, if he were to release all his soul power, it would definitely exceed level 40. The reason he had come to the Icefire Two-Eyed Spring was not for the divine herbs, but for the bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Bored, Mang Yanli looked up at the pitch-black night sky, his mind filled with thoughts and complaints about the Douluo continent. In his previous life, when he first watched Douluo, he believed the Douluo continent was a world where the sky was round and the earth was square, with a divine realm above. When he watched the second season, the art style was still somewhat normal, but another continent appeared, and the worldview hadn't collapsed yet. When he watched the third season, a third continent appeared, followed by mecha and missiles. After all, technology is advancing, so it's somewhat understandable bull. This is a fantasy world. A fantasy world. A fantasy world. Instead of focusing on how to change the cultivation system, break free from the soul beast restrictions, and ascend to higher realms, you're chasing after technology? That's ridiculous. In the end, Douluo 4 completely changes the art style, overturning the settings of the first 3 parts, and doesn't even bother to pretend anymore. They introduce a planet, with spaceships flying everywhere, and even interstellar wars. After messing up the universe setting, they messed up the reincarnation setting, gave Tang San another reincarnation, and changed it to a demon world. Mang Yanli finally understood, the Douluo continent isn't following a fantasy world script, it's using the blueprint for an Earth-based MMORPG. Earth civilization evolved to the point of developing nuclear weapons and exploring outer space in just 200 years. Douluo continent wanted to give it a try, but it ended up a mess, a mishmash of genres. Unfortunately, you're a fantasy world, you've forgotten your roots. What a load of nonsense. Mang Yanli muttered under his breath, no wonder you're just a floor tile. Not being expelled from the fantasy world is already a blessing. Just as Mang Yanli was complaining about the Douluo setting, 2 hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby jungle, one after the other, forming a chase. They were faint but clear. If it weren't for Mang Yanli's senses being enhanced by countless dragon souls, he might not have heard them at all. Though Mang Yanli wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, he was bored out of his mind and didn't mind taking a look. Deepan, come with me to check out the commotion. Mang Yanli casually ordered Deepan, then walked straight into the jungle. Deepan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Mang Yanli's wave. As soon as they entered the forest, Mang Yanli saw a large female cat chasing after a small female cat. Xiao Chang, why are you running so fast? Your sister Wen Ti hurt you. In the dark and quiet forest, the wind rustled through the leaves, and a cold yet alluring female voice echoed, tinged with a hint of playfulness. It was like a cat toying with a mouse, as if a pair of fluffy cat paws were scratching at your heart, both itchy and irresistible. This was the sensual meow of a fully matured female cat. 2 figures darted back and forth, like assassins moving through the jungle in the dead of night. The branches were their footholds, and the night was their veil, dancing gracefully in the moonless darkness. Their agile forms resemble hunting wildcats, leaping through the trees in pursuit of their prey. Suddenly, several cold, gleaming blades cut through the darkness, severing a large tree. A cat-eared figure leaped from the collapsing tree, flipped in the air, and landed steadily on the ground, crouching like a small female cat ready to pounce. Her slender fingers glowed with a cold light, as sharp as daggers. The small female cat that landed had disheveled fur, 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her body, and numerous long claw marks on her skin. Blood flowed from the wounds, dripping onto the ground and splattering into blood flowers. Her gaze was vigilant, her heterochromatic vertical pupils fixed intently on the sky above, radiating a murderous intent and extreme caution. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the stars and moon that had been obscured. The cold, lonely moonlight bathed the forest below. On another thick, towering tree, a tall, curvaceous figure appeared, adorned in 2 shades of yellow and purple, clearly a soul master. She looked down at her sister, who lay on the ground in a pitiful and miserable state, and spoke with a smile. "Xiao Chang, come back with your sister. I won't hurt you." Chapter 16, Unexpected Harvest, 2 Wild Cats. The little female cat looked up at the older female cat standing on the tree and didn't believe a word she said. "Go back with her? In your dreams." Seeing her silence, the fully matured female cat slowly raised her paw, its claws sharper than ever, emitting a cold, piercing glow. Drops of blood trickled from the tips of her claws, giving her an otherworldly, demonic appearance. "Since you refuse to follow your sister back, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for your own good." As soon as the words left her mouth, the older female cat leaped down, her second soul ring glowing, leaving several afterimages in the air as she charged toward the younger female cat like a flash of light. Her claws gleamed with a sharp brilliance, capable of cutting through gold and jade, and under the moonlight, they appeared even more icy and cold. Suddenly, the older female cat's heightened alertness kicked in, and she abruptly halted her charge. A dazzling golden light sliced through the sky, carrying an unmatched divine edge, tearing through space, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, descending from the heavens and plunging toward the 2 female cats. With a thunderous explosion, it was like a missile strike, instantly blasting a massive crater in the ground. Spider web-like cracks spread endlessly, and a powerful shockwave, carrying fragments of rock, erupted outward, flinging the large and small female cats to the ground. When they managed to stand up and steady themselves, they looked at the dragon spear embedded before them and revealed expressions of sheer terror. The dragon spear shone brightly, with dragon souls swirling around it, emitting dazzling golden light that illuminated the night sky. The terrifying pressure it emitted was almost unbearable for the 2 female cats, who were nearly forced to kneel under its might. The golden dragon spear was the 49th rib of the golden dragon king. The dragon souls coiling around the spear were not real entities but remnants of the dragon's might, yet they were still beyond the capabilities of the 2 female cats to withstand. "Look what I found, 2 wild cats fighting each other. What a pleasant surprise." The sound of footsteps echoed slowly through the silent valley, accompanied by a playful male voice. A figure gradually came into view of the large and small female cats, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of terror and authority. Under the dual pressure of dragon might and soul power, the 2 female cats could no longer hold on, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on their backs, forcing them to kneel on the ground. However, what terrified them most were the 2 peculiar soul rings beneath that figure. One multicolored and the other brown. The terrifying dragon might emanating from the 2 Dragon God and Dragon King soul rings left them powerless to resist, forcing them to crawl on the ground like 2 tamed wild cats. Good girls. You know to kneel and pay respects to your master." Looking at the 2 female cats, Mang Yanli continued to tease them, her blue eyes sweeping over them as they knelt on the ground. Instantly, the 2 female cats felt as though they had been seen through, with all their secrets exposed. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing stared at the 2 strange soul rings swirling around Mang Yanli, their hearts filled with shock and awe. What kind of soul ring configuration is this? And yet, despite having only 2 soul rings, why did they feel more powerful than a soul master? Mang Yanli gently waved his hand, and the golden dragon spear returned to his grasp. Instantly, the large and small female cats felt the weight on their backs lift, and their bodies, which had been suppressed, could move again with effort. They looked up at the handsome young man towering above them. Moonlight shone on his perfect body, making him appear even colder and lonelier. His golden pupils shone like the sun, piercing through everything in the world. Nothing could escape his gaze. The 2 female cats trembled in their hearts and quickly lowered their heads. Zhu Zhuyun spoke to Mang Yanli, begging for mercy. Her voice was soft and seductive, with an irresistible charm that drew one in, unable to escape. "I am Zhu Zhuyun, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family of Xingluo. This is my younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing. May I ask why you are preventing us sisters from sparring? Could it be that we have disturbed you? Zhu Zhuyun is willing to compensate you. We humbly request your forgiveness. The Zhu family will be eternally grateful." Zhu Zhuyun spoke flawlessly, first introducing herself, then apologizing to Meng Yanli, and finally invoking the Zhu family's name, hoping to make him back down. In her view, even though the young man before her possessed 2 peculiar soul rings, he was likely from a reclusive sect. However, the Zhu family was also a prominent noble clan in Xingluo, controlling half of the military power of the Xingluo Empire. Additionally, they shared a fate with the Xingluo royal family. Their rise and fall were intertwined. This face must be saved. Meng Yanli knelt down, reached out, and gently pinched Zhu Zhuyun's delicate chin, lifting her head with a playful smile. "The Zhu family, I'm so scared. If I were to kill you, would the Zhu family or even the entire Xingluo Empire go to war with an peerless martial artist for you?" 2 wild cats. His words echoed in the ears of the 2 mother cats, causing their pupils to tremble violently as they revealed expressions of terror. Under the moonlight, Meng Yanli's handsome face bore a playful smile, his unusually emerald green eyes sparkling with teasing intent as he looked down at the two female cats crawling at his feet. The larger one was mature and alluring, while the smaller one was youthful and icy. Meng Yanli lowered his head slightly, looking at the fully developed older female cat, whose figure was extremely voluptuous. A fleeting expression crossed his eyes. No wonder she was reserved for the royal family. She was indeed the finest choice. In response to his question, Zhu Zhuyun's beautiful eyes betrayed panic and fear. The peerless martial artist. That was a 99th level invincible being. Though they were the eldest and second daughters of the Zhu family, even as members of the Douluo noble clan, they were no more than slightly larger ants in the presence of an absolute martial god. Zhu Zhuyun knelt on the ground, raising her head to look at the handsome young man before her, who was roughly the same age as her younger sister. Her exquisite, beautiful face wore a flattering smile. Meng Yanli knelt down, reached out, and once again gripped Zhu Zhuyun's fair chin, lifting her head. He gazed at her mature, alluring oval face, and her frightened expression truly delighted him. He leaned close to Zhu Zhuyun's ear, exhaled softly, parted his lips slightly, and gently licked her delicate earlobe before asking in a soft voice, "Are you afraid? Afraid I'll kill you? Or afraid I'll eat you?" Feeling the moisture on her earlobe and the overwhelming surge of blood rushing toward her, the whispers in her ear sounded like the low roar of a dragon. This caused the voluptuous, kneeling figure of the big mother cat to tremble slightly, her heart filled with even more fear, afraid that Meng Yanli would kill her at the slightest provocation. Feeling the fear emanating from Zhu Zhuyun, Meng Yanli's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure. He stood up, towering over the mature female cat, and teased her. "I could spare your lives." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's faces lit up with joy, but the next sentence froze their smiles. "All right, I'll reluctantly take you as my servants. Come, call me master and let me hear it." The two female cats froze, looking up at Meng Yanli, whose face was twisted into a smug grin. A wave of humiliation surged from the depths of their hearts. After all, they were the eldest and second daughters of the Zhu family of Xingluo, noble women. How could they possibly become someone else's servants? But facing Meng Yanli, backed by an unparalleled martial artist and possessing terrifying strength, the gap in their status was as vast as the sun and a firefly. They couldn't even be compared. On one side was the threat of death, on the other was the trampling of their dignity. Zhu Zhuyun was torn, while Zhu Ziqing began to struggle. After much deliberation, Zhu Zhuyun chose to submit to Meng Yanli. Though she was the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, her status on the continent was nothing to speak of. "Master. P.S. I moved houses yesterday and didn't have time to update. I owe the seniors 2 chapters, which I'll make up later. By the way, I deleted the chapter where I took a break and added the updated chapters. Please refresh the page to see the latest chapter." Chapter 17, The Power of a Single Punch. Zhu Zhuqing surrenders. Such a good girl. The big mother cat's call to her master pleased Meng Yanli greatly. He reached out and pinched Zhu Zhuyun's cheek, then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. In contrast to the elder female cat's obedience, the younger female cat was much wilder. Even in the face of Meng Yanli's threat, she showed no fear, struggling and resisting fiercely. Meng Yanli looked down at Zhu Zhuqing, his golden eyes shimmering with admiration. Indeed, he loved beautiful women, desired to possess them, and sought to explore and communicate with them deeply. After all, the love of beauty is universal. However, compared to Zhu Zhuyun, who immediately knelt down at the slightest threat, Meng Yanli preferred Zhu Zhuqing, who dared to resist. The courage and boldness she displayed were worthy of an opportunity. Instantly, Meng Yanli released the dragon's might, suppressing Zhu Zhuqing, and the young kitten felt the weight on her back lift. He knelt down, looking at Zhu Zhuqing's resolute and coldly beautiful face, and spoke softly. "Little wildcat, you are braver than your sister. Since you refuse to submit, I will give you a chance. If you can block my punch, I'll set you free. How about it?" Though he had just acted so casually, teasing these two female cats from the start. He even threatened them with the legendary martial arts technique of the eternal battle spirit. But when it came to showing his strength, Meng Yanli would not hesitate for a moment. Only true strength can truly make someone submit. Zhu Zhuqing heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. All she had to do was block the other's punch. As fellow Grand Soul Masters, she believed she could do it. Zhu Zhuqing rose from the ground, clutching her bleeding abdomen. Her pink lips parted slightly, and a cold voice echoed, "Come on." In the next instant, Meng Yanli twisted his waist to the right, shifted his feet slightly, and clenched his fingers into a fist. A streak of golden red lighted from the center of his fist. In the instant he assumed an offensive stance, Zhu Zhuqing instantly sensed an unprecedented, life-threatening danger emanating from him. Even her father, the marshal of the Xingluo Empire, had never made her feel such a deadly sense of danger. It was as though a newborn kitten was facing a golden dragon. "This punch will kill you. So, surrender, or die, choose one." Meng Yanli's voice rang out once more, urging Zhu Zhuqing to surrender while issuing his final warning. He admired this little female cat before he struck. She still had the chance to change her mind. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing hesitate to make a choice, Meng Yanli showed a hint of regret on his face, but his movements did not falter in the slightest. Since you refuse to choose, let me help you. Boom! As the words fell, a deafening explosion shook the night sky. The ground beneath Meng Yanli's feet seemed to have been trampled by a giant god, instantly cracking apart. Even the tiniest grains of soil turned into dust. Immediately afterward, a massive crater, over 10 meters wide, suddenly appeared. Meng Yanli shot toward Zhu Zhuqing like a supersonic missile. He'll die. She'll die. She'll die. In the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed drastically. Death warnings flooded her mind, and her sixth sense was desperately warning her. Don't surrender, don't kneel down. If that punch lands, she'll really die. Endless fear of death engulfed Zhu Zhuqing, as if countless pale hands from the underworld were grabbing and pulling her delicate body, dragging her into the depths of hell. No! I don't want to die. I can't die either. First soul technique, Yomi. Zhu Zhuqing screamed inwardly, her body trembling. She struggled to activate her first soul technique, desperate to use the Yomi stab to dodge Meng Yanli's punch. But before her first soul ring could activate, Meng Yanli's fist, enveloped in golden red light, had already descended. Zhu Zhuqing's soul technique hadn't even had time to activate, and the fist was already bearing down on her face. This punch was incredibly fast, surpassing the speed of sound, leaving Zhu Zhuqing no chance to release her soul skill. Yet it was also incredibly slow, granting the little wildcat a fleeting moment of choice. The fist, shrouded in the power of destruction, grew larger and larger in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. In a daze, the sensual little cat saw many scenes. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind like a slideshow, some long forgotten, others etched deeply into her memory. Choose. Kneel and submit, or be reduced to dust. Meng Yanli's persuasive voice rang out once more, snapping Zhu Zhuqing out of her trance and pulling her back from the brink of death. The fist grew closer, and in the instant it was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing, the wild kitten's mental defenses collapsed completely. In that moment, she wanted to live. More than anyone else. She wanted to prove herself, to break the family's rules. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't die. I surrender. Zhu Zhuqing screamed, her legs buckling as she knelt down without hesitation, crawling on the ground. Under the threat of death, the little wildcat no longer hesitated. She knelt before the dragon prince, the future dragon god, and surrendered herself body and soul to him. Boom! A deafening roar shook the night sky, echoing through the heavens, as if the gods had descended to mete out divine punishment, stunning the world. Meng Yanli still swung his fist, for a punch struck must not go to waste. He raised his eyes to look ahead, and Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun also instinctively turned their heads. But when the two female cats saw the terrifying scene behind them, their expressions changed drastically, and their graceful bodies trembled violently. It was fear, panic, and relief. The vast forest behind them was completely leveled by the destructive force of Meng Yanli's punch, its power extending for over 1,000 meters. The earth seemed to have been plowed over, leaving behind massive, deep grooves. Everything tangible and intangible had been reduced to nothingness. Witnessing such an awe-inspiring, unimaginable sight created by such extraordinary power, the mother and kitten were utterly shocked, their bodies unable to hold them up, collapsing to the ground. A single punch could unleash such terrifying power. Was this really a grand soul master? Zhu Zhuqing was speechless. Had she not kneeled down decisively, she might not have even been left with a whole body. However, the mother and kitten never could have imagined that the punch Meng Yanli had just thrown had only utilized less than half of the destructive power within his body. Slowly withdrawing his fist, Meng Yanli dispersed the destruction energy in his palm. He reached out to stroke Zhu Zhuqing's head, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. From this day forward, you shall be my servants. I, as the prince of the dragon clan, bind you to me with a blood oath. When I ascend to the throne of the dragon god, there shall be a place for you in the divine realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 drops of golden dragon blood trickled from the tips of Meng Yanli's fingers, emitting a faint 7-colored glow. What the remnant soul of the dragon god had bestowed upon him was not merely a soul ring, but also the numerous inheritances of the dragon clan. The dragon clan's blood pact was contained within these traditions. The previous refinement and contract with Yu Huan were also thanks to the dragon clan's blood pact. The golden dragon blood fell into the bodies of the large and small female cats, fusing with them. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of warmth throughout their bodies, a warm current flowing through them before converging at their abdomens. In their abdomens, a golden dragon pattern emerged, vivid and lifelike, noble and magnificent, the tangible manifestation of the dragon clan's blood pact. From this day forward, the 2 female cats were now the dragon servants of Meng Yanli. Chapter 18, Using Legs as Pillows, Finally Reaching the Sky. Your Highness, you're back. By the campfire, Dipan, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Meng Yanli return, accompanied by 2 women, one older and one younger, with completely different styles but similar features, and did not ask any questions. Everything that had transpired in the dense forest was no secret to Dipan's spiritual senses, even though he had not been present. Meng Yanli pointed at Dipan and introduced the 2 female cats to him. This is my steward, Dipan, a 99th level peerless martial artist. Deepan, these are my newly acquired servants, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. They will be under your care. Like Deepan, you should address me as Your Highness.
Whether they called him Master or Your Highness, Meng Yanli did not place much importance on the title, it was merely a form of address.
Yes, Your Highness. 2.
Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Ziqing spoke in unison. Compared to Master, the title Your Highness felt more acceptable to them and rolled off the tongue more smoothly. Deepan glanced at the two female cats, the elder and the younger, and felt little affection for human soul masters. If they weren't the prince's servants, he would have slapped them to death long ago. The hatred between the dragon clan and the human clan had been burning for ages. In ancient times, it was the human gods led by the Azura god who exterminated the dragon clan, nearly driving the true dragons to extinction, leaving only these half-dragons to survive.
Deepan looked at Meng Yanli with eyes filled with respect and affection. As long as he was alive, he would not allow any being to harm his prince. Zhu Zhuyun knelt beside Meng Yanli, carefully observing Deepan. Is this the legendary martial artist?
Noticing the gaze of the great mother cat, the Golden Earth Dragon King ignored her, simply adding more firewood to the campfire, making it burn even more fiercely.
The flames consumed the darkness, illuminating Meng Yanli's face.
The Dragon Clan prince, who had been traveling all day, was also slightly tired. Meng Yanli tilted her head and fell asleep on Zhu Zhuyun's legs, which were tightly wrapped in leather pants.
Using her legs as a pillow,
he then turned his head and buried his face in the she-cat's abdomen. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep.
Soon, Zhu Zhuyun felt the occasional warmth rising from her abdomen. It was Meng Yanli's breath.
Such close contact was something even her fiancé, Davis, had never experienced. The mother cat lowered her head to look at the sleeping dragon prince. She dared not move, maintaining this position until the first light of dawn broke, dispelling the darkness that had lingered all night. To make the journey easier, Meng Yanli, upon waking, instructed Deepan to prepare a carriage.
Deepan nodded. Your Highness, please wait a moment.
Soon, Deepan brought a luxurious six-wheeled carriage. Drawn by 4 white horses, the carriage was over 6 meters long and 1 zhang tall, entirely purple gold in color, exquisitely ornate, adorned with gold and gemstones, and carved with a purple thorn flower emblem on the body, truly extraordinary.
Deepan, where did you get this carriage? Meng Yanli looked at the purple thorn carriage with a puzzled expression.
Such a fine carriage wasn't something one could just obtain casually. Deepan pointed westward and explained, we came across a caravan and borrowed it from them.
Caravan? You better hope you borrowed it. As for how he borrowed it, Deepan didn't say, but Meng Yanli could guess. Meng Yanli didn't dwell on it.
He had Zhu Zhuyun hold the blue-silver imperial flower pot and board the carriage first. The carriage interior was extremely spacious, with luxurious decorations, carpets, coffee tables, sofas, and even a bed.
It was small but well-equipped. Meng Yanli sat on the soft sofa and beckoned to the 2 female cats. They understood immediately.
Zhu Zhuyun placed the blue-silver imperial flower pot gently on the tea table and sat beside the Dragon Clan prince alongside Zhu Ziqing.
Meng Yanli embraced the 2 female cats, gently running his fingers through their flowing hair. You're so obedient.
Since you are my servants, I will not treat you unfairly. The Dragon Clan blood pact is not merely a bond that binds you to me, it is also an opportunity.
The blood pact binds your lives to mine.
You will be nourished by my bloodline, which will subtly influence your own, leading to a transformation and evolution.
Meng Yanli's words were no exaggeration.
His Golden Dragon bloodline was extremely powerful, sharing the same origin as the Golden Dragon King. The soul-devouring evil dragon, transformed by the Dragon Clan blood pact, had evolved into the eternal flame-fallen heavenly dragon, clearly demonstrating the power of the blood pact. Though the large and small female cats are human, they will eventually, under the nourishment of the Golden Dragon bloodline, undergo a transformation into dragon humans, and perhaps even become true dragons.
Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness.
Zhu Zhuyun opened her delicate lips and immediately began to flatter Meng Yanli, her beautiful face glowing with flattery. She knew nothing of the blood pact, but now her life was in Meng Yanli's hands. Besides submitting and flattering him, Zhu Zhuyun had no other choice. Zhu Zhuqing was not as humble as Zhu Zhuyun. Her mind was fixated on one thought: to grow stronger. Once upon a time, she sought strength to break free from the constraints imposed by her family's rules. Now, she sought strength to break free from the Dragon Clan's blood pact and gain freedom. Deepan sat in the front of the carriage, driving it slowly toward Tiando City.
As the carriage traveled along the official road, Meng Yanli inside felt no jolts.
He stroked the large and small female cats while scrutinizing the blue-silver emperor. Over the past 5 years in the Dragon Tomb, every time he absorbed the Dragon Soul's gift, he would share a portion with the blue-silver emperor. After 5 years of nourishment from the Dragon Soul, the blue-silver emperor was no longer the weak and listless creature it had been in the waterfall cave. It was now lush and vibrant, with each leaf crystal clear and translucent, resembling a piece of sapphire carved by a master craftsman. Golden patterns swirled around it, emitting a faint golden glow, and it radiated a boundless vitality, surpassing even a 10,000-year-old soul beast in power.
Moreover, with Meng Yanli's spiritual power, he could sense that the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul had already revived, though it remained reluctant to manifest itself. However, Meng Yanli did not care. He had originally taken the Blue-Silver Emperor merely to blackmail Tang Hao. Now, with the Earth Pillar protecting him, Tang Hao was nothing more than a worthless dog. During his 5 years in the Dragon's Tomb, the only companion he had was the Blue-Silver Emperor. He spoke to her, shared his thoughts with her, and regarded her as his spiritual anchor. As long as the Blue-Silver Emperor did not interfere in his affairs with Tang San, Meng Yanli was willing to keep Lan Yinhuan by his side forever. Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire. As one of the two most prosperous and magnificent cities on the continent, it resembled a colossal rock beast lying on the ground. Its walls were constructed from hard granite, standing over 100 meters tall, adorned with swan-shaped flags fluttering in the wind. The city gates stand wide open, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, endlessly swallowing those who enter. The soldiers patrolling on either side resembled the beast's teeth, clad in fine armor and wielding long spears, exuding a grim and menacing aura. The purple jujube thorn-covered carriage followed the stream of vehicles into Tiando City. Meng Yanli lifted the curtain and glanced at the bulletin board, just in time to see the notice from Blue Dominion Academy recruiting teachers. It seems that the group from Shrek hasn't arrived in Tiando City yet. Meng Yanli thought to herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Blue Bar Academy. As they entered Tiando City, compared to Notting City, Tiando City was indeed more bustling and prosperous, but it lacked the vibrant atmosphere of a bustling metropolis. There were no street vendors hawking their wares. Evergreen trees lined both sides of the streets, which were bustling with carriages and people. Soldiers patrolled occasionally, and the streets were filled with shops of every kind. A patrolling soldier noticed the purple thorn carriage, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly left the patrol group without even reporting to the captain. Chapter 19, Tiando Grand Hotel, the eye-catching big and little mother cats. At the end of the bustling street stood a hotel adorned with extreme luxury and exuding an air of nobility. 6 stories tall, it was predominantly bright yellow in color, with swan-shaped gold patterns carved all over its facade. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling glow. Tiando Grand Hotel. A purple thorned horse-drawn carriage came to a stop at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing the purple thorned emblem on the carriage, the doorman's expression changed slightly, and he hurried forward to greet them. Deepan leaped down from the carriage, his towering figure standing over 2 meters tall beside the vehicle, resembling an iron tower, intimidating anyone with ill intentions. As the doorman approached, Deepan's yellowish-brown eyes swept over him, carrying a hint of warning. The doorman, who had seen his share of the world, felt a chill run down his spine. An indescribable pressure surged through him, forcing him to halt in his tracks. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he dared not take another step forward. After a moment, the carriage door opened, and a handsome figure stepped out first. Although Meng Yanli was dressed in a relatively plain white robe, his golden-hued eyes and hair still drew the admiring glances of many passers-by. The sunlight poured down upon him, as if coating him in a layer of golden light, making him shine even more brightly. Even the simplest attire on a dragon prince could not hide his unique aura. His demeanor exuded both nobility and dominance, with a touch of arrogance mixed in. Shortly after, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun also stepped out of the carriage. The young female cat was cold and alluring, with a few strands of hair braided into cat ears, her black hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a black and purple leather bodysuit that clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, her breasts full and round, her legs long and slender, her hips narrow and firm, her buttocks firm and round like a peach, and a leather strap like a cat's tail trailing behind her. Her waist was slender, her hips curved like a ripe peach, and a cat tail-like sash fluttered behind her. Her long, slender legs were tightly hugged by leather pants, and she moved with the grace and silence of a cat. Zhu Zhuyun bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, sharing 7 or 8 out of 10 of her features. Compared to the young kitten's innocence, the older cat exuded maturity, beauty, and allure. Her jet black hair was neatly tied back, giving her a clean and sharp appearance. Like Zhu Zhuqing, she wears a black, form-fitting deep V leather outfit, with her chest covered by black lace, her breasts proud and full, with elasticity to spare. Her golden proportioned, straight, long legs, adorned with high heels, stand as steady as a cannon stand. The appearance of the older and younger female cats was truly eye-catching and drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing their master emerge, the ground spirit hurriedly knelt down, using his body as a step for Meng Yanli to dismount. However, Meng Yanli shook her head and spoke gently, "Rise, Deepan. There is no need for such formalities." Deepan, upon hearing this, rose to his knees, using his palm-sized hands as steps, placing them at Meng Yanli's feet. "Your Highness, please step down." Seeing this, Meng Yanli could not insist further. He stepped on Deepan's hands and walked down from the carriage. The Shu sisters followed closely behind, keeping pace with Meng Yanli. Deepan handed the purple jujube horse-drawn carriage to the doorman, instructing him to park it properly. In the hotel lobby, as soon as Meng Yanli and the 2 cats entered, they caught the attention of several wealthy merchants and nobles. Their gazes fell on the Zhu sisters, all revealing the same expression, greed and desire. Food and sex are natural desires. The elder cat was mature and alluring, while the younger cat was cold and beautiful. Who wouldn't want to possess them? Before long, a well-dressed lobby manager approached Meng Yanli and asked respectfully, "May I assist you in any way?" Meng Yanli glanced at the hotel rooms, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Because the hotel rooms were categorized according to the same grading system as the student ranks at the Tiando Royal Academy. Tianwei, Tenji, and Tiando. It seemed that this Tiando Grand Hotel was also affiliated with the Tiando royal family. Meng Yanli thought to herself, then spoke up, "Book me 2 Tiando level rooms for a week." "Certainly, sir." The front desk manager nodded and gestured for Meng Yanli to proceed to the front desk. A golden soul card appeared in Meng Yanli's hand, which he handed to the front desk to pay for the rooms. As for how he obtained the golden soul card, it was naturally through robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, seized from the homes of several corrupt nobles in Xianglong City. Not much, there were only a little over 1,000,000 golden soul coins in the card. After the room was ready, Meng Yanli and the others boarded the artificial elevator and went straight to the 5th floor. "Deepan, you can stay in this room." Meng Yanli handed the key to the other room to Deepan. Seeing that his room was not far from the prince's, Deepan took it. "Deepan, your highness, if you need anything, just call out to me, and I'll hear you." He shouldn't have said that. Deepan's words made Meng Yanli feel a bit uneasy. "I've got a big plan tonight. If you hear that, it'll be a disaster." Meng Yanli thought to himself. What if he called out the wrong name and Deepan burst in? That would be so embarrassing. Immediately, Meng Yanli ordered Deepan in a commanding tone. "Deepan, I don't want anyone, including you, to spy on me while I'm resting. Not even listening is allowed. So, you understand what I mean, right?" Upon hearing this, Deepan immediately understood what his master meant. He glanced at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing before nodding in agreement. "I understand, your highness." Meng Yanli looked satisfied, then carried the 2 mother cats toward his room. Feeling the warm palm on her waist, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with resistance. But recalling the punch from last night that had made her feel like she was going to die a blow she couldn't resist, the young kitten still trembled involuntarily. If she couldn't overcome her fear of that punch, Zhu Zhuqing would likely never be able to resist Meng Yanli for the rest of her life. At the same time, at the mansion of Prince Xuexing. "Your Highness, a city guard requests an audience. He claims to have important intelligence to report to you." The Snowstar Prince, who was over 60 years old, was playing with a young and beautiful maid, enjoying himself immensely, when the mansion's steward rushed into the inner hall, interrupting his fun. Prince Xuexing flew into a rage, grabbed a teapot nearby, and hurled it at the steward, shouting angrily, "What could be more important than what I'm doing now? Get out!" The steward replied, "Your Highness, it's truly urgent." The city guard saw the Duke of Purple Jasmine's carriage. So what if they saw the Purple Jasmine Duke's carriage? His son just laughed. Prince Xuexing paid no heed, but as he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. He pushed the beautiful maid in his arms aside and raised his voice sharply. "Are you certain you saw his carriage?" "I didn't see it, but the city guard did." The steward reported truthfully. Prince Xuexing dismissed the beautiful maid and fell into deep thought. Yesterday, the Duke of Purple Jasmine had sent a messenger by pigeon to report that his son had been robbed, with nothing stolen except the carriage, and requested that Prince Xuexing investigate. Of course, a carriage was nothing worth the Duke's concern. What truly troubled the Purple Jasmine Duke was that the one who had stolen the carriage was a titled Douluo. Moreover, the soul ring configuration of that titled Douluo was an unusual 8 black and 1 red. The Purple Jasmine Duke contacted Prince Xuexing in the hope of finding that titled Douluo and seeing if he could be recruited. After all, he didn't rob anyone else's carriage, he specifically targeted the Duke of Purple Jasmine's. Isn't that a sign of favor toward the Purple Jasmine Duke's mansion? Doesn't he favor them more? It's not just the Purple Jasmine Duke, the Snowstar Prince also wants to recruit the titled martial artist who stole the carriage. Chapter 20, Strolling through the night market, Ningfengji's son wants to steal a little kitten. As night fell, stars cascaded like a waterfall, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The glow of stars and moonlight scattered across the earth, soothing everything that had been scorched by the scorching sun. The moonlight enveloped Tiando City, with the outskirts shrouded in darkness while the city interior was brightly lit. Compared to daytime, Tiando City was even more bustling at night. Street vendors had set up their stalls, and the streets were lined with vendors selling a variety of goods, small but well stocked. The crowd is even more bustling than during the day, with people walking in groups of 3 or 4, or in larger crowds. Couples are everywhere, enjoying the nightlife of the imperial capital. Freshly baked meat buns, filled with delicious filling, just 1 copper soul coin each. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay. Flowers. Buy some flowers, brothers and sisters. 10 copper soul coins for 10 flowers. Pear juice, apple juice, watermelon juice, various fruit juices. 2 cups for 1 copper soul coin. Sweet and refreshing, you deserve it. Soul gathering grass, freshly picked soul gathering grass. Amidst the bustling night market, Meng Yanli held a blue-silver imperial flower pot, accompanied by a pair of mother and kitten cats, strolling through the lively crowd. The constant sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled his ears, immersing him in the unique, vibrant atmosphere of the city that only the night could bring. 5 years of solitude in the dragon's tomb had made him grow fond of the bustling crowds. "Young master, would you like some sugar paintings?" An old man holding a large stick with numerous sugar paintings attached to it walked along the street, asking if anyone wanted sugar paintings. He continued until he reached Meng Yanli, who casually pulled out a gold soul coin, tossed it to the old man, and selected a dragon painting and 2 cat paintings. The old man looked at the golden soul coin in his hand and was at a loss. He didn't have change. "Young master, this old man." "No need to give change," Meng Yanli said casually, handing the 2 cat sugar paintings to Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master." The candy painting old man, overjoyed, carefully put away the golden soul coin, bowed deeply to Meng Yanli several times in gratitude, then hurriedly left the night market, dared not linger. The mother and kitten cat stared at the sugar paintings, both startled. As members of the prestigious Xinglua clan, their daily meals and activities were all meticulously arranged. While they had seen such common items as sugar paintings before, they had never tasted them. Meng Yanli began to lick his dragon painting. The taste of malt sugar isn't bad." Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before extending their delicate, fragrant tongues to lick their cat paintings. Passers-by, including some couples and men, couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They watched the adult and kitten cats licking the paintings, and the same thought crossed their minds. How enviable. In one couple, a hot-tempered wife saw her husband staring at others and punched him on the head, shouting angrily, "What are you looking at? You can't even feed me properly, and now you want to send food elsewhere? Do you think I won't cut off your food supply?" The frail husband wanted to get angry, but seeing his wife's sturdy build, he immediately wilted and dared not utter a word. What a weak husband. Other couples and men witnessed the scene and instinctively averted their gaze, hurrying away. Licking the dragon-shaped candy, savoring the softness and smoothness of the malt sugar, and listening to the continuous cries of vendors, Meng Yanli looked contented and couldn't help but sigh. It's better when it's lively. The hustle and bustle of human life is what soothes the ordinary heart. You agree, don't you, Ain? Meng Yanli looked down at the blue-silver emperor in her arms and asked her softly. The blue-silver emperor's branches and leaves trembled slightly, and a golden glow flickered, as if acknowledging his words. Meng Yanli reached out to touch the leaves of the blue-silver emperor, his movements gentle, as if caressing a sleeping queen, afraid to wake her. "Ladies, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. Would you honor me by joining me for a moonlit drink?" Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, inviting the Zhu sisters to join them in. Meng Yanli raised his eyes and saw a handsome young man in blue robes, tall and slender, followed by 2 attendants. The 7-colored pagoda patterns on their chests caught his attention. Ning Yunxiao ignored Meng Yanli completely, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. A hint of greed flickered in the depths of his eyes. I never expected that just strolling around Tiando City would lead me to such a rare find in 2 of them. The delicate one is mine, and the mature one will be a gift for my father. Perfect. As he made his plans, Ning Yunxiao continued to approach the 2 women, the older and younger ones. I am Ning Yunxiao, the 9th son of the 7 Treasure Glass sect. Would the 2 ladies honor me with your company? The 9th son of Ning Fengji? Upon hearing this, Meng Yanli cast a lingering glance at Ning Yunxiao. He recalled that the original Douluo novel had indeed mentioned that Ning Fengji had many sons. However, in the anime and manga, only Ning Rongrong appeared, giving the impression that Ning Fengji had only one daughter. That was a huge mistake. While Ning Fengji appeared to be a refined and easygoing man on the surface, he was, in fact, a true playboy. In order to cultivate the most qualified heir, Ning Fengji kept having children, eventually producing Ning Rongrong, an SR-tier descendant. Unfortunately, despite his innate soul power reaching level 9, he remained merely the 7 treasure pagoda. When faced with Ning Yunxiao's invitation, Zhu Zhuyun glanced at Meng Yanli before covering her mouth and laughing softly. "Ha, if you want to invite us to admire the moon, you should first ask our prince's permission. We are merely the prince's servants. Without his permission, even if the master of the 7 treasure glass pagoda were to ask in person, we would not accept." Ning Yunxiao heard this and finally looked at Meng Yanli. Seeing that she was dressed in plain white robes with no ornaments on her body, he couldn't help but show a trace of contempt. His Highness? Though he didn't know which prince it was, even if it were the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, he was still his father's disciple. A mere prince from an unknown small country was no more than a country bumpkin in his eyes. Daring to oppose the 7 treasure glass sect? First ask the 2 guardian Douluo if they agree. Ning Yunxiao maintained his gentle smile. Your Highness, I would like to invite these 2 ladies. Get lost. Before Ning Yunxiao could finish his sentence, Meng Yanli lightly uttered a single word, cutting him off. The word get out left his lips, and Ning Yunxiao's expression froze, his eyes darkening instantly. The attendants behind him, upon hearing this, also flew into a rage. How dare you? My young master is the Earl of Tian-do, the son of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glass sect. You, a nobody, dare to speak to my young master like that. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 powerful auras erupted from the 2 attendants, and 5 soul rings rose from their feet. Both attendants were soul kings, with soul ring configurations of 2 yellow and 3 purple. The sudden burst of soul power sent the surrounding pedestrians scattering in all directions, and the vendors quickly packed up their stalls and fled, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. In an instant, the area around Meng Yanli and Ning Yunxiao was cleared of everyone. With no onlookers left, Ning Yunxiao dropped his act. With a grim expression, he stared at Meng Yanli as if she were already dead, coldly threatening. Hand over the 2 women behind you, and I'll spare you a proper burial. Otherwise, don't blame my men for not showing mercy. You won't even get a proper burial, and that would be a tragedy. Seeing Ning Yunxiao reveal his true colors, Meng Yanli sneered. So you're not pretending anymore? Your disguise and breathing techniques are nowhere near as good as your father's. But with just 2 Soul King trash, you think you can steal my woman? You must be dreaming in broad daylight. Chapter 21, The Golden Dragon's Roar, instantly destroying Ning Yunxiao. After being mocked by Meng Yanli, Ning Yunxiao's already gloomy face grew even darker, so dark it seemed as though it might drip with water. As the son of the patriarch of the Seven Treasure Glass sect and account of the Tian-do Empire, even the crown prince of Tian-do dared not mock him. Who gave this brat the audacity to speak to him like that? Instantly, Ning Yunxiao raised his eyes to look at Meng Yanli, his unusually blue eyes brimming with intense murderous intent, surging like a tidal wave. Boy, if you had handed over the 2 sisters behind you, you might have had a sliver of hope. But you shouldn't have insulted the Seven Treasure Glass sect. Whether you are a commoner or a prince, it no longer matters. Just remember one thing, the Seven Treasure Glass sect must not be disgraced. You have chosen your own path to death. Ning Yunxiao's icy voice echoed through the empty streets, filled with arrogance and rage. The Seven Treasure Glass sect was one of the 3 great sects, with countless powerful disciples and 2 guardian Douluo masters stationed there, looking down upon all beings on the continent. How dare this ignorant country bumpkin, who came from nowhere, dare to insult him and his sect master father? If he wasn't killed, his honor, his sect master's honor, and the honor of the Seven Treasure Glass sect would be utterly ruined. Without needing Ning Yunxiao's orders, his 2 Soul King followers charged toward Meng Yanli. And their soul beasts were a wolf and a fox. Fire Cloud Wolf and Wind-Winged Beast. They were determined to crush this insolent brat who had mocked the Seven Treasure Glass sect on the spot, using his blood to wash away the humiliation inflicted upon the sect. Ning Yunxiao looked down on him with arrogance. Boy, you should consider yourself honored to die at the hands of 2 Soul Kings. Seeing the 2 Soul Kings charging toward him, Meng Yanli handed the blue-silver emperor to Zhu Zhuyun, then curled the corners of his lips into an excited smile. After training with Dipan for so long, I've never fought another soul master before. Today is the perfect opportunity to test my progress. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Yanli's pupils suddenly transformed into golden dragon eyes, and a pure and domineering dragon's aura erupted from his body, vast as the sea, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Golden Dragon Possession. A low roar echoed as the golden dragon soul beast materialized behind Meng Yanli. Its golden body, as if cast in molten gold, was both majestic and ferocious, radiating dazzling golden light that shone like a golden sun, grand and sacred, dispelling the endless darkness and illuminating the boundless night sky. Roar! The young golden dragon prince roared to the heavens, his dragon's roar shaking the heavens and echoing through the 9 skies. He was declaring to the heavens and to all of creation the return of the dragon clan. The 7 colored soul rings representing the dragon god and the brown-red soul rings representing the mountain dragon king swirled around Meng Yanli's body, highlighting his nearly perfect form, noble and unmatched, as heavy as a mountain. Whether they were large or small female cats, or the 2 soul kings, under the golden dragon's might, their beast soul spirits felt an unprecedented suppression. The beast martial souls were wailing, trembling with fear, and submitting. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had no strength to resist, collapsing to their knees on the ground. The fear of the yin-yang spirit cat soul made them feel the same, their delicate bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at the golden colossal dragon spreading its wings and roaring toward the heavens, their pupils contracting sharply, filled with fear and submission toward the dragon. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's last shred of hope and the courage she had mustered to resist the dragon prince were shattered completely, utterly destroyed. The 2 beast soul kings, suppressed by the dragon's might, retreated, daring not to confront the golden dragon. However, the ones controlling the martial souls were the soul masters. The 2 beast soul kings gritted their teeth and resisted the dragon's might, their 5th soul rings glowing simultaneously. 5th soul technique, Blazing Firewolf Slash. The Fire Cloud Wolf Soul King clasped his hands together, raised them high, and a brilliant red light erupted, resembling raging flames. He roared and swung his hands toward Meng Yanli from a distance. In the next instant, a flaming blade, 7 or 8 meters long, burst forth from his hands, slicing through the air like a fiery wolf charging toward Meng Yanli. At the same time, the wind-bound Soul King opened his mouth, and a green light gathered within, forming a whirlwind the size of a fist. 5th soul technique, Whirlwind Roar. The wind-bound Soul King retracted his head, then suddenly thrust it forward, unleashing the wind vortex from his mouth like a tornado, colliding with the flaming wolf and charging toward Meng Yanli as if intent on incinerating him completely. The wind fueled the flames, causing the giant wolf's power to surge by another third. The intense heat warped the air, and paper and flammable objects along the street began to ignite on their own. In an instant, half the street was engulfed in a sea of flames. Even a Soul Saint dared not confront the combined soul techniques of two Soul Kings head-on. But Meng Yanli dared. The intense heat swept toward him, but Meng Yanli's golden dragon eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. This power is no match for the dragon's breath of the blazing flame dragon. It seems I underestimated the Soul King. Trivial tricks dare you show off in front of me? Meng Yanli roared in anger, then opened his mouth wide. A furious, destructive energy gathered within, more domineering and intense than flames. His body arched backward, his arms spread wide, like a fully drawn bow, and the destructive energy in his mouth was the arrow ready to be fired. When the bow was pulled to its limit and the arrow's power reached its peak, the hand holding the bow let go. The roar of the golden dragon. Just as the wind and fire giant wolf was about to pounce, Meng Yanli roared, and the destructive energy in his mouth erupted in an instant, like a torrent of scorching golden liquid, wrapped in crimson light, surging forth. Wherever the destructive energy passed, everything was obliterated. Even space itself could not withstand this terrifying breath, cracking into fine fissures. The wind-fire giant wolf disintegrated upon contact. The two beast Soul Kings looked stunned, but before they could react, they were engulfed by the destructive energy, vaporizing into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. No. The golden torrent swept toward him. Ning Yunxiao's eyes widened in terror. He screamed, but had no chance to dodge. In the roar of the golden dragon, he was completely annihilated, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, reduced to nothingness. Fortunately, after eliminating Ning Yunxiao, Meng Yanli immediately cut off the output of the destructive energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just Ning Yunxiao and his two companions who died. Even so, the street was plowed into a 100-meter-long gorge, with the intense heat causing crystallization within the trench. A small amount of destruction energy remained within, and unless it dissipated naturally, even a titled Douluo would be unable to remove it. Phew! I guess I went a bit overboard. Looking at the 100-meter-long roaring traces, Meng Yanli instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed helplessly. This technique, the Golden Dragon's Roar, wasn't entirely his own creation. He had drawn inspiration from the demon tail, gathering the energy of destruction in his mouth before expelling it, similar to a dragon's breath. He didn't use a soul technique because the two soul rings he possessed didn't grant active attack skills, nor did they provide multiple techniques like the 10,000-year or beast soul rings. The Dragon God Soul Ring only had the single soul technique Dragon God Possession. The Mountain Dragon King Soul Ring also only had the soul technique Mountain Element Control. Meng Yanli speculated that if he obtained other soul rings, their soul techniques would likely also be elemental control based. 7 Treasure Glass Sect, I hope you won't hide like a turtle. After glancing one last time at the spot where Ning Yunxiao had been obliterated, Meng Yanli murmured softly. He turned around, patted the heads of the two startled mother and daughter cats, and led them back to the Tiando Grand Hotel. He had a big plan in store. As soon as Meng Yanli left, a group of city guards and soul masters from the Soul Hall appeared at the scene. They looked at the chaotic streets, especially the trench still emanating shattered energy, and their expressions turned grim. This was beyond their capabilities, and they immediately notified their superiors. Chapter 22, Daily Cat Petting, and the Scapegoat Purple Jasmine Duke. After returning to the hotel, Meng Yanli had Zhu Zhuqing rest on the side, while he delved deeper into Zhu Zhuyun's affairs. Thus, he spent the entire night awake. Until the next morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, the continent welcomed a new day. A few rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, falling on Meng Yanli's sleeping face and waking the dragon prince who had been up all night. His golden eyes slowly opened, a moment of confusion fleeting before clarity returned. Meng Yanli rose from the bed, glancing at Zhu Zhuyan beside him, whose delicate brows were slightly furrowed, still bearing traces of fatigue. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his golden eyes. He gently stroked her rosy cheek before rising and leaving. As the hotel attendant prepared breakfast for Meng Yanli, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been staying in the adjacent room, also emerged. Having listened to the meowing of a small kitten by the wall for most of the night, she had tossed and turned all night. Fortunately, as a soul master, her physical condition was excellent. Though she had only rested for less than an hour, she felt somewhat listless but was otherwise fine. Zhu Zhuqing watched the Dragon Clan prince enjoying his breakfast, a fleeting look of unease crossing her pretty face. Meng Yanli noticed the young cat's unusual behavior, raised the corners of his mouth, and asked with a playful smile. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night? With all that commotion, how could I possibly have slept well?" Even with Zhu Zhuqing's aloof nature, she couldn't help but vent her frustration inwardly. After all, a cat's hearing is several times more sensitive than a human's. Even with cotton balls stuffed in her ears, Zhu Zhuqing could still hear the sensual sounds coming from the master bedroom, tormenting her for most of the night. The little female cat was completely numb, unable to sleep at all. After venting her frustration, Zhu Zhuqing forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. How about her?" "Your sister worked hard last night and is still sleeping," Meng Yanli casually replied, but she didn't mention why only Zhu Zhuqing had been there last night and not Zhu Zhuqing. It was because the fruit was still unripe and hadn't truly matured yet. Once they ripen, they can be picked and enjoyed at their peak flavor. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door suddenly rang out. Meng Yanli signaled to Zhu Zhuqing with her eyes. The young cat walked to the door and opened it. Before her eyes was a hotel staff member holding a booklet. "Distinguished guest, I am your room manager. May I disturb you for a moment?" Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at Meng Yanli, who nodded, and she stepped aside to let the room manager enter. "What's the matter?" Meng Yanli put down her chopsticks and looked up at the room manager. The room manager bowed respectfully and said, "Good evening, honored guest. We sincerely thank you for choosing to stay at the Tiando Grand Hotel. As a Tiando level guest, the hotel has prepared today's auction catalog from the Tiando auction house for you. If you have time, you may select a time to attend the auction and bid on any treasures that catch your eye." After speaking, the manager presented the auction catalog to Meng Yanli with both hands. Meng Yanli's gaze fell on the auction catalog, and he said indifferently, "Put it down. As you wish. The Tiando auction house awaits your arrival." The front desk manager bowed and withdrew. After finishing breakfast, Meng Yanli looked at the auction catalog again. The Tiando royal family sure knows how to do business. He channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, drawing the auction catalog into his hand, and began flipping through it. The catalog listed over 100 rare treasures to be auctioned that day, along with their auction times. Though the Dragon Clan had a penchant for collecting treasures, Meng Yanli was no exception. However, the treasures listed in the catalog failed to pique his interest. However, as he flipped through the pages, he was drawn to an item at the bottom of the book. His brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, "A ancient dragon egg?" In the auction catalog, an artist had depicted the stone egg with the most exquisite brushwork. The egg was oval-shaped, dull and lifeless, with faint purple dragon patterns on its surface. Most of the egg was encased in quartz, making it impossible to separate. According to the catalog, the stone egg was a full 10 feet in size. After being appraised by the Tiando auction house, it was determined to be an ancient dragon egg that had lost its life force. As the prince of the Dragon Clan who had inherited the will of the dragon god, Meng Yanli would never allow even a lifeless dragon egg to become a mere trinket or collectible. This dragon egg must return to the dragon's burial ground. Meng Yanli glanced at the time. The ancient dragon stone egg would be auctioned in the afternoon, giving him just enough time to catch up on some sleep. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was distracted, and smiled, "You don't look very well. Rest a little longer. I'll keep you company." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed red. She tried to refuse, but Meng Yanli didn't give her a chance, lifting her off her feet and carrying her away. "Let's go pet the cats." Chibo Mountain, the headquarters of the Chibo Luli sect, stood like a delicate pagoda amidst the heavens and earth, constantly emitting a 7-colored glow. This was the dazzling light reflected by the Chibo disciples during their cultivation, making the mountain gates appear like a divine mountain in the mortal world. In the sect's garden, Ningfengji, dressed in white and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the blooming flowers in full bloom, vying for beauty. "Master, we've found out." A servant appeared behind Ningfengji, kneeling on one knee, and reported everything that had occurred in Tiando City the previous night. A gentle breeze swept through the garden, causing the flowers to sway and their fragrance to fill the air, yet it could not soothe the growing anger in Ningfengji's heart. "Go away." Ningfengji spoke in a cold, composed tone, waving his hand to dismiss the attendant, who swiftly departed. After a moment, Ningfengji raised his head to look at Tiando City, his eyes, now free of any pretense, filled with icy coldness. "It seems I was too lenient. Though the 7 Treasure Lotus sect may not match the Soul Hall, we are not to be bullied by anyone. Purple Jasmine Duke, your son dared to kill my son. You must pay with the life of your Purple Jasmine Duke's mansion." Though he, Ningfengji, had over 30 sons, the death of one did not pain him. But this was a blow to his pride. A mere duke's son, does he really think that being related to the Tiando imperial family gives him the right to oppose my 7 treasure class sect? Soon, Ningfengji summoned his eldest son, Ning Tianxiu, a 57th level Crimson Dragon Soul King. Ningfengji said, "Tianxiu, dispatch a squad of 7 treasure dark guards to avenge your brother. I want the Purple Jasmine Duke's mansion razed to the ground, leaving no one alive." Ning Tianxiu bowed, "Yes, father." Clearly, Ningfengji had mistaken Meng Yanli for the Duke of Purple Jasmine's son. After all, the steward had never seen the Duke's son before and could only infer his identity based on the carriage. The sun gradually shifted, and before long, it was already afternoon. In the side chamber, Meng Yanli, who had been taking a nap while holding Zhu Zhuqing, awoke and returned. He looked at the small female cat curled up in his arms, and his golden eyes betrayed a faint trace of affection. Soft and fragrant, such a good girl. Glancing at the time, he saw that the auction for the ancient dragon egg was still over an hour away. Meng Yanli carefully withdrew his arm, which had been pressed by Zhu Zhuqing, but still startled the little kitten awake. After the nap, Zhu Zhuqing felt much more energetic. With her cheeks slightly flushed, she got up from the bed before Meng Yanli could. I'll go check if Zhu Zhuyun is awake yet. With that, Zhu Zhuqing turned around and ran out of the side room. Meng Yanli watched the little female cat flee in panic, a hint of a smile flickering in his golden eyes. However, he soon fell into deep thought. For some reason, Meng Yanli felt that Zhu Zhuqing and the others were missing something. What could it be? It's up. Please check the update rules, everyone. Experts, this book was first released on QQ Reading, so it was released quickly. Please don't criticize it on Qidian. Here are the update rules. Updates will be posted at midnight every day. For extra chapters, 30 monthly votes will get 1 extra chapter, and 50 monthly votes will get 2 extra chapters. That's all for now. I won't say more, as my abilities are limited. The setting of this book only covers the first 3 levels of combat Do-E to Do-San and does not include Do-Si. The setting for Do-Si is too chaotic. Chapter 23, The Missing Item of the Big and Small Mother Cats. The Soul Guiding Bell. The Tiando auction house, as a covert money-making tool supported by the royal family, occupies the most prosperous area of Tiando City, resembling an inverted bowl at the end of the street, like a money-devouring beast, endlessly swallowing the guests who enter. Thud, thud, thud. A purple jujube thorn carriage came to a stop before the auction house's main gate. The maids at the entrance, upon seeing the purple jujube flower emblem on the carriage, dared not delay and hurried forward to greet the arrival. The carriage door opened, and a handsome figure stepped out, none other than Meng Yanli. He had shed his plain white robes and donned a long white gold trench coat, paired with white gold trousers. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with golden dragon patterns, and several exquisite gems were embedded on his left chest, arranged in an orderly manner, showcasing his noble status. Behind Meng Yanli stood his personal bodyguard, Dipan, along with a large and small female cat. Dipan's yellow-brown eyes darted around, vigilant of any changes in the surroundings. Zhu Zhuyun handed the invitation to the attending maid who approached them. Upon seeing it was an invitation from the Tiando Grand Hotel, the maid immediately bowed deeply to Meng Yanli. Guest, please follow me. Meng Yanli led the Lingmao sisters into the auction house and entered the auction hall. Although the auction had not yet begun, the hall was already bustling with people. Meng Yanli didn't like the main hall, so she had the maid upgrade her to a private box. Meanwhile, outside the auction house, Ningfengji, who had also come to attend the auction, noticed the purple jujube thorn carriage. He furrowed his brows and asked his maid, "Is the owner of that carriage also here for the auction?" The maid recognized Ningfengji and nodded respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Ning." "What's wrong, Fengji?" Douluo, who had been by Ningfengji's side for years, spoke up. Ningfengji informed Douluo of the news about Ning Yunxiao's death. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression turned puzzled. Who was Ning Yunxiao? Seeing that the Bon Douluo had no recollection of Ning Yunxiao, Ningfengji did not elaborate further. He had so many sons that even he couldn't remember them all. The reason he cared about Ning Yunxiao was not only because his death had insulted the prestige of the 7 Treasure Glass sect. Another reason was that Ning Yunxiao frequently offered him beautiful women as tributes to help him produce outstanding offspring. As for his only daughter, Ning Rongrong, who possessed innate 9th-level soul power, Ningfengji naturally pampered her excessively. Within the 7 Treasure Glass sect, Ning Rongrong was the pampered princess, adored by everyone from the sword in Bon Douluo to the lowly servants, who obeyed her every command. Ningfengji glanced at the purple carriage, a flash of cruelty crossing his eyes. Dare to trample on the face of the 7 Treasure Glass sect? I'll use the blood of the purple duke's mansion to wash it clean. Ningfengji led the Bon Douluo into the auction house. Since the carriage was here, they would wait until the auction ended before settling the score. In the private box, Meng Yanli stroked the large and small female cats, watching the auction unfold with great interest. He loved the commotion. This was the first auction he had attended in his 2 lifetimes, and he felt an inexplicable excitement. After all, auctions were typically the easiest place in novels to show off and humiliate others. Suddenly, Meng Yanli thought of something. He took out a left-arm soul bone of a crimson flame dragon that was over 30,000 years old from his soul-guided device. He had obtained it when he hunted a dragon beast in the Dragon Burial Mountains. In his storage soul-guided device, soul bones were abundant, with even 10,000-year-old soul bones numbering over a dozen. However, they were all treasures of the Earth Plate. Dipan, take this soul bone to the auction as well. Meng Yanli tossed the crimson flame dragon soul bone to Dipan. Considering the future developments, 1 million gold soul coins were simply insufficient. More gold soul coins were needed. It just so happened that an auction was taking place, so he decided to sell it off for now. And to attract someone's attention. The rise of the Dragon Clan requires partners. About 10 minutes later, the auction began as scheduled. A middle-aged auctioneer dressed in formal attire held his own soul weapon, a hammer with a unique shape paired with 2-century-old soul rings, possessing a certain ability to sway people's minds. However, this was of little use to most people. Those affected were mostly the nouveau riche attending the auction. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am today's auctioneer, Cross. The next 37 items will be auctioned off by me.
After introducing himself, the auctioneer began his proceedings.
Some sharp-eyed guests noticed that there was an extra item among the auction items.
However, they did not pay much attention, as such things were common and nothing out of the ordinary. The first item up for auction is a set of 8-leaf soul-gathering grass, with a starting bid of 5,000 gold coins. The first item was a medicinal herb that enhances soul power, attracting the attention of several soul masters who began bidding fiercely. Meng Yanli looked at the 8-leaf soul-gathering grass, and some information about it flashed through his mind.
The soul-gathering grass, when consumed, enhances soul power, with more leaves yielding greater effects. The Douluo continent was not in its primitive era, and soul masters were no longer innocent children.
They naturally knew that consuming various heavenly treasures imbued with soul power could accelerate their growth. The descendants of noble families improved their soul power faster than commoners, not only because of their innate soul power but also because they have access to various rare treasures. Commoners on the Douluo continent lack knowledge, while nobles control everything. The existence of the Soul Hall has always been a thorn in the side of the nobility, as it helps commoners awaken their soul skills, effectively giving them an opportunity to rise up and challenge noble authority. It's not that Meng Yanli is trying to whitewash the Soul Hall, it's just that some of the higher-ups in the Soul Hall deserve to die, but most of the Soul Masters in the Soul Hall are innocent.
The auction proceeded as usual.
Listening to the constant bidding sounds below, Meng Yanli occasionally joined in, satisfying his playful nature. As the 16th auction item was removed from the stage, a maid walked up to the auction podium carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Under the gaze of the crowd, the auctioneer removed the red cloth, revealing 2 dark golden bells, no larger than walnuts, with intricate patterns engraved on them and emanating faint soul power fluctuations. The auctioneer held the gavel in one hand and pointed at the bells with the other, announcing loudly. The 17th item up for auction, a pair of soul-guided bells.
These soul-guided bells are no ordinary items. They are treasures passed down from the ancient era.
Wearing them not only accelerates the recovery of a soul master's soul power but also provides innate soul power protection, capable of withstanding attacks from soul masters of lower ranks. Furthermore, by infusing a single thread of soul power, you can make it ring at will. It will only sound when you desire it to.
Ancient soul-guided bells, starting bid, 30,000 gold soul coins.
Meng Yanli was instantly captivated by the soul-guided bells. In an instant, it was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He realized what the big and small female cats were missing. Looking at the smooth necks of the spirit cat sisters, they were clearly missing bells.
Moreover, this soul-guided bell could be adjusted using soul power, perfectly aligning with Meng Yanli's intentions. Without hesitation, Meng Yanli pressed the button to increase the bid by 10,000.
Bid 4,000 from VIP Box 8.
Any higher bids?
The auctioneer, noticing the bidding from Meng Yanli's private box, hurriedly announced it, causing many guests below to look up at the 8th private box. However, due to the specially designed glass, they couldn't see what was happening inside the box. 4,000 once, 4,000 twice. Seeing that no one was bidding, the auctioneer began counting down. Just as he was about to call the final bid, the second VIP box also increased the bid by 10,000. The auctioneer quickly changed his call and shouted.
Box number 2 has bid 5,000. Are there any other VIPs willing to bid higher?
Seeing someone bidding against him, Meng Yanli casually pressed the bid button again, this time increasing the bid by 100,000.
15,000. The VIP in booth number 8 is bidding 15,000. That's a substantial amount. Is there any other VIP willing to bid?
Adding 10,000 in one go instantly drew the attention of the entire crowd, leaving the auctioneer stunned. This soul-guided bell was worth at most 80,000, yet Meng Yanli had nearly doubled the price.
Chapter 24, Clash of Spiritual Power with the Bone Douluo.
Ningfengji is about to save the day again. For a moment, the noble bidders and wealthy individuals below the stage buzzed with discussion. After all, 15,000 was no small sum. A single soul gold coin was enough to feed a family of 3 for several months.
Even the influential figures in the other private boxes were taken aback.
They hadn't expected Meng Yanli to bid so generously, clearly determined to secure the item. In the second private box, it was Ningfengji who made the bid. He was also taken aback for a moment before immediately raising the price by 10,000, completely overshadowing his previous bid.
Ningfengji's expression darkened.
If it weren't for the people beside him, he would have stepped forward already. Beside him sat a noble and elegant woman, graceful and gentle. Seeing the sudden increase of 10,000 from the 8th private room, she was also quite surprised.
Master Ning, give up. It's not worth it.
The dignified woman spoke gently, trying to persuade Ningfengji. Ningfengji looked at the woman with an apologetic expression, maintaining his usual gentle smile.
I apologize, Mrs. Yi. I didn't expect the people in the 8th box to be so aggressive. After the auction ends, why don't you come to my 7 treasure glass sect? You can personally select an item you like, and I'll use it to thank you for healing my injuries.
There's no need, Master Ning.
You've already paid for the treatment. There's no need for you to spend more. Yi lady politely declined. Seeing this, Ningfengji could only turn to Douluo and instruct him. Bone uncle, can you see who's in the 8th box? I'd like to make friends with them. After all, anyone seated in a private box at the Tiando auction house must be either a noble with a powerful background or a soul master of extraordinary strength. It was worth making connections with such individuals. Douluo nodded slightly, releasing his title-level spiritual power to probe the 8th box, completely unconcerned that he was invading someone else's privacy. HM? Feeling a powerful spiritual energy probing toward him, Mang Yanli's expression grew slightly displeased. How dare you? Without a moment's hesitation, Mang Yanli released his spiritual energy, reinforced by countless dragon souls, along with the domineering dragon might of a golden dragon, crushing Bone Douluo's spiritual energy and tearing it to shreds. As his mental energy was destroyed, the Bone Douluo felt a splitting headache, his expression changing drastically. This left Ningfengji and Yi lady somewhat surprised. Ningfengji anxiously asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Bone? The spiritual energy of the person in the 8th box is no weaker than mine. He must also be a titled Douluo level expert, and moreover, a soul master with a dragon as his soul beast." Bone Douluo endured the pain in his head and replied in a hoarse voice. He was certain of his judgment. The mental energy that had struck him back contained the might of a dragon. Within that domineering dragon might, Bone Douluo saw a golden dragon capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The dragon's eyes, brighter than gold, were fixed on him. By rashly probing his spiritual energy into that private room, he had completely offended that titled Douluo. Ningfengji and Yi lady heard this and their expressions changed. They never expected the other party to be a titled Douluo as well, and had even repelled Bone Douluo's mental energy. His soul power must be on par with Bone Douluo's. This is trouble. It's my fault for letting you, Uncle Bone, get involved. Ningfengji said self-reproachfully, but the Bone Douluo waved his hand, telling him not to blame himself. Fengji, you didn't know that person was a titled Douluo. After the auction ends, you can go apologize to him then. Ningfengji nodded. Uncle Bone speaks wisely. Yi lady, however, looked pensive. Perhaps that unknown titled Douluo could help her escape her predicament. Box 8. After destroying Bone Douluo's spiritual energy, Mang Yanli's expression grew somber. He could sense the spiritual energy emanating from the 2nd box. How rude! Titled Douluo, hum. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Mang Yanli's golden eyes. The titled Douluos who could appear in Tiando City were few and far between. And among those who would appear at the auction house, aside from the Bone Douluo who frequently accompanied Ningfengji, who else could it be? Bone Douluo, let me see if your bone dragon is stronger. Or is my golden earth dragon king stronger? Half an hour later. As one auction item after another was hammered down in price, the 35th item was pushed onto the auction stage. A massive square cage shrouded in black cloth was carried onto the auction stage by 2 powerful soul masters. All eyes in the room were fixed on the iron cage, eager to glimpse what lay beneath the black cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third to last item of the day, a pair of twin sisters with mutated soul skills. The auctioneer delivered his passionate speech while suddenly pulling back the black cloth, revealing the twin snake women imprisoned inside the iron cage. Instantly, all the nobles in the room erupted into chaos, their eyes burning with intense desire, gazing at the twins with the same hungry, predatory glances as wolves eyeing a juicy piece of meat. The 2 beautiful snake women in the iron cage felt the intense stares coming from all directions, hugging each other tightly in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Their long, seductive snake tails were intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. The nobles stared at the snake sisters in the cage, their saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. The sound of swallowing echoed throughout the hall. One alone was enough to drive them mad. A pair of twins was the ultimate prize. They had come to this auction specifically for the twin snake women. I'm sure you're all eager to begin. The auction for the twin snake women will now commence. The starting bid is 30,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 10,000. The auctioneer announced loudly, and the price of 30,000 gold soul coins stunned most of the nobles. After all, the starting bid had always been 10,000 gold soul coins before. They never expected it to be so high this time. The twin snake women are amazing, aren't they? You could even take them out for a walk, which would be so impressive. Sister, I'm scared. Facing the nobles who wanted to keep them as collectibles, the younger twin clung to her sister, her voice trembling with fear. The older snake woman held her younger sister tightly, feeling the intense stares of the nobles, her heart filled with sorrow and disgust. As soon as she gets the chance, she'll take her sister and commit suicide, absolutely refusing to give those disgusting nobles any opportunity to toy with them. 31,000. 34,000. 35,000. 47,000. The nobles competed fiercely, their bids echoing continuously through the auction hall. Soon, the price skyrocketed from 30,000 to 47,000, and the bidding pace finally slowed down, with only the great nobles and wealthy tycoons still participating. 50,000. The first-class box raised the bid by 3,000. Upon hearing this price, the nobles all looked up at the first box. They all knew who was in the first box, and their eyes betrayed their fear. They hesitated multiple times before pressing the bidding button, but dared not do so. Once pressed, it would mean offending the person in the first box. But if they didn't, the pair of exquisite twin snake women would slip away and become someone else's collection. Yet the nobles dared not offend the people in the first box, so they could only give up bidding. Meng Yanli looked at the twin snake women and was pleasantly surprised, but he did not make a move. If he was correct, Ningfengji would definitely make a move. After all, that old lecher wouldn't let such a pair of beauties slip away. Under the pretext that they still had souls and were worth saving. As for where they would be saved, only Ningfengji himself knew. Sure enough, Ningfengji made his move. 51,000. Chapter 25, the 25th chapter, The Eternal Soulbone makes its grand debut. Lady Yi is moved. What? Even Master Ning is interested in these twin snake women? Seeing Ningfengji suddenly raise the price, Lady Yi teased him, deliberately emphasizing the words interested. Hearing this, Ningfengji remained expressionless and smiled, explaining, Lady Yi has misunderstood. I am not coveting their beauty, but rather I find that they have retained their sense of self and their souls remain pure, making them worthy of salvation. Oh, is that so? Then Lord Ning is truly kind-hearted. Mrs. Yi sighed, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of something else. If one were naive and inexperienced, they might indeed be deceived by Ningfengji's words. But they were both foxes with 1,000 years of experience, why bother pretending to be pure here? In the first class box, there sat the purple duke and an elderly man in elegant attire. The only difference was that the elderly man in fine robes was seated, while the purple duke stood. It was clear that the elderly man in the luxurious robes held a higher rank. Damn it, who is this upstart daring to compete with His Royal Highness the Prince? The purple jasmine duke cursed angrily. The elderly man in the elegant attire was none other than Prince Xuexing. He too looked displeased. Daring to compete with him for these twin snake women was nothing short of suicide. Keep bidding. Snowstar Prince said to Purple Jasmine Duke, who hurriedly nodded and raised the bid, this time by 5,000. 56,000. Bidder number 1 in the VIP box has offered 56,000. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer, seeing the new bid, shouted excitedly. Everyone in the hall turned to look at the second box, wondering if he would bid again. Ningfengji saw that the first box was still bidding and roughly guessed the identity of the box's owner. Just as he was about to bid again, the auction house attendant responsible for the second box approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. Ningfengji's expression changed slightly. He asked the attendant, "Is the information correct?" The attendant nodded. Seeing this, Ningfengji glanced at the twin snake women again, his face betraying a hint of regret. He sighed softly and did not continue bidding. Why isn't Lord Ning bidding anymore? Yi Lady, seeing Ningfengji stop, raised her beautiful face in slight confusion. Based on her understanding of Ningfengji, this man usually pretended to be refined and easygoing, but in private, he was nothing more than a civilized beast. He actually gave up on the twin snake women? Something was off. Lady Yi will find out soon enough. Ningfengji's mind was completely occupied by the news brought by the maidservant. Though the twin snake women were beautiful and enchanting, they were nothing compared to the main attraction. Guests in other private rooms gradually received news of the final item and their expressions darkened. No way. The Tiandou auction house actually has such a treasure. Is that true? Who's so foolish to put such a treasure up for auction? A 10,000-year-old soul bone, the treasure of the Blood River. Hurry, gather the money. Sigh, to encounter a 10,000-year-old soul bone at an auction in my lifetime, alas, even if I were to sell everything I own, I couldn't afford it. The VIPs in the various private boxes were buzzing with excitement and regret. Prince Xuexing and Duke Xijing, who knew that the final item was the 10,000-year-old soul bone, immediately regretted their decision. Damn it! How could Tiandou auction house handle this? Why didn't they notify us sooner? Purple Jasmine Duke slammed his fist on the tea table in anger. If he had known there was a soul bone auction, he never would have wasted his golden soul coins on those twin snake women. Prince Xuexing's expression darkened. He looked at the twin snake women, and the love in his eyes had turned to disgust. 56,000 gold soul coins. I hope you can win that person's favor. Otherwise. Prince Xuexing gritted his teeth in anger. With no other bids, the twin snake women were finally purchased by the first-class box for 56,000 gold soul coins. The red cloth was once again draped over the iron cage, and the twin snake women were pushed off the auction stage. Next up was the ancient dragon stone egg. Since the final item was a 10,000-year-old soul bone, no one bid on the ancient dragon stone egg, and it was eventually purchased by Meng Yanli at the starting bid of 5,000. Soon, the final highlight of the auction made its grand entrance. A maid carried a tray holding the soul bone onto the stage. Though covered by a red cloth, the powerful soul energy within could still be felt by the soul masters present, causing the air to grow thick and viscous. The auctioneer looked at the black box, his eyes filled with emotion. He never imagined he would one day host an auction for a 10,000-year-old soul bone. This was the pinnacle of his career as an auctioneer. You must all have felt the immense soul power contained within this item. Its value surpasses that of all the items auctioned today.
The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement, echoing throughout the hall, startling the nobles and wealthy merchants in the hall who had not yet heard the news.
What is it? What's causing all this excitement? They craned their necks, eager to see what it was.
But when the auctioneer carefully unwrapped the red cloth, a crimson-red glow emerged, with flickering threads of fire. The left arm bone of a crimson-red flame dragon appeared. A powerful surge of soul energy swept through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. The highlight of today's auction, provided by the VIP in Box 8, is the left arm soul bone of a crimson flame dragon, with a quality of 23,000 years.
Starting bid, 5 million gold soul coins.
As soon as the words were spoken, the entire hall erupted into chaos.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the crimson flame dragon soul bone on the tray, and some soul masters even stood up in excitement. A 10,000-year-old soul bone. It's actually a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Unbelievable. Someone actually brought out a 10,000-year-old soul bone for auction. At any cost, we must obtain this soul bone. At that moment, everyone in the hall had only one thought: this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a 10,000-year-old soul bone up for auction. In the first class box, Prince Xuexing suddenly stood up. He and Duke Zijing both stared intently at the 10,000-year-old soul bone on the auction podium. Hearing about it and seeing it were two entirely different things. Even Prince Xuexing had never seen a 10,000-year-old soul bone at an auction before. We must obtain this soul bone. Prince Xuexing growled. Though the starting bid was 5 million, he had the backing of the Tiando imperial family and the imperial treasury. The soul bone was his to claim. In the second private box, Ningfengji looked at the crimson flame dragon soul bone and couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. A left arm soul bone, and its fire attributed. If it were wind attributed, that would be ideal.
More importantly, both the sword and bone Douluo already had left arm soul bones. This soul bone's value to Ningfengji was greatly diminished. Yi Lady gazed at the soul bone, her beautiful eyes betraying an uncontrollable desire. If I could bid on this soul bone and give it to Lingling, her safety would be greatly enhanced. 5 million, the final price won't be less than 10 million. With the Yi family's resources, we should be able to secure it. Lady Yi thought to herself. The Yi family's wealth accumulated over 1,000 years should make acquiring a 10,000-year-old soul bone a manageable task.
Madam Yi, do you want this soul bone? Ningfengji noticed Lady Ye's unusual behavior and asked with a smile. Lady Yi nodded slightly.
Ning Zongju, we are both support-type soul masters. Soul bones are far more valuable to us than to other soul masters.
Do you also have your sights set on this soul bone?
I do have some thoughts, but since Lady Yi also desires the soul bone, I shall not compete with her for it. Ningfengji pretended to be magnanimous, and Mrs. Yi secretly sighed in relief. Compared to the 7 treasure glass sect, the Yi family's background was far inferior. Since Ningfengji wasn't competing, she had a chance to obtain this soul bone. Lady Yi gave Ningfengji a faint smile in gratitude and said,
"Thank you very much, Lord Ning."
Chapter 26, the auction ends, and Prince Xuexing presents his daughter. Soon, an intense bidding war for a 10,000-year-old soul bone began. The nobles in the hall didn't even get a chance to bid. They were outbid by Prince Xuexing and Lady Yi in the first few rounds. The 2 private boxes bid faster and faster, with the price soaring continuously.
740 million. 780,000. 790,000. 870,000. 10,100,000. As the price surpassed 10 million, the bidding slowed down.
Everyone watched the 2 private boxes compete, eager to see who would claim this ancient soul bone today. Finally, Prince Xuexing couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and walked out of the box, revealing his face. When Prince Xuexing appeared before the crowd, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly. Here he comes, this guy is the best at intimidating people with his presence. He looked at the second private box, his expression arrogant, his voice tinged with a faint threat. Friend, I am Prince Xuexing of the Tiando royal family. This soul bone is of utmost importance to the Tiando royal family, so I kindly ask you to stop. His actions clearly violated the auction rules, but due to his status, the auction house dared not say much. Lady Yi, upon seeing the Snowstar Prince, her expression darkened slightly, and her hand, which had been reaching for the bidding button, paused involuntarily. Though she was the continent's top healing soul master, she still felt a sense of caution when facing an imperial prince. Ningfengji noticed Lady Ye's hesitation and immediately signaled to Bone Douluo with his eyes. The Bone Douluo understood immediately. Prince Xuexing, seeing that the second box had not responded, let a trace of smugness show on his weathered face. However, just as he was about to return to his box, a dark figure appeared outside the second box, none other than Bone Douluo. He looked at Prince Xuexing with a frosty expression and coldly said, "What? Can't afford the price and now you think you can intimidate me? It seems I'll have to have a serious talk with that Snow Knight fellow." Bone Douluo, Snowstar Prince, Purple Jasmine Duke, and everyone present turned pale upon seeing Bone Douluo.
They instantly realized who was in the second private box. Facing the titled Douluo standing at the pinnacle of the Soul Masters, even as the Prince of Tiando, Snowstar Prince could only force a smile, daring not to show any dissatisfaction. It's His Excellency Bone Douluo. Snowstar has been disrespectful. This soul bone should return to His Excellency. Snowstar will take his leave now. When it was time to back down, the Snowstar Prince dared not say another word or show any dissatisfaction. He returned to the box with the purple Jasmine Duke. The Bone Douluo snorted coldly and also returned to the private room. Upon returning to the private room, Prince Xuexing kicked the tea table, overturning it. Sealed Douluo. What gives you the right to act like this? Do you really think being a sealed Douluo gives you free reign? Just wait and see. Once I've aligned myself with that person, you'll be the first I come for. Prince Xuexing roared like a madman, his voice filled with hatred for Bone Douluo. As an imperial prince, he had been humiliated in front of so many people, his dignity completely shattered. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Prince Xuexing's eyes turned blood red as he glared intently at the second-tier box. Bone Douluo, you're not the only titled Douluo in this world. With no one else competing, the Crimson Flame Dragon Soulbone was eventually auctioned off for 1,100,000 by Lady Yi. Thank you, Lord Ning, for your assistance. Lady Yi spoke to thank Ningfengji. Though she didn't have much regard for Ningfengji, he had indeed helped her this time, so gratitude was in order. Ningfengji smiled, Madam, you're too kind. It was just a matter of having Bone Uncle make an appearance, and besides, I couldn't stand seeing Xuexing bully others. With the auction of the 10,000-year-old soul bone concluded, the auction finally came to an end. Meng Yanli led the Lingmao sisters and Dipan out of the private room, guided by a maid, and headed toward the transaction room. When they arrived at the first transaction room, Prince Xuexing and his entourage were just passing by. Wait! Suddenly, Duke Zijing stopped in his tracks and hurriedly called out to Prince Xuexing. What's wrong? Prince Xuexing furrowed his brows. Purple Jasmine Duke looked excited. He pointed toward the trading room, where a towering figure stood, and stammered. Your Highness, it's him. It's him. Prince Xuexing abruptly looked over, and the earth platform also sensed their gaze. He turned his head as well, and his yellowish-brown eyes reflected the figures of two old men, their expressions cold and tinged with displeasure. At just a glance, Prince Xuexing and Duke Zijing felt as though they were being stared at by a terrifying beast. And Dipan's appearance was exactly the same as the description given by the Purple Duke's son and his attendants. There was no mistake, this must be the titled martial artist who had seized the carriage. After searching high and low, he had finally found him. Prince Xuexing was overjoyed. He had originally planned to visit the Tiando Grand Hotel after the auction ended. Little did he expect that this person would also appear at the Tiando auction house. It was as if heaven had favored him, allowing him to meet this person. Have the auction house staff bring those twin snake women over here. I'll go pay my respects to that noble. Prince Xuexing instructed Duke Zijing, who nodded and hurried away. Your Highness, is the carriage comfortable? Prince Xuexing entered the trading room, stopping 2 meters away from Dipan. He bowed slightly and asked cautiously, trying to strike up a conversation through the carriage. But the stone platform paid him no mind. However, Prince Xuexing's arrival caught Meng Yanli's attention. Meng Yanli handed the soul guiding bells to the two female cats, one each, then looked at Prince Xuexing and asked in confusion. Dipan, do you know Prince Xuexing? Dipan shook his head. Your Highness, I don't know him. Your Highness? Upon hearing this title, Prince Xuexing paused for a moment before turning his gaze back to Meng Yanli. He noticed that Meng Yanli was dressed elegantly, especially with an air of nobility about him, and thought to himself, could he be a world traveler from a reclusive sect? However, Prince Xuexing had no time to dwell on it. He was more concerned with establishing a good relationship with this titled martial artist. It's understandable that you don't recognize me. Do you remember the carriage we borrowed from you a while back? That was the carriage belonging to me and Duke Zijing. As a titled martial artist, it was an honor for us to borrow your carriage. Would you be willing to exchange a few words with me? Oh, right, I also prepared a gift for your prince. Prince Xuexing was quick to notice that the focus was on Meng Yanli, so he immediately changed his mind and replaced the twin snake women he had prepared as a gift for Dipan with a gift for Meng Yanli. At that moment, Duke Zijing had already instructed his staff to push the cage containing the snake women over. Prince Xuexing quickly removed the red cloth covering the cage, revealing the twin snake women inside as a sign of goodwill. The twin snake women were not only identical in appearance, beautiful and delicate, but also extremely similar in build. Their snow-white skin had a faint pinkish hue, their slender lotus-like arms were as delicate as lotus stems, their waists were so narrow they could be grasped in one hand, and their pale purple serpent tails swayed seductively, exuding a wild allure. Though they were twins, each had her own unique charm. The older sister was cold and stubborn, with a beautiful, delicate face full of defiance. Her pale purple snake eyes revealed a resolute determination even in death, she would never surrender. The younger sister is innocent and fragile, her beautiful face filled with fear and panic, curled up in her sister's arms, her body trembling, her pale purple serpent tail her sister's serpent tail. As soon as they saw the light, they immediately clung to each other in fear. P.S. Today was a bit busy, so the update is late. I hope the seniors will understand. Chapter 27, Zhu Zhuqing pleads for mercy to save the snake woman. Lady Yi also begs for leniency. Prince Xuexing suddenly offered his daughter, causing Meng Yanli to pause in surprise. He looked at the ground, and from what Snowstar Prince had just said, he roughly understood the situation. However, Meng Yanli's gaze fell upon the twin snake women. Although these snake women were quite attractive, and their martial souls had mutated into their bodies, making them a rare treasure on the continent. However, Meng Yanli had little interest in them. If he had any genuine interest, he would have bid for them during the auction earlier. Why would Prince Xuexing have to offer them now? Prince Xuexing noticed that Meng Yanli had glanced at the twin snake women before withdrawing his gaze, showing no signs of liking or desire. This made him feel a pang of disappointment. He glanced sideways at the twin snake women, who were hugging each other out of fear, and seethed with anger. Damn it! I spent 56,000 gold soul coins on you, and you're of no use at all. Just wait until I get back, I'll deal with you. Noticing the prince's gaze, which seemed as though he wanted to devour them, the older snake woman's expression changed abruptly, and fear flickered in her snake-like eyes. She knew that if her sister couldn't catch the attention of that blonde-haired youth, the only fate awaiting them would be the old man's torture. Instantly, the older snake woman released her sister, lunging forward with such force that the cage trembled, drawing everyone's attention. She stretched her slender arms through the gaps in the iron bars, her shoulders swollen from the impact, but she continued to struggle desperately, trying to grab hold of Meng Yanli's sleeve. Fear of the Snowstar Prince made the snake woman's voice sharp. Please, save us. Please. We'll do anything, just give us a chance. If you find it troublesome, you can spare me. Please save my sister. Please. The snake woman's pleas echoed through the trading room, but Prince Xuexing only found it noisy. He signaled to Duke Zijing with his eyes. Purple Jasmine Duke immediately stepped forward, kicked the iron cage with a loud thud, and shouted angrily. Shut up! If you dare to beg the crown prince again, do you think I'll spare your snake scales? Despite the threat, the snake woman continued to plead with Meng Yanli, her eyes filled with tears. She only wanted her sister to live, she didn't care what torture she herself endured. Zhu Zhuqing witnessed this scene, her heart trembling slightly, a hint of envy rising from the depths of her soul. Willing to sacrifice herself for her sister. That was true sisterly love, wasn't it? Unlike her and Zhu Zhuyun, who regarded each other as enemies. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuyun. Perhaps because of the telepathic connection between sisters, Zhu Zhuyun also looked at Zhu Zhuqing at the same time, her eyes filled with the same envy. They were both envious of the twin snake women, envious of the sisterly bond between them. Zhu Zhuyun's expression grew complicated. She too had never wanted to harm Zhu Zhuqing. It was all because of those damned family rules. If she could, she would rather be just ordinary sisters from a common family. Zhu Zhuqing averted her eyes. Hearing her snake sister's pleas, compassion began to stir within her. The little kitten looked at her young master and couldn't help but say, Your Highness, please save them. Upon hearing this, Meng Yanli reached out and pinched Zhu Zhuqing's fair cheek, smiling lightly. Since you've spoken up, go ahead and save them. Snowstar Prince, I will take these two snake women. The expenses you have incurred will be reimbursed to you shortly. Xuexing Prince heard this and his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, saying, You're joking. This was meant to be a gift for you. If you don't mind, please come to my mansion whenever you have time. I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. How about the day after tomorrow at noon? With your connections in Tiando City, you don't need me to tell you where I live, do you? Facing Prince Xuexing, who was taking advantage of the situation, Meng Yanli did not feel offended. The other party was clearly buttering him up for a reason. Since he had accepted the gift, as long as Prince Xuexing's request wasn't too much, he could handle it. Moreover, Meng Yanli also needed a powerful human as a pawn in his plans. Seeing that Meng Yanli had agreed, Prince Xuexing was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll be waiting at your residence at noon the day after tomorrow. Prince Xuexing, I didn't expect you to be here either. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted them. Prince Xuexing and the others turned around to see that the speaker was none other than Ningfengji. Ningfengji's gaze swept around the trading room, pausing briefly on Meng Yanli. With just one glance, he recognized the blonde-haired, golden-eyed handsome youth as the murderer of his son. Although Ningfengji had never met Meng Yanli before, he had pieced together a rough description of his appearance based on the accounts of bystanders and the sketches made by an artist. Moreover, blonde hair and golden eyes were already a rare combination. This left him secretly astonished. He never imagined that the man who had killed his son was the one auctioning the soul bones. If Ningfengji's guess was correct, the burly middle-aged man beside the blonde youth was very likely the titled martial artist mentioned by the bone martial artist. In that case, his previous assumption that the son of the Purple Duke had killed Ning Yunxiao was unfounded. Then, he had sent Ning Tianxiu to lead the secret guards to settle accounts with the Purple Jasmine Duke's mansion. Ning Fengji realized it was too late, but the men had already been dispatched, and there was no way to recall them now. He could only hope that Ning Tianxiu would act swiftly and leave no traces. Ning Fengji glanced at the Purple Duke standing beside the Snowstar Prince and gathered his thoughts. At that moment, the Duke of Purple Jasmine was unaware of the impending disaster at his mansion. Immediately afterward, Ning Fengji smiled and introduced himself to Meng Yanli, also taking the opportunity to introduce the lady beside him. This must be the 8th VIP who auctioned off the 10,000-year-old soul bone. I am Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasure Lotus sect. This is Lady Yi Cixin, the owner of the 10,000-year-old soul bone. Lady Yi stepped forward. She had not expected the one auctioning the 10,000-year-old soul bone to be a young man younger than her own daughter. A look of surprise flashed across her beautiful face. She spoke softly with an apologetic tone, "Young master, the amount of golden soul coins required for the 10,000-year-old soul bone is quite substantial. I need to sell some of my family's assets to raise the funds. I can pay 3 million golden soul coins upfront, and the remainder will be settled within 3 days. 1,100,000 gold soul coins was no small sum. Even the 7 Treasure Lotus sect couldn't come up with that amount immediately, let alone the Yi family. Therefore, Lady Yi had come specifically to seek out Meng Yanli, hoping he would grant her a 3-day extension to raise the funds. Meng Yanli looked at Lady Yi. Lady Yi was stunningly beautiful, with jet black, silky hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate, oval face featured soft, delicate features, and her brows carried a hint of compassion for the world. A meticulously drawn hibiscus flower adorned her brow, adding an air of sanctity to her appearance. A white robe outlined her mature, voluptuous figure, full and curvaceous, with breasts as round as ripe peaches, so full that her toes were hidden when she bowed her head, as if a gentle squeeze would release sweet nectar. Surnamed Ji, could she be Yi Lingling's mother? Meng Yanli thought to himself, that must be her. He nodded with a smile. Since Mrs. Yi has spoken so plainly, if I refuse, it would be unkind. 3 days it is, then. I will come to your residence to collect the remaining payment. Madame Yi, upon hearing this, smiled even more broadly. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Meng. The Yi family will never go back on our word. I will arrange for someone to come to your residence to fetch you. Chapter 28, Ning Fengji apologizes. Who is Ning Yunxiao? I don't know him. Under the auction house manager's arrangement, Meng Yanli and Lady Yi signed a contract. Lady Yi would pay 3 million gold soul coins as a down payment, with the remaining 8 million to be paid within 3 days. Meanwhile, the auction house would keep the 10,000-year-old soul bone in custody during this period, and it would only be handed over to Yi Lady once the final payment was made. Upon seeing the contract signed and recognizing Meng Yanli's name, Ning Fengji quietly noted it down before turning to Meng Yanli with a smile and praised her. Young Master Meng, at such a young age, you have already obtained such a precious item as the 10,000-year-old soul bone. You truly are a promising young man. For the offense I committed at the auction earlier, these 50,000 gold soul coins are but a token of my respect. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Ning Fengji took out a golden soul card and handed it to Meng Yanli. This was to apologize for the previous offense committed by the Bone Douluo. As for Ning Yunxiao's death, he had so many sons, losing one wasn't a big deal. Moreover, over the years, for the sake of the development of the 7 Treasure Glass sect, he had already sacrificed more than one son. Ning Fengji thought to himself. Looking at the golden soul card handed to him, Meng Yanli's eyes flashed with surprise. From the way Ning Fengji had looked at him earlier, he had already guessed that the other party had recognized him. Yet, facing the man who had killed his son, Ning Fengji could still apologize to him calmly. Even Yu Buchuan pales in comparison to him. The only person Meng Yanli could think of who could be compared to Ning Fengji was one person. Feng Zhenghao. Meng Yanli did not refuse Ning Fengji's apology. He reached out to take the golden soul card, a smile on his face, but it was a forced smile. Master Ning is too kind, but the next moment, he changed the subject abruptly and bluntly brought up last night's incident. Last night, a man named Ning Yunxiao claimed to be the son of the Ning clan master and tried to take my 2 maidservants. Does the Ning clan master know about this? Ning Fengji remained composed upon hearing this. Ning Yunxiao? I don't know him. The continent is vast, there are many families surnamed Ning. I suspect that person was using the name of the 7 Treasure Glass sect to intimidate Meng Gongzi. Is that so? So he was an imposter after all. Thank goodness I killed him, otherwise, the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glass sect would have been tarnished. Meng Yanli sighed in admiration. Ning Fengji took the opportunity to respond. Meng Gongzi did well to kill him. Thank you for stepping in, it saved me the trouble. Seeing that Ning Fengji showed no sign of anger and even thanked him, Meng Yanli admired his patience. I went all out, and you can still tolerate that? Even the Ninja Turtles would have to call you Dad. Meng Yanli said, is that so? To protect the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glass sect like this, Master Ning really is someone to look up to. At the end of his sentence, he deliberately emphasized the words impressive. Ning Fengji remained as calm as ever, as if it wasn't his son who had died, but just a random person on the street. Interesting. Doesn't that break your resolve at all? If Yu Xiaojiang had your mindset and patience, how could Qianxu and Ji have taken the first kill from Bibi Dong? Mang Yanli muttered to himself. At the same time, Gu Douluo also looked at Di Pan. He sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from the Golden Earth Dragon King. That was a pressure only a titled Douluo could feel, an absolute dominance in rank. Not only that, but Bone Douluo also sensed a faint yet undeniable dragoness aura, extremely pure and extremely domineering. The bone dragon soul within his body was trembling with fear, submitting to its superior power. The palms of the Bone Douluo's hands, which were resting on his back, began to sweat. He had originally believed that the titled Douluo who had shattered his spiritual power was roughly his equal in strength. Now it seemed how laughable that thought had been. The opponent was undoubtedly a peak-level Douluo at the 97th or even 98th rank, and possessed a domain. Thinking of this, the Bone Douluo regretted his decision deeply. If he had known how terrifying the titled Douluo in the 8th box was, he would never have used his mental energy to probe him. Sigh. I only hope Fengji can calm the other party down. The Bone Douluo sighed inwardly. However, there was one thing Bone Douluo had miscalculated. The dragon's might he had sensed did not come from the Earth platform, but from Meng Yanli. If Mr. Meng has the time, please come visit our 7 Treasure Glass sect. I will personally welcome you with open arms. Ning Fengji smiled as he invited Meng Yanli, who nodded in acceptance. He would naturally visit the 7 Treasure Glass sect, but as for how he would get there, that was another matter entirely. Watching Ning Fengji and the others leave, Meng Yanli's expression gradually changed, turning into a look of intense vigilance. Ning Fengji was far more dangerous than those brainless fools like Tang Hao and Bai Bai Dong. His son was dead, yet he showed no sign of grief. A heart of iron is the least you can say about him. No wonder a support-type soul master could develop the 7 Treasure Glass sect into one of the top 3 sects. Di Pan, seeing that Meng Yanli had let Ning Fengji go so easily, asked in confusion, Your Highness, why not eliminate those 2 now? With my strength, I could easily take them down. The area is too small. If we fight, you could indeed take them down, but it would endanger us. Moreover, Ning Fengji isn't alone, there's also a sword Douluo by his side. Who knows if he's hiding in the shadows to protect Ning Fengji? Meng Yanli explained calmly. He had confidence in Di Pan. Even if the Bone Douluo was enhanced by Ning Fengji's 7 Treasure Lotus Tower, he wouldn't be a match for Di Pan. But Meng Yanli wasn't so sure. If the sword Douluo was hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity, and attacked him while Di Pan and Bone Douluo were engaged in a fierce battle, that would be a real problem. The 7 Treasure Glass sect isn't going anywhere, they can attack the mountain at any moment. Snowstar Prince, I will accept your gift. I will pay a visit to your mansion in 2 days. Meng Yanli turned to Snowstar Prince and pointed at the twin snake women. Snowstar Prince nodded repeatedly and immediately summoned staff to have the auction house send them to the Tiando Grand Hotel. Fengji, that man must not be offended lightly. Inside the 7-horse carriage, Bone Douluo solemnly warned Ning Fengji, who nodded in agreement. As the warning from the guardian of the clan, he naturally had to heed it. Ning Fengji asked, Uncle Gu, how strong is that titled Douluo? Can you, Uncle Jian, and I, with my support, take him down? Go Douluo fell into deep thought. Sword Douluo was hailed as the world's strongest offensive Douluo, while he was known as the world's strongest defensive Douluo. The strongest spear and the strongest shield were the very foundation of the 7 Treasure Glass sect's dominance atop the continent. If Ning Fengji's support is added, the 7-ringed 7 Treasure Glass Tower can boost its attributes by 80%, perhaps giving them a chance to fight. It should be possible, Bone Douluo said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji looked satisfied. As long as the sword and Bone Douluo can handle that title Douluo, the threat posed by Meng Yanli will be greatly reduced. Ning Fengji said, Uncle Bone, once we have the opportunity, I will invite that person to the 7 Treasure Glass sect. At that time, I will arrange for you to spar with him, and then have Sword Uncle intervene to test their strength together. The 7 Treasure Glass sect had reached its current position not only because of the protection of the sword and Bone Douluo but also due to his foresight. Ning Fengji must first assess the strength of that titled Douluo before he can feel at ease. Chapter 29, Yu Huang merges the ancient dragon egg, Chen Rinshue's curiosity. On the way back to the Tiando Grand Hotel, the atmosphere inside the carriage was completely different from when they had left. The older and younger female cats sat side by side, and Zhu Zhuqing occasionally cast a complex glance at Zhu Zhuyun. The familial barrier caused by family rules had begun to crack slightly after witnessing the bond between the twin snake women. They should have been like that as well. Meng Yanli closed her eyes, tapping her fingers rhythmically on her knees. Ning Fengji's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. He could endure it, Meng Yanli knew, but he hadn't expected him to endure it to this extent that was truly remarkable. Such a person could either become a capable assistant, or they must be destroyed, leaving no chance for them to make a comeback. When they returned to the hotel suite, the auction house staff were already waiting there. Behind them was a massive iron cage covered in black cloth. Open it. Meng Yanli waved his hand dismissively. The staff hurried forward and opened the cage door. The twin snake women were curled up together, trembling in fear. Come out. Meng Yanli said indifferently. The older snake woman clenched her teeth, shielding her sister, and cautiously crawled out of the iron cage. Their lower halves were pale purple snaketails, while their upper halves were indistinguishable from humans. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. The older snake woman gathered her courage, pulled her sister to her knees, and bowed low. My name is Lin Shou. My sister is Lin Shui. From this day forward, our lives belong to you, sir. We will serve you faithfully. After speaking, the two of them bowed their heads to Meng Yanli. Meng Yanli paid no heed. He had saved them merely because of a single word from Zhu Zhuqing. Dipan, go prepare another suite for them to stay in, and send someone to bring them some food and clothing. He turned to Dipan beside him and gave his orders. Yes, your highness. Dipan respectfully accepted the order. The snake-like sisters were momentarily stunned, then snapped back to their senses and thanked him again. They had thought they were about to be treated as playthings. What are you still kneeling for? Follow me. The earth tablet reminded them, and the two hurriedly followed him away. Zhu Zhuqing watched their retreating figures, then glanced at Meng Yanli by her side. This carefree and somewhat malicious man always revealed a side of himself that was different from other nobles, often without meaning to. Once everyone had left, Meng Yanli flipped his wrist, and the ancient dragon egg he had casually purchased at the auction appeared before him. The ancient dragon stone egg was over 10 feet in diameter, nearly touching the ceiling of the room. Its surface was dark gray, with ancient, deep purple patterns winding across its shell, encased in stone fragments that exuded the weight of centuries. Its weight alone exceeded 1,000 pounds. Meng Yanli channeled his spiritual energy and carefully probed the interior of the ancient dragon stone egg. However, inside the stone egg, he saw only utter stillness and chaos. Only a faint trace of a young dragon remained, its life force completely severed, with not even a shred of residual energy left. It's indeed a dead egg. Meng Yanli was not surprised. If it weren't for that, the Tiando auction house wouldn't have dared to list it as an unremarkable artifact and start bidding at such a low price of 5,000 gold soul coins. Just as Meng Yanli was about to put it away, the depths of his spiritual sea suddenly stirred uncontrollably. A pure black mist seeped out from between Meng Yanli's eyebrows, swirling before him. Yu Huang emanated emotions, a strong sense of longing. And its target was none other than the ancient dragon egg in Meng Yanli's hand. Meng Yanli raised an eyebrow, establishing a mental connection with Yu Huang. A thought transmitted to him, merge. I need it, a perfect vessel. Meng Yanli immediately understood Yu Huang's intentions. This ancient dragon stone egg, though its life flame had been extinguished, still retained the essence that had once nurtured a powerful dragon's life. Its structure, material, and primordial markings were the perfect vessel for Yu Huang, who existed as pure energy. Do you wish to fuse with it? Meng Yanli asked in his mind. The black mist that Yu Huang had transformed into trembled slightly, expressing an affirmative intention. Meng Yanli pondered for a moment. Yu Huang was his greatest trump card. Merging it with a dead egg could be a blessing or a curse, it was hard to say. Alright, let me see what surprises you can bring me. With permission granted, Yu Huang instantly transformed into a streak of light and darted into the ancient dragon stone egg. The stone egg began to tremble violently. Meng Yanli could clearly feel that Yu Huang was invading and restructuring the internal structure of the stone egg in a domineering manner. Crack! Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone egg. Immediately afterward, a completely different aura began to spread from the cracks. It wasn't the scent of life, it was death. This deathly aura grew purer and purer, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop significantly. As the outer layer peeled away, the deathly aura grew thicker and thicker. Meng Yanli saw that the inner core had seamlessly integrated with the entire structure of the egg, forming a new core. When the outer shell finally peeled away completely, a jet-black jade egg appeared before Meng Yanli's eyes. Meng Yanli reached out and grasped the brand new dragon egg. A chill touched his fingers, and the connection between the dark glow in his spiritual sea and the egg grew even stronger. He could even clearly sense the wandering energies in the surrounding space through the dragon egg. Interesting, truly fascinating. Meng Yanli looked at the dragon egg in his hand with satisfaction. What this egg would hatch into was something even he could not predict. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, the eastern palace of the Crown Prince was brightly lit. Xueqing has sat upright at his desk, holding a confidential report that had just been presented to him. Meng Yanli. Xueqing, or rather Qianrun Xue, tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. The report detailed everything that had occurred at the Tiando auction house today. Of unknown origin, traveling in the carriage of the Purple Duke, accompanied by a bodyguard suspected to be a peak-level Douluo. 2 maidservants were purchased for 15,000 gold soul coins, and he also bid against Ningfengji for a soul-guided bell. Her bodyguard, Dipan, used mental power to clash with the Bone Douluo Gurong, causing him injuries. He casually pulled out a piece of Crimson Flame Dragon's left arm bone, worth 10 million and dating back 2,300 years, for auction. He actually managed to make Ningfengji, the patriarch of the 7 treasure glass sect, choose to endure and retreat. Qian Rinxue, upon seeing this, grew increasingly curious about this Meng Yanli. The waters of the Tiando Empire had been stirred up enough by her. Everything was developing in a direction favorable to the Soul Hall. But the appearance of Meng Yanli was like an uncontrollable pawn. A peak-level Douluo ranked bodyguard. What lies behind him? A reclusive sect? Or some ancient family? Qian Renxuan's expression darkened. Your Highness. A shadowy figure appeared silently behind her, kneeling on one knee. What are your orders? Find out where this Meng Yanli is currently staying. I want to know everything about him. Remember, do not alert him. Yes, Your Highness. The shadow bowed and vanished once more. Chapter 30, Entering the Sunset Forest, the fierce but vulnerable Douluo. Qian Rinxue walked to the window and gazed at the dazzling night view of Tiando City. The corners of her lips curled slightly upward. No matter who you are, since you've come to Tiando City, you must be prepared to become my pawn. She decided to pay a personal visit to this Meng Yanli tomorrow to gauge his true intentions. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the specially crafted glass windows, illuminating the Tiando suite. Meng Yanli awoke from meditation, withdrawing his spiritual energy from the ancient dragon egg. With his assistance, the fusion between Yu Huang and the dragon egg grew increasingly intimate. He could sense that the dragon egg was slowly absorbing the wandering death energy in the heavens and earth to nourish itself. Your Highness. Dipan sensed that Meng Yanli had finished his cultivation and immediately spoke up. Come in. Dipan pushed open the door, followed by Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. After spending time together, their attitude toward Meng Yanli had shifted from initial fear and resentment to a more complex and ambiguous emotion. Stay at the hotel today. Don't go anywhere. Meng Yanli looked at the two of them and said indifferently, keep an eye on those 2 snake women, Lin Xiu and Lin Wei. Don't let them cause any trouble. Yes, Your Highness. Zhu Zhuyun replied respectfully. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and whispered, where are you going? To a good place to retrieve something. Meng Yanli smiled, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Once you're stronger, I'll take you there too. The things there will be of great benefit to you. After speaking, he gave no further explanation and signaled to the earth spirit. Let's go. The two of them flickered and vanished. Zhu Zhuqing touched her cheek where he had pinched her, her face flushing slightly. Outside Tiando City, in the Sunset Forest. This was one of the largest soul beast forests within the Tiando Empire. Meng Yanli and Dipan's target this time wasn't any soul beasts, but the Icefire 2 Extreme Eye. They moved swiftly through the forest, their movements too swift for ordinary soul masters to detect. The two continued westward, venturing deeper and deeper, as the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. A faint, sweet yet fishy mist began to fill the air. The plants in the forest grew increasingly vibrant in color, and many tree branches were adorned with an abnormal mix of dark green and blue-purple hues. Your Highness, that should be the territory of the poison Douluo. Please be careful. Dipan stopped in his tracks, a look of gravity flashing in his yellow-brown eyes. He was not afraid of the poisonous mist, but he feared that Meng Yanli might not be able to withstand it. Meng Yanli nodded. Every inch of land, every plant, and even the air here had been contaminated by poison. This was a ruthless poison. If one stayed here too long, the toxic fumes would corrode one's body, disrupt their spiritual energy, and eventually reduce them to a pool of pus. Let's go. Let's meet this poison-mastered martial emperor from the Douluo continent. Meng Yanli walked forward nonchalantly. The golden dragon bloodline within his body was so powerful that the toxic fumes were purified completely by the invisible dragon's aura and vital energy before they even came into contact with his body. The two continued on for several miles before the landscape suddenly opened up, revealing the outskirts of a mountain pass. As if sensing a powerful presence approaching, a gaunt figure leaped down from the mountain pass and landed not far from Meng Yanli and his companions. The man had long, dark green hair hanging loosely around his shoulders, a gaunt face, sunken eye sockets, and purple lips. His entire being exuded a chilling aura. It was none other than the 91st ranked titled Douluo, known as Poison, Douluo. The moment Meng Yanli and Dipan entered his spiritual perception range, Douluo already knew. Who dares to intrude into my territory? Do you seek death? A hoarse voice echoed through the forest. A colossal surge of soul power, intertwined with his unique toxic domain, instantly engulfed them. In an instant, the toxic mist around them thickened several-fold, transforming into countless emerald-green venomous snake illusions that lunged toward the two with claws outstretched. Dipan grunted and took a step forward. Boom! 8 black and 1 red soul rings rose from beneath him, and the illusory form of the Golden Earth Dragon King appeared behind Dipan. A domineering pressure akin to that of a sovereign erupted from his body, spreading out in a golden-yellow aura that instantly crushed all the poisonous substances in pressure. The might of the Golden Earth Dragon King was not something a mere titled martial saint could withstand. Douluo's expression changed drastically as his body suddenly rose from the boulder, his eyes filled with horror. What an overwhelming aura! This pressure was more terrifying than any titled Douluo he had ever encountered. Heavy, domineering, and brimming with the absolute dominance of a superior over an inferior. This person must be a peak-level Douluo above the 95th rank. And he actually has 8 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. What kind of monster is this? Douluo's heart sank to the depths of despair. He was a reclusive man with enemies everywhere, but he knew his limits. How could he have provoked such a terrifying existence of this caliber? Could he be a hidden powerhouse from the Soul Hall? He fixed his gaze on Dipan, viewing him as the sole threat. As for the teenager behind the stone tablet, who was only in his teens, he instinctively assumed he was the young master of some prominent family, brought out by his elders for training. Who are you? I, Douluo, have no grudge against you. Why have you dared to intrude into my territory? Douluo suppressed his shock and barked the question, his voice harsh but trembling. However, the response did not come from the earth plate. Meng Yanli stepped out from behind the stone tablet, a playful smile on his face, ignoring the thick poisonous mist surrounding them. Poison Douluo, Douluo. Meng Yanli spoke in a clear voice, don't be nervous, we're not here to cause trouble. Douluo was taken aback. This young man wasn't afraid of his by Lin Snake Emperor's venom. He even noticed a faint golden aura enveloping the youth, emanating an aura of divine majesty. This old man and this youngster were both monsters. Who are you? What are you doing here? Douluo's voice grew increasingly wary. I told you, we're not here to cause trouble. Meng Yanli looked into Douluo's eyes, I'm here for your herb garden. What did you say? How did this kid find out? In an instant, an endless surge of killing intent emanated from Douluo. No matter who you are or where you heard about my herb garden, if you don't leave today, I'll go down with you. Douluo roared, no longer caring about anything else. He knew he couldn't defeat that mysterious peak-level martial artist. But threatening mutual destruction should scare them off. Suddenly, a brilliant green light enveloped Douluo, and 9 soul rings rose from his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Douluo's soul power surged, and behind him appeared a massive emerald-scaled snake emperor, tens of feet in length. The emerald-scaled snake king slowly raised its head, its snake eyes flickering with an eerie green light. Then, it suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and a green wave of poisonous energy erupted from its mouth. Chapter 31, Earthplate single-handedly suppresses the poisonous Douluo, Douluo surrenders. Wherever the green light passed, whether it was the ancient trees or the rocks, everything instantly turned into a pool of green, foul-smelling liquid. Even the space itself seemed to be corroded by the poison, emitting a sizzling sound. Facing this terrifying attack, Dipan remained expressionless as he took a step forward. Roar! A mournful dragon's roar erupted from the depths of Dipan's throat. The Golden Earth Dragon King's illusory form behind him solidified instantly, and the 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, glowed brightly. A terrifying pressure, more domineering and oppressive than that of Douluo, erupted violently. A yellowish-brown aura centered on Dipan formed an absolute domain. The emerald-green divine light, upon touching the earth-yellow aura, was instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness by the overwhelming soul power. What? Douluo's face was filled with disbelief. His attack had actually been so easily neutralized by the opponent? For the first time, Douluo's martial soul felt an emotion called fear. This sense of submission from the depths of his being made his soul power flow sluggishly. It's over. The cold voice of Dipan echoed in Douluo's ears. His figure flickered, leaving a blurry afterimage in his place. In the next instant, he had already appeared before Douluo. Douluo instinctively tried to activate his soul technique to retreat, but to his horror, he discovered that the surrounding space seemed to freeze instantly. A heavy pressure held him firmly in place. Dipan simply extended a hand. Though it didn't move quickly, it carried an inescapable force of law, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Ugh! Ha! Douluo's feet left the ground, and he kicked helplessly in mid-air. A 91st-ranked titled Douluo, in the presence of Dipan, was as helpless as a child, unable to put up any resistance. Now, do you still think you can kill us? Meng Yanli slowly walked up to Douluo, his golden pupils reflecting the terrified, disheveled face of his opponent. How pitiful. Meng Yanli shook his head silently. You, who are you? The Hall of the Soul, the place where the Soul Hall's revered elders reside, could never have such powerful beings. Douluo struggled to force a few words out of his throat. He prided himself on knowing everything about the top-tier warriors, yet he had never heard of such terrifying beings. Who we are, you don't need to know, and you have no right to know. Meng Yanli spoke calmly, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. I only ask you one thing, do you want to live? Do you want your granddaughter, Douluo, who was also poisoned by her soul blade and is now fighting for her life, to survive as well? As soon as Meng Yanli finished speaking, Douluo's body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. This was his greatest secret besides the medicinal garden, it was the fact that both he and his granddaughter were poisoned. It seemed the other party had come prepared, knowing everything about him. Meng Yanli gave a nod to Dipan, who lowered Douluo but kept his hand on his throat. How do you know all this? Can you really cure the poison in my body? Douluo's voice trembled. In his quest to find an antidote, he had searched the entire continent and even became a court physician to the Tian-Do imperial family, hoping to use their power to find a cure. Yet after all this time, he still had no leads. A mere Bai Lin poison? What's so difficult about that? Meng Yanli spoke coldly without a trace of emotion. Not only can I cure you and your granddaughter, but I can even enhance your strength further. Douluo's breathing grew. His instincts told him that this young man wasn't bluffing. What are the conditions? He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Meng Yanli smiled, sending a chill down Douluo's spine. The conditions are actually quite simple. Submit to me and become my servant. From this day forward, you, along with this ice-fire two-eyed spring, will all belong to me. You can forget it. Douluo nearly shouted in anger without thinking. As a titled Douluo, he had his pride. To become the servant of a young upstart was more humiliating than death itself. Is that so? Meng Yanli raised his hand lightly. The 5 fingers of the earthplate tightened slightly, and Douluo immediately felt a pressure rising from his throat. You can choose to die here with dignity. Meng Yanli's voice suddenly turned cold. I will find your granddaughter. I think she'll be more than happy to join you down there. No. Don't hurt Yen Yen. He could die, but his only relative, his beloved granddaughter, must not come to harm. I agree. Douluo choked out the 3 words, his voice hoarse and filled with humiliation. Very well. Meng Yanli nodded in satisfaction. Dipan released his grip, and Douluo coughed violently, gasping for fresh air. Take us inside. Meng Yanli ordered. Yes. Your Highness. Douluo's voice was filled with resentment. He led the 2 of them to the ice-fire two-eyed spring. The outer perimeter was guarded by a poisonous array, while the interior was an inverted cone-shaped valley, emitting a strong sulfuric odor and moist heat. At the very center of the valley stood an odd spring, one eye a fiery red-hot spring, the other a blue-cold spring. The 2 streams of water merged along a perfect S-curve without mixing. The land around the spring was covered with countless exotic flowers and plants, each emitting intense energy fluctuations. This is the ice and fire dual spring. Even Dipan, who had seen much in his travels, couldn't help but be awed by the breathtaking sight before him. The concentration of celestial and terrestrial energies here was so intense that it seemed to have liquefied. Just a single breath felt like a significant enhancement of one's spiritual power. Douluo, however, wore a complex expression. This was the sacred site he had discovered and guarded for decades, yet now he must relinquish it. His heart was bleeding. Your Highness, every single plant here contains the ultimate ice and fire dual toxins. Even a titled Douluo would be poisoned by the toxic fumes in an instant and turn into pus-filled water. Douluo couldn't help but speak up to warn him. However, Meng Yanli's reaction left him speechless once again, feeling as though his face had been slapped. Meng Yanli walked through the medicinal garden by the spring, his gaze sweeping over the oddly shaped divine herbs. 8-petaled celestial orchid, mild in nature, nourishes the roots and strengthens the foundation, clears the mind and dispels demons. Not bad, an excellent choice for auxiliary-type soul masters. The heaven-piercing chrysanthemum, with a fierce nature, enhances the flow of chi throughout the limbs and unblocks the blood vessels, enabling one to cultivate an invincible body. It would be suitable for someone like you, a strength-type soul master. He approached a crimson-colored herb whose surrounding air warped slightly from the heat it emitted, nodding in approval. Fiery apricot blossom, the king of fire toxins. If a fire attribute soul master obtains it and can endure its toxicity, they can undergo a complete transformation and greatly enhance their soul power. He then turned his attention to a plant nearby, shaped like an octagon, with an icy blue hue, and the ground around it covered in a thick layer of frost. Octagonal mystic icegrass, the pinnacle of ice poison, and the natural enemy of the blazing fire apricot. With each name and description of a divine herb, Douluo's expression grew more astonished. These divine herbs had been studied by him for decades, yet he could only recognize a handful of them, most of which he had only barely deciphered through personal experimentation with poison, at a terrible cost. Yet this young man knew the origins and effects of every single one of them. Chapter 32, The Ice and Fire Dragon King appears, the Dragon King's trial. This is impossible. What kind of monster is he? Meng Yanli ignored Douluo, who was already questioning his existence behind him, and walked straight toward the center of the ice and fire two-eyed spring. The closer he got, the more intense the terrifying energy of intertwined ice and fire became. Dipan instinctively released his soul power, forming a thick earthen shield to envelop Meng Yanli. It's fine. Meng Yanli waved his hand, signaling Dipan not to worry. The golden dragon bloodline within his body had already begun to boil. The aura of the ice-fire two extremes not only failed to cause him any discomfort but instead evoked a sense of familiarity. Just then, a sudden change occurred. On his left wrist, the multicolored bracelet the dragon god's tear formed from the core of the dragon god suddenly burst into brilliant light without any warning. Rays of multicolored light radiated outward from the bracelet, creating ripples of sacred and majestic energy that instantly enveloped the entire mountain pass. The once tranquil ice-fire dual eye erupted violently the moment it came into contact with the multicolored light, boiling furiously. Scarlet-red yang springs erupted into 100-meter-high flames, while blue-ing springs churned up freezing cold currents that froze everything in their path. The two opposing energies collided violently in the air, erupting with a deafening roar that caused the entire mountain valley to tremble violently. Rocks fell from the mountain walls, as if the entire structure might collapse at any moment. What is happening? Douluo's face turned pale. He had never witnessed such a terrifying eruption of the ice-fire dual pole eye. Deepan immediately shielded Meng Yanli behind him, channeling his soul power to its peak. The Golden Dragon King's illusory form roared behind him, vigilantly watching the center of the spring. At that moment, two incredibly majestic wills, brimming with boundless dragon might, descended from the deepest depths of the spring, crashing down with tremendous force. Roar! Roar! Two distinct dragon cries echoed across the heavens, their might so overwhelming that even the Golden Earth Dragon King's illusory form trembled behind Deepan. A massive crimson dragon shadow erupted from the young spring, its body engulfed in blazing dragon flames, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. At the same time, a massive ice-blue dragon's shadow spiraled out from the spring. Its entire body was composed of mystical ice, with scales as clear as crystal. Wherever it passed, even the air froze into ice crystals, shimmering as they fell. Both dragons were hundreds of meters in length. Though merely semi-transparent soul forms, the overwhelming dragon might that towered above all living beings sent a chill of submission and awe coursing through the very souls of Deepan and Douluo. The Golden Earth Dragon King's soul form behind Deepan bowed its head slightly before the two dragon shadows, emitting a low, mournful cry in reverence. Douluo, however, was completely overwhelmed by the dragon's might, his 7 orifices bleeding, his legs giving way, and he collapsed to the ground. He stared in horror at the two true dragons in the sky, his mind going blank. True dragons? Beneath this spring, two true dragon souls were actually slumbering. The crimson-red fire dragon and the icy blue ice dragon circled the sky once before their massive dragon heads slowly turned toward Meng Yanli. Their gaze finally settled on the 7 colored tears of the dragon god still glowing on Meng Yanli's wrist and on his chest. It's the breath of the dragon god. The Ice Dragon King's voice was cold and ethereal, yet tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. There's no mistake. This pure power of destruction, and the dragon god's aura. Are you the heir to the emperor? The Fire Dragon King's voice was filled with endless longing and sorrow. I am the Ice Dragon King. I am the Fire Dragon King. We greet the heir to the dragon god. The two true dragons, whose might shook the heavens and earth, simultaneously bowed their proud heads toward Meng Yanli, performing a ritual of respect originating from the ancient dragon clan. Meng Yanli met the gaze of the two dragon kings with composure, showing no trace of fear. His purpose in coming here was to obtain the souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Two dragon kings, there is no need for such formalities. Meng Yanli spoke, his voice resonating with the majesty of the dragon god's aura. The Fire Dragon King raised his massive head, his scorching gaze scrutinizing Meng Yanli, and praised, Heir, you possess the purest dragon bloodline and have obtained the dragon god's tears. You are truly remarkable. The Ice Dragon King added, during the divine war, the dragon god fell, and the dragon clan was torn apart. We too were severely wounded, fell, and ultimately transformed into these ice and fire eyes. Meng Yanli nodded. Our power has long been fused with these ice-fire dual eyes. Heir, since you have been chosen by the dragon god, you are worthy to inherit our power. The Fire Dragon King's voice grew serious. However, to inherit our power, you must pass a trial. The Ice Dragon King's cold voice rang out, our ice and fire powers are wildly uncontrollable. Even with the dragon god's tears protecting you, it is no small feat. You must prove that you possess a body and will strong enough to bear this power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Meng Yanli's golden pupils flashed with a gleam of determination. What trial? The Fire Dragon King's massive dragon claws pointed toward the divine herb by the spring. One was the blazing fire apricot. The other was the octagonal mystic ice grass. These two plants are the ultimate essence of ice and fire energy. The trial is simple, consume both of them simultaneously. The Fire Dragon King's voice carried a hint of gravity, echoing throughout the entire mountain valley. Take them both at the same time? Douluo, standing nearby, let out a startled cry. To consume them both at the same time? That would result in instant death, leaving not even a trace behind. Exactly. The Ice Dragon King explained, ice and fire are opposites that balance each other. Only by using your body as a furnace, on the brink of life and death, can you forcibly fuse these two extreme energies and prove you are worthy to inherit our power. Heir, dare you try? The Fire Dragon King's massive dragon eyes fixed intently on Meng Yanli. Deepan looked at Meng Yanli anxiously and said in a low voice, Your Highness, you must not. This is far too dangerous, you must not attempt it. Meng Yanli smiled, a smile tinged with resignation. Risk and opportunity coexist. He turned to Deepan and the terrified Douluo and ordered, Step back to the edge and protect me. Your Highness. Dipan tried to plead further. This is an order. Meng Yanli's tone left no room for argument. Dipan took a deep breath, a flash of struggle crossing his eyes, but ultimately chose to obey. He grabbed the collar of Douluo, who was still in a daze, and with a swift movement, retreated to 100 meters away, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Meng Yanli turned to the two Dragon Kings and declared in a loud voice, I accept the challenge. Excellent. You are indeed the heir to the Dragon God. With such courage, you are worthy to bear our power. The Fire Dragon King roared in approval. The Ice Dragon King nodded slightly, then, begin. Remember, stay true to your heart. Use the Dragon God's tears as a guide, and you may have a sliver of hope. Meng Yanli took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. He stepped forward and plucked the blazing fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass. The extreme sensations of cold and heat surged through his palms, yet his expression remained unchanged. Under the solemn gaze of the two Dragon Kings' lingering souls, Meng Yanli slowly placed both divine herbs into his mouth at the same time. Chapter 33, Forging the Body with Ice and Fire, the Dragon King's twin soul rings and bones. The moment the fiery apricot blossoms and the octagonal ice grass entered his mouth simultaneously, Meng Yanli felt that he had not swallowed two plants. Boom! Extreme heat and extreme cold erupted almost simultaneously within his mouth. The fiery apricot blossoms instantly transformed into a destructive lava torrent, surging down his throat. Everything in its path, meridians, flesh, and bones, seemed on the verge of being reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the octagonal shenbing grass transformed into a freezing cold current that followed closely behind. Wherever it passed, blood froze, and all life ceased. The two energies, one cold, one hot, collided within him in the most primal, most brutal manner. Put! Meng Yanli could no longer contain himself and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body undergoes a drastic transformation, with the right side turning a fiery red like a red-hot iron, emitting wispy wisps of smoke. The left side was covered in a thick layer of frost, taking on a lifeless purple-blue hue. The entire figure resembled a grotesque, terrifying fusion of ice and fire, a creature of contradictions. Your Highness! Dipan witnessed the scene, his eyes widening in horror as he let out a deafening roar. His soul power surged wildly, and a golden-yellow light erupted, nearly causing him to charge forward without hesitation. Had it not been for Meng Yanli's previous orders, he would have already charged forward. Ha 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 ha! Madman! You're truly mad! Douluo was startled for a moment, then his face broke into a. While trembling in fear from Dipan's overwhelming pressure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph in his heart. Dead is better. As long as that brat is dead, that guard might leave, and I'll be free. Then, the remnants of those two Dragon King souls, perhaps I still have a chance. However, Meng Yanli in the center of the battlefield did not fall as he had hoped. Wave after wave of excruciating pain assaulted his consciousness, as if trying to shatter his mind completely. Damn it! It hurts so much. Suppress it! Meng Yanli roared in his mind, forcing himself to focus and visualize his own body. He no longer attempted to stop the collision of the two energies. Instead, he used his own body as a battlefield, with his golden dragon bloodline as his commander, forcibly guiding the two chaotic forces. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed from within him, as golden chi and blood energy surged wildly. The golden dragon blood within his body erupted with brilliant light, transforming into golden whirlpools that began to voraciously devour and refine the ice and fire energies within his body. However, the power of the ice-fire divine herb was too overwhelming. Even with the golden dragon bloodline, his body's repair speed gradually couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. His meridians snapped one by one, and his life force was rapidly fading. No! I can't hold on much longer. Meng Yanli's heart raced with alarm, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Even if he couldn't hold on, he had to keep going. Today, even if he dies, he must refine this ice and fire energy. At that moment, the dragon god's tears once again burst forth with a dazzling seven-colored light, instantly enveloping Meng Yanli's body. The dragon god's tears were a super divine artifact, the embodiment of the law of creation, and also the recognition of the dragon clan. Pure, unadulterated life-creating energy surged forth, penetrating into Meng Yanli's body. Wherever this life energy passed, the meridians destroyed by the fiery flames instantly regenerated, becoming even more resilient. The cells frozen by ice also regained their vitality, breaking through and reborn. Now is the moment. Meng Yanli seizes the opportunity, using his golden dragon bloodline as a conduit, forcibly pulling the two streams of divine herb energy together. Use my body as the furnace, my blood as the fire, let ice and fire rotate, uniting yin and yang. Boom! Within his dantian, it seemed as though the heavens were being split apart. The crimson red fire poison energy and the icy blue ice poison energy, guided by him, no longer destroyed each other. Instead, they formed the rudimentary shape of a Tai Chi diagram, connected at both ends and slowly rotating. The red side was fiery and domineering, brimming with destruction and explosive power. The blue side was icy cold and reserved, containing the power of extinction and control. The two interdependent and interconvertible energies formed an entirely new energy form. The strange phenomena on Meng Yanli's body began to fade slowly. The crimson and frost-white hues faded away, replaced by a faint, radiant glow. His body underwent a profound transformation in this process of destruction and rebirth. His bones became as translucent as jade, his meridians as white as rivers, and within his flesh, the dual essence of ice and fire subtly intertwined. Ice-Fire Alchemy Body. It's done! In the sky, the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King's enormous dragon eyes simultaneously revealed shock and admiration. He actually did it! The Ice Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. Not only did he do it, but it's even more perfect than we imagined. The Fire Dragon King roared excitedly, using the Golden Dragon's resilient flesh as a foundation and the creation power of a divine artifact as a safeguard. He has truly fused our ice and fire primordial energies in the face of life and death. Half an hour later, Meng Yanli slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of divine light flashed briefly. He exhaled a long breath of murky air, which was half cold and half hot, leaving a clear white trail in the air. I have passed the trial. Meng Yanli raised his head. His golden eyes had already changed, one red and one blue, gazing up at the two dragon kings. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 The Fire Dragon King repeated the word good 3 times, his massive dragon body twisting and turning in the air. You have truly given us a tremendous surprise. The Ice Dragon King nodded slightly. You are worthy to bear our power. Now, please accept our final gift. As soon as the words were spoken, the soul forms of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King grew increasingly brilliant. Our remnant souls have little time left. Rather than fade away in slumber, we shall become the foundation for your journey forward. Remember this, the future of the Dragon Clan rests in your hands. 2 solemn and reverent voices echoed through the valley. In the next instant, the crimson-red soul of the Fire Dragon King transformed into 3 streams of light, rushing toward Meng Yanli. One of them first merged into his body. Immediately afterward, a crimson soul ring appeared, engraved with the Dragon King's markings and burning with fiery dragon flames. This was the Dragon King's soul ring, forged by the Dragon King using his own primordial soul energy for Meng Yanli. At the same time, another crimson streak of light merged into Meng Yanli's right arm. Crack! His right arm bones were instantly reshaped by a domineering flame energy, and a soul bone, entirely crimson with countless flame dragon patterns engraved on its surface, fused perfectly with his arm. The Fire Dragon King's right arm soul bone. Immediately afterward, the Ice Dragon King's massive dragon soul split into 3, and a streak of ice blue light merged into Meng Yanli's body in the same manner, forming his 4th soul ring. The Ice Dragon King's soul ring was ice blue in color, engraved with the Ice Dragon King's patterns, and emanating extreme coldness. The ice blue stream of light then merged into his left arm, where a soul bone emanating extreme coldness and adorned with flowing ice crystal dragon patterns also fused seamlessly with his left arm. The Ice Dragon King's left arm soul bone. Chapter 34, Ice Fire Dragon Soul Pearl, Detoxifying Douluo. However, this isn't over yet. After condensing the soul rings and soul bones, the final remnants of the 2 Dragon King souls transformed into 2 pearls the size of dragon eyes, one red and one blue, floating before Meng Yanli. These are the dragon soul pearls formed from the very essence of our souls. In the future, you may bestow them upon your most trusted followers. As long as their martial soul aligns with ours, they can harness the power of these pearls to undergo a final transformation, evolving into the true Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King martial souls. The final words of the Fire Dragon King echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The glory of the Dragon Clan. I entrust it to you. As the final words faded away, the 2 divine dragon illusions in the sky vanished completely. Meng Yanli reached out, grasping the 2 dragon soul pearls in his hands, feeling the vast dragon soul power within them, and bowed slightly toward the sky. I have remembered. He turned around and looked at Dipan and Douluo. At that moment, Douluo felt no trace of joy or resentment in his heart, only endless fear and reverence. This young man had actually gained the recognition and gift of 2 divine dragon souls. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Who exactly was the being he had sworn allegiance to? Let us go. What are you still standing there for? Meng Yanli's voice snapped Douluo out of his shock. He snapped out of it and stood up, his gaze toward Meng Yanli no longer filled with resentment and reluctance, but with genuine awe. Yes, your highness. He hurriedly bowed, lowering his posture as much as possible. Meng Yanli nodded in satisfaction. A man like Douluo could only be truly subdued by a power beyond his comprehension. His gaze once again fell upon the medicinal garden. Now that the remnants of the Ice Fire Dragon King had dissipated, the guardian of these divine herbs naturally became him. These things are just wasting space here. Meng Yanli showed no mercy. He walked into the herb garden and began the task of harvesting. Autumn dew, this is good for my golden eyes. I'll take it. The heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, Earth's pillar, this is for you. Find an opportunity to absorb it later, it will elevate your physical defense to a new level. Qiluayu Jingxiang, a rare treasure among rare treasures, aids in the evolution of plant-based martial souls and grants immunity to all poisons. This is good, let's keep it for now. Thought-breaking red. The conditions for this thing to bloom are too harsh. Better keep it. Every time he picked a plant, he would comment on it, causing Douluo, who was standing nearby, to twitch his eyelids in agony. These were all treasures he had guarded for decades. Deepan took the oddly shaped Tongtian chrysanthemum, and even his usually composed face showed a hint of joy. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for the medicine." Meng Yanli waved his hand, sorting the picked divine herbs and storing them in his storage soul-guided device. He left behind some younger roots and stems of the divine herbs, which would soon revive the area. After finishing everything, he clapped his hands and said to Douluo, "Alright, let's return to Tiando City." "Yes, Your Highness." Douluo dared not utter a single word of complaint. The three returned swiftly. Douluo's mood was complex. On one hand, he felt the pain of losing the sacred place, but on the other hand, he was filled with anticipation for the antidote promised by Meng Yanli. By the time they returned to Tiando City, it was already dusk. Meng Yanli did not choose to return to the Tiando Grand Hotel. The hotel is crowded and full of prying eyes, it's inconvenient. He directly ordered Douluo, "You must have your own residence in the city, right?" "Yes. It's in the southern part of the city, very quiet." Douluo hurriedly replied. "Excellent. From today onward, we will move there. By the way, it's time to fulfill my promise." Upon hearing the words "fulfill my promise," Douluo's breathing suddenly became rapid. Douluo's mansion was quite spacious, but there were few servants inside, giving it a rather desolate feel, exactly what Meng Yanli had in mind. Upon entering a secret room, Douluo could no longer contain himself. He looked at Meng Yanli and stammered, Your Highness, look, this poison. Extend your hand." Meng Yanli spoke succinctly. Douluo hurriedly extended his hands, which had been corroded by toxins over the years, leaving them dry and blackened. Meng Yanli extended her index finger and gently touched his wrist pulse point. A thread of soul energy, containing the dual essence of ice and fire, entered Douluo's body. Instantly, Meng Yanli clearly saw the condition inside his body. Douluo's meridians, bones, and internal organs were almost entirely enveloped by a layer of dark green poison. This toxin had fused deeply with his soul energy and flesh, forming a symbiotic relationship. "It's not too serious." Meng Yanli withdrew his finger and spoke casually. Douluo's eyes lit up. Meng Yanli raised his left hand, and the dragon god's tear on his wrist glowed once more. This time, it emitted a gentle, pure white light brimming with endless vitality. "Focus your mind and calm your spirit." As Meng Yanli spoke, he placed his hand on Douluo's crown chakra. Pure life force and purifying energy surged into Douluo's limbs and bones like a sacred spring. "Ah!" Douluo let out an agonizing scream. That sacred power was the natural enemy of the deep-rooted poison of the green phosphorus snake emperor within his body. He could clearly feel the toxins within his body being forcibly stripped away, purified, and broken down by an irresistible force. The process felt as though his soul was being torn apart and roasted over a fire. Dark green toxic fumes continuously forced out of his body, emitting a sizzling sound in the air before being purified and dissolved by the white light. The entire process lasted a full incense stick's worth of time. When the last trace of poison was expelled from his body, Meng Yanli withdrew his hand, and the dragon god's tears returned to calm. Douluo collapsed to the ground, soaked in sweat, gasping for breath. He could feel that the poison that had tormented him had vanished completely. Although his soul power had been slightly depleted, it had become purer and more refined than ever before. The feeling of being freed from shackles and reborn filled him with such emotion that tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." Douluo flipped over and knelt down, performing a 5-point prostration before Meng Yanli. "Rise." Meng Yanli said indifferently, "I will select a suitable divine herb for you later to help you rebuild your foundation. By then, not only will your strength return to its former level, but reaching the threshold of a higher realm will no longer be an empty promise." "Yes. This old servant, no, this loyal servant. I will risk my life for Your Highness, even if it means dying 10,000 times." Douluo was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Without the poison, he felt light as a feather, and he could even improve his cultivation. Although he had lost the ice fire 2 extremes this was still a complete win. Chapter 35, Xian Rinxue's Speculations, Duge Yen returns home. "Though I have taken you as my servant, I am not accustomed to the term old servant. Please do not refer to yourself that way in the future, choose another name instead," Meng Yanli said casually. Douluo was startled, and a wave of warmth flooded his heart. He had thought that submitting to such a powerful figure would mean losing all dignity and becoming a true servant. Yet the other party had even spared him the courtesy of preserving his title as a titled Douluo in such a minor detail. "This old servant obeys your command, Your Highness." Douluo hurriedly corrected himself. Meng Yanli nodded in satisfaction. "Send someone to the Tiando Grand Hotel and bring my followers there as well." "Your Highness, rest assured. This old servant will handle it immediately." Watching Douluo's departing figure, Meng Yanli finally exhaled deeply and sat down in a cross-legged position. Detoxifying Douluo had also taken a significant toll on his mental energy, and he needed time to recover. He quickly closed his eyes and began meditating. Douluo dared not delay for a moment and personally headed to the Tiando Grand Hotel. The renowned poison master, who had gained fame across the land, appeared at the hotel entrance and specifically requested to take Meng Yanli away, causing the hotel management to be immediately alerted. When Xu Zhuqing and the others followed Douluo to his mansion in the southern part of the city, their eyes all revealed different expressions. Xu Zhuqing glanced at Douluo, who was keeping his aura in check. She could sense that this domineering titled martial saint was showing great respect toward Meng Yanli at that moment. She couldn't help but wonder what Meng Yanli had done in such a short time to make a titled martial arts master submit so completely. Meanwhile, the sisters Lin Xiu and Lin Wei closely followed the Zhu sisters, dared not utter a single word. The prince has already arranged accommodations for everyone. Please follow me. Douluo led the way personally, guiding them to a clean and elegant independent courtyard. Miss Xu, this courtyard is quiet. The four of you may stay here for now. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Douluo said to Zhu Zhuyun. Thank you for your kindness, Zhu Zhuyun replied politely. After making all the arrangements, Douluo departed on his own. Sister, this poisonous martial artist, he seems to be afraid of Meng Yanli. Xu Zhuqing watched Douluo's departing figure and whispered softly. Xu Zhuyun suppressed the turmoil in her heart and said solemnly, Zhuqing, our prince's abilities and background are likely far beyond our imagination. Following him might truly be our only way out of the family's rules. Tiando City, the eastern palace of the crown prince. In the study, Xueqinghe, dressed in the luxurious attire of a crown prince, listened quietly to his subordinate's report. Your Highness, according to intelligence from our spies, this afternoon, Douluo personally went to the Tiando Grand Hotel and brought all the women accompanying Meng Yanli into his mansion in the southern part of the city. A black-clad figure knelt on one knee and spoke in a low voice. Xueqinghe's face, as smooth as jade, furrowed imperceptibly. Douluo? She repeated the name softly, her clear eyes flashing with a hint of deep confusion. How is that possible? Xueqinghe's inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected on the surface. Douluo was no ordinary figure. She had infiltrated the Tiando imperial family for years and had already investigated him thoroughly. He was a reclusive, arrogant, selfish, and extremely difficult to deal with titled Douluo. He had joined the Tiando imperial family as a court official, not only because he had been saved by Prince Xuexing, but also to use the imperial family's power to find a cure for his ailment. He had little loyalty to the imperial family itself. Xueqinghe had attempted to recruit him on multiple occasions, only to be rebuffed each time. Such a stubborn and unruly old monster, how could he suddenly show such favor to a teenager, even going so far as to bring him into his private residence? This is highly irregular. What have you found out about Meng Yanli's background? She asked. Your Highness, we have only a faint lead. The black-clad figure bowed his head in shame. We've exhausted all our intelligence networks and only found a record from 6 years ago at the Soul Hall in Notting City. He was born in a small village outside Notting City, with innate full soul power and a golden dragon soul. The bodyguard by his side has unimaginable strength. Our men couldn't even get close. We couldn't find out anything else. Innate full soul power and a golden dragon soul? Such exceptional talent, why didn't the soul master who awakened him report it to the Soul Hall? Xueqing had tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing a crisp sound. A mysterious young man, a terrifyingly powerful bodyguard, unimaginable wealth, and now he's connected to the Douluo faction. All of this cast a thick veil of mystery over the name Meng Yanli in her mind, turning it into a massive, uncontrollable variable. Young master, could he actually be one of our Soul Hall members who was hidden away? Snakespear Douluo, Shilong, whispered a hypothesis. Impossible. Xueqinghe immediately denied it. If he were from the Soul Hall, I would have known. Despite his words, Xueqinghe still leaned toward this possibility. After all, the Soul Hall wasn't a monolithic organization. That woman had always been plotting against grandfather and the others. Could this Meng Yanli really be someone she had been secretly cultivating? Xueqinghe pondered for a moment. Originally, I planned to approach this Meng Yanli personally to probe his true intentions. Her expression darkened, but now that she's moved into Duke Douluo's mansion, things have become complicated. Douluo's by Lin Snake Emperor is highly venomous. Even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront it. Though she possesses the angelic soul skill as holy light to counter evil, she doesn't want to provoke such a madman unnecessarily. Then, what should we do next, Your Highness? The sting pig Douluo asked, his voice sharp. First, notify everyone to temporarily suspend all proactive contact with Meng Yanli. Do not act rashly until we have clarified his true intentions and background. Xueqinghe's fingers stopped tapping, and his expression returned to its usual calm. Since he is connected to Douluo, his every move will inevitably be linked to Douluo's granddaughter, Douluyen. You should start by investigating Douluo and observe him covertly. Understood. By evening, Meng Yanli had already finished his meditation and was standing in the courtyard, feeling the changes brought about by the Icefire Golden Body technique. On the other side, the main gate of the mansion was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a tall figure walked in. With purple hair and green eyes, and a graceful figure, the person was none other than Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo. As soon as Douluo entered the mansion, she sensed something was amiss. How could there suddenly be so many unfamiliar auras? Douluo's brows furrowed instantly. Her grandfather was a reclusive man who rarely interacted with outsiders. Besides the two of them, there wasn't even a single servant in the mansion. Could it be her grandfather's enemies? Chapter 36, Beating Douluo's heart flutters. Douluo's spiritual energy began to circulate quietly within her body. A hint of caution flashed in her emerald green eyes. She tiptoed forward, following the scent, and made her way deeper into the courtyard. Soon, she spotted a tall, slender youth in the courtyard, dressed in black, standing with his back to her, motionless under the moonlight. "Who are you?" Douluo coldly demanded. The youth slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face with golden pupils. Manhwa looked at the uninvited guest before her. The young woman had long purple hair, a stunning face, and a fiery figure, but her emerald green eyes carried an air of aloofness that kept others at a distance. "Isn't this Douluo's granddaughter? Why should I tell you?" Manhwa's reply carried a hint of mockery. "You're asking for death." Douluo was enraged by his contemptuous attitude. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo's soul spirit instantly manifested. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose from her feet, and a massive green scaled snake appeared behind her. Her purple hair moved without wind, and a chilling poisonous mist spread instantly. Third soul technique, emerald scaled purple poison. Douluo aimed to end the battle quickly, capture this young man, and then go find her grandfather. The purple soul ring shone brightly. She parted her lips slightly and exhaled a purple toxic mist, which swept toward Manhwa from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. This Bai Lin Zidu possessed powerful paralysis and corrosive effects. Even ordinary soul masters would turn into pus within moments if they came into contact with it. Facing this overwhelmingly toxic attack, Manhwa didn't even bother to move. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ice Fire Alchemy Body, immune to all poisons. Douluo's poison wasn't even enough to scratch him. Douluo saw the young man standing motionless and assumed he had been scared senseless, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. But the next moment, her expression froze in shock. As the emerald purple poison approached within 3 feet of the young man's body, it automatically dissolved and disintegrated, not even touching the hem of his robe. How is that possible? Douluo's face was filled with disbelief. Manhwa's voice drifted over. "You're too weak. You." Douluo's pride was shattered in an instant. She clenched her teeth and summoned her soul power once more. Her entire body transformed into a green ghostly figure, her speed skyrocketing as she circled around the youth from behind. Her hands, coated in thick poison, aimed straight for the youth's back. Just as she was about to touch him, the boy's figure suddenly vanished before her eyes. Douluo was filled with terror. A warm hand suddenly pressed against her neck from behind. The hand pressing against her neck seemed to possess immense power, causing her soul energy to freeze instantly, leaving her unable to muster even a shred of it. From the moment she appeared to the moment she was subdued, the entire process took less than a minute. And the opponent hadn't even used a single soul ring, defeating her with ease. Douluo's mind went blank. Just then, Douluo rushed over. Upon seeing his granddaughter being held by Manhwa, he was so frightened that he nearly lost his soul. "Your Highness! Please spare her! Please spare her!" He rushed to Manhwa's side, his face filled with panic. "This is my granddaughter, Douluo. She didn't recognize your Highness and offended you. Please spare her this time for my sake." "Grandfather?" Douluo was even more confused. Her grandfather was a renowned martial arts master with a noble title, yet he was addressing this young man as your Highness? And his attitude was so humble. Manhwa was just teasing her. He let go of her hand and gave Douluo a dismissive glance. "Keep your people in line." "Yes, yes, yes." Douluo nodded repeatedly. "Grandfather. What's going on here? Who is he? Why did you?" Douluo couldn't accept that her proud grandfather would bow down to a young boy. "Shut up." Douluo cut her off. "From now on, the entire Douluo family must swear allegiance to His Highness. He is my savior. Life-saving benefactor? That's right. The prince, he can cure the poison in our bodies." The soul-devouring poison that had plagued their clan for generations, could it really have a cure? She stared blankly at Manhwa, her eyes filled with doubt and shock. Douluo knelt before Manhwa once more, his voice trembling with supplication. "Your Highness, this old servant humbly begs you to show mercy and also rid Yen of the poison in her body." Manhwa looked at Douluo's beautiful face, which was filled with complex emotions, and smiled inwardly. He pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking slowly under the tense gazes of Douluo and Douluo. "Considering you've done your best today, I'll help you one more time." Saying this, he beckoned to Douluo. "Come here." Douluo's body stiffened, and under her grandfather's expectant gaze, she hesitantly stepped forward. Meng Yanli raised his hand, and the dragon god's tears glowed faintly. He carefully infused the newly refined ice and fire energy into Douluo's body. The cold and hot energies, two completely different forces intertwined with the life-giving power of the dragon god's tears, instantly washed away the remnants of the green phosphorus snake venom within her body, forcing it out through her pores. The entire process was much faster and less painful than when Douluo had undergone it. When the last trace of poison was purified, Douluo felt a sudden lightness throughout her body. The cold, stagnant sensation that had accompanied her for years vanished without a trace. Her soul energy flowed with unprecedented smoothness and purity. She was truly cured. However, what shook her to the core more than the detoxification was another matter. In the moment when Meng Yanli was detoxifying her, she clearly sensed a breath emanating from his body. It was a indescribable, supreme, and utterly pure dragon's might. As a member of the Tiando Royal Academy's combat team, she was intimately familiar with the aura of Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon soul. Yu Tianheng's dragon aura was domineering and ferocious. However, compared to the young man before her, Yu Tianheng's dragon's might was like a small stream encountering an endless ocean. In fact, it wasn't even a stream, it was more like a small puddle. In the face of this pure golden dragon might, her emerald phosphorescent snake soul skill trembled uncontrollably, emanating a deep-seated sense of submission from her very bloodline. It was the absolute reverence of an inferior being toward a supreme ruler. Douluo stared blankly at the face before her, which was so handsome it was almost unreal. Powerful, mysterious, domineering, possessing the bloodline of the highest authority, and having cured her long-standing ailment. In that moment, the young girl's heart was completely thrown into chaos. The humiliation of being defeated and the confusion over her submission to her grandfather vanished without a trace. In their place was a mix of awe, gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of an indescribable flutter. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. This man was far more powerful than Yu Tianheng.